for a truly momentous occasion, the GCC Summit, a summit from leisure to leadership, hosted by our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, a platform that unites finance leaders, global thinkers, and visionary professionals from across the world and India. In this first, on this first day and first session, I truly welcome you all the participants, on behalf of our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. So, we are going to begin our first session, overview of GCC ecosystem in India. For this session, I would like to invite our Central Council member, CA Preeti Savla ma'am, and CA Madhukar Hayar Gange sir, to please come on the dais. And for this session, I would like to invite our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji, Managing Director, Pyrec Consulting. All are requested to please have a huge round of applause for welcoming our Central Council members and our speaker of this session 1. For the session 1, I would like to invite Preeti Savla ma'am, Central Council member from Western region, to please come on the dais and share your welcome address. Ma'am, please. All participants are requested, those who are waiting outside the hall are requested to please come inside. We have begun our program. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, and this is my privilege to be there to open the 2 days GCC Summit, and I, CA Preeti Saula, Central Council member, welcome all of you to this first session, pre-inaugural session of this GCC Summit. Welcome all of you. Friends, all of you are aware this kind of summit is, this specific summit is happening for the first time. And friends, let us begin the beginning of this summit by invoking the goddess Saraswati and Lakshmi. And let us invoke the goddess Saraswati for wisdom, knowledge, and the learning, while goddess Lakshmi for wealth, prosperity, and abundance. With the prayers to both the goddesses, let us begin this conference. All my dear friends, and I welcome immediate past president, now not immediate, past president, C. Aniket Talati. I can see Sanju Sangiji, the whole creator of this conference, along with C. Abhay Chajarji, who is the chairman of this committee, WTO. And friends, it's always been pleasure, and coming specifically to this session, that welcoming C. Madhukar Gangeji, a very senior colleague in the council, who is always guiding us, empowering us, and CA Sanchit Gupta ji, the Managing Director of Pyrec Consulting. Friends, it is the overview of the session is about the overview of GCC ecosystem in India, which lays the foundation for our discussion today at GCC Summit. The Global Capacity Centers, or GCCs, have come a long way in India, from cost-driven support functions to becoming critical pillar of global strategy, innovations, enterprise resilience. India today is a home to over 1,600 GCCs, serving as operational nerve centers for many of the world's leading organizations across sectors. This revolution has been driven by India's unparalleled talent pool, robust digital infrastructure, and trust global businesses place in our ability to deliver at a scale and with excellence. To take us thought the current landscape and emerging trends, we are privileged to have with us C. Sanchit Gupta ji. And with his rich experience in advising global clients and deep insights into the business transformation and shared services, is uniquely positioned to present a comprehensive view on how India's GCC ecosystem is shaping the future of global operations. This session will provide a strategic context for the summit and help us all the better appreciate the scale, depth, and future potential of GCC in India. Friends, this kind of, you are all, we as a members and you all who are come over here are the luckiest one who have joined for this summit, because this kind of summit takes place very occasionally and very rarely. And this year we are planning, and I must appreciate the efforts of the WTO committee and this specific group, Abhayji, Sanjeev ji, for putting all their best efforts. And I am seeing that this work is, it is not possible to have overnight, this kind of summit overnight. Since last 2 months, the work is happening, very hard work, very smart work is happening behind the bars. And because of that, this kind of summit has been organized. You are the lucky one. Take the best of the advantage of this summit, and I'm sure you can prosper with the goddess of Saraswati and Lakshmi. And with these words, I welcome all of you to begin this conference and this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your humble words. Now it's time to welcome our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji. I request Preeti Savala ma'am and Madhukar Hiregange sir to please welcome our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji, by a sapling. I also welcome our past president, CA Aniket Talati sir. Sir, we are welcome on this GCC Summit. I also welcome the man behind for this summit, CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir and CA Abhay Chhajar sir, to organize such a wonderful summit between us in the first summit in Delhi. Now I request our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji. CA Sanchit Gupta ji is the Chief Operating Officer and Assurance Leader at Pyrec Consulting with over 15 years of experience in financial audits, internal controls, and global service delivery. He has expertise in PCOB and AICPA engagements and worked across India and the US. A specialist is setting up and scaling GCC. He is a strategist and tech enthusiast focused on automation, data analytics, and operational efficiency. Mr. Sanchit led various major audit initiatives, including a global e-commerce client, and has received multiple awards for leadership, innovation, and transformation throughout his career. Now, I request you all, please have a huge round of applause for our next speaker, that Mr. Sanchit Gupta ji. I request our speaker to please have this session on this overview of GCC ecosystem in India. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the ICI to organize this summit. And thank you all the Central Council members, Preeti ma'am, for the introductory speech. I always thought that so much is happening in GCC, and this past budget, finance minister also spoke about GCC by introducing in tier 2 some support to those cities. But what is ICI doing? Then when I got to know that ICI is organizing the GCC Summit, and not just one but a series of it, starting with the first one in Delhi, I got very excited. Irrespective of I would have been in front of you to speak or not, I thought that I will definitely attend. But thanks for getting this to ICI, to giving me the opportunity to speak on the topic. I'll try to share my experience, whatever I have dealt with in last 15 years. I have worked in GCC space in last 15 years, so I'm sure I will be able to provide you my outlook on this. And though I have limited time, I don't know my content will allow me to stay here for that entire period, but definitely I'll try to do whatever I can provide. So first of all, the challenge is what is GCC? I also, when I speak with my clients, the challenge is what is GCC? Global Capability Center, but then you say, okay, offshore delivery center, shared service center is also there. What is GCC? MNC, if a company is set up somewhere in India, is now an MNC, why are you calling it as a GCC? So the key thing here is that if any country, if any company in a home country outside India, or their home country base, suppose a company is in US, they want to establish themselves offshore for the capabilities specific to talent. That is what we call as Global Capability Center. Their main objective is definitely to reduce the overall cost of doing business, how it all started with GCC early in the years, because GCC is here for almost 25-30 years. But eventually what happened that it is not just a cost arbitrage. It is about bringing in the right kind of technical skill set. It is bringing the right infrastructure, bringing the policy framework, scaling the business, which is not possible by staying in the home country base. So it is strategically set up. When we talk about it's about ODC or SSC, it's just about core to context. Core will always remain GCC because that's a broader umbrella, right? And when we talk about the context, why they are forming it, because you will see, I will talk about COCO and different kind of models like BOT, you might have heard in the GCC space, and you will hear in next 2 days in different sessions. It's about the context, why you are setting it up. So GCC is a very wide umbrella, if you see that, where offshore unit is set up for a specific purpose, majorly for the talent arbitrage, but lately it is to bring in the more maturity in the organization by getting in more managerial roles, leadership roles, and also driving various implementation of business key initiatives. So we have now moved on from just being cost to value, right? So if you see, it's about what has been changing in lately. It's about bringing in right productivity, because at the end of the day, you are there because work is somewhere in the home country and it needs to be done in a productive, in an efficient manner in a country outside home country base, which is probably US, UK, and all like that. It's not about just setting up a center. It's a strategic partnership. Whether you do it in whichever model, COCO or BOT, you have to make sure that you really align your entire strategic priorities with the center in India or elsewhere, wherever the GCC is set up. Now we can see 60% of the global Fortune 500 companies are having a GCC center in India. And we expect roughly 70% to be there by 2030. Which is going to be a huge jump. So if you can see, if a big corporation can run some of their business in a different center, why can't others do it? Maybe the size, complexity is different, form, pattern can be different, but they have a business viability that they can set it up. Beyond the transactions. So earlier it was more like to do a back-end job, low complex work. However, in last 10 years, 15 years, with a lot of technological advancement, lot of intervention is coming of a senior people delivering the work. That is why you see even people experienced of 20 years, chartered accountants, engineers, and other professionals are participating big time, not just to do the mundane and routine task, which is anyways going through a lot of technological disruption, but providing a lot of complexity and strategic support to the overall operations. Now, if you see that it's all about tech, and you see India is anyways IT leader, and by bringing in different kind of technology over the period, we have seen by getting cloud network, first of all, India led that, and now with AI coming in, machine learning, a lot of data centers getting set up, a lot of operations are now getting managed by companies setting up in India as a GCC or non-GCCs, but irrespective of that, they are doing business in India because of various factors which are better in India versus others. I want to really call out one important thing here. GCC practices over $300 to $350 billion, roughly $350 billion. India, you all may have read in newspapers or other articles, it's around 65 billion in India right now in 2024-25, which is approximately, I'll say 20%, just a ballpark number. This is expected, now this 65 is expected to go to almost 110 billion, which is almost double. So, which was 12 billion in 2010, is now 65 billion in 2025. In 15 years, it has gone almost six times, right? And with this pace, almost a CAGR of 12-13%, it will continuously grow like this. It will easily touch most likely 110 billion. The point that I'm trying to raise here is, my question and my concern is, where is other 80%, right? Because if India is a leader, we have everything, technology, talent, an entire ecosystem. Now we have so many other countries, be it Philippines, Argentina, South Africa, Poland, and you will see in future slides, they are also coming up a long way, right? We are definitely at a junction where there's a lot of competition with them, right? So we need to make sure how we need to be competitive, and definitely I'm going to talk about various initiatives which organizations, individuals, government, and different bodies can take respectively to make sure that India has that strategic advantage every time, right? For next 15 years, till the time we keep on increasing. Because at least when we talk about India, the proportion has to increase from 20% for sure. Definitely we will keep on growing, no doubt about that, but the proportion has to increase. So you see that almost 1600 to 1800 GCCs are already there with almost 2 million people right now, right? Which forms almost 2% of our GDP. Now, when I was looking at it, I always thought GCC has such a big impact, why only 2%? Then I saw it is just a proportion, because if you see, we have an economy of almost 3.5 trillion, 65 billion, maybe 2% of somewhere around that. But the overall impact, because this is just a direct output of GDP, there is an indirect output impact, there is an induced output impact. Overall, it is roughly $250 billion impact in the GDP, right? So it's almost at least 7 to 8% impact in the GDP, which forms roughly 4% of the services sector and almost 9 to 10% foreign exchange reserve that India has. Because GCC, you gain dollars, you gain pound and different currencies, because at the end of the day, you receive money in-house in India, right? And definitely how the work can come up, for sure, setting up, because I think the major objective for all of you to be here to understand what's your role here. It's about starting from setting up a GCC, helping them with incorporation, FEMA compliances, transfer pricing, accounting, reporting, and apart from that, this is going to be there, but everything else, like how to set up a GCC, how to run a GCC, how to scale a GCC, and how to be a strategic partner as a leader, as a true leader. Earlier, when it all started, everyone thought, let's offshore some work to a country in India, to a place in India, and they will do some sort of basic work. They undermined the talent in India. Every year they were leveling up. The talent in India was providing better and better and better work product. And now at this junction we have reached where most of the big corporations, now the leaders are in India, GCC center in India. For example, the CTO, CIO, and others are Indian. People outside India who are actually the home countries, they are reporting to a person who is in India. So if you see, the tables have turned, and it will continuously keep on happening. Why it is happening? Because of the India's diaspora. We have a cost advantage. I'll talk about how cost competitive we are. We have talent availability. See the number of chartered accountants every year we are producing. Apart from chartered accountants, all the other professionals. Digital readiness. All the things that that the government has also done, be it Digital India campaign, bringing in DPDP Act, all this is supporting. Because let me tell you what happens whenever you engage any company from US, everyone wants to talk about compliance first. No one can risk their data loss, any protection, because they do have liabilities in case of data breach over there, and they shift it to us. So we need to have a very strong understanding of GDPR compliances if we are serving especially UK. We need to understand CCPA, which is a California Act if you're working for a company in US. And I can tell you, they are very complicated. You need to really get into it. You need to work with the respective lawyers. And most of the times what happens, the lawyer in India, they do not have a jurisdiction in US. They can't really give an opinion. So you have to properly engage either the US law firm or the respective law firm to get specialized service, because the limitation of liability clause that you get into is significant. At times it can really make you run out of the business overall. So you have to really make sure that work can come. You can commit, but the trust factor you can definitely quote by verbal way. However, it will come on paper. So this is where I think our role becomes very important whenever we are engaging with any organization to provide GCC. What is the limitation of liability and how ready we are, right? Similarly, if you see, India is doing a lot of work in innovation. We are leading in artificial intelligence. We are leading in machine learning. What happens is, if everything is moving into cloud, you need data centers. We are not just providing support in setting up the organization of data center, but we definitely are helping them out in everything with respect to infrastructure support. And when you set up a GCC, no one just wants you to do something which is CA related. Everyone wants, okay, can you help me how an advocate can work here? Can you just tie me up with that? How an IT system works, how the marketing function will work. So at the end of the day, you will see if you work in this field, you will start with one thing, but eventually you will have to keep on being agile and keep on adding new services for your clients and for your partnerships. If you see, India has almost 4 lakh CS and almost growing at a pace of 7%. I don't know my data is accurate or not. I'm speaking in front of Central Council members. But I can say, I read somewhere that by 2045, almost 30 lakh CS will be there. Now, if I do a parallel with a country as big as US, let's talk, because two countries, US and UK, are the prominent countries with which India do almost 75% of the business in GCC. Now, when I do a parallel, I also know that in US, no one is taking up CPA. No one is not the right statement, maybe. People are reducing their interest towards CPA, which is again falling by 7% year on year. With a higher base of 400,000, right? We are going to be increasing, and we will remain the largest accounting body in the world, at least in this century, right? So if you see largest accounting means that we are going to be such a big network, such a big fraternity, such a big community that we can leverage with each other's strengths, right? The demand for CPA, the qualified people who wants to take up accountancy, is reducing other countries and increasing in India. That means eventually there is not going to be choice. It is not just going to be cost. It is a business viability and survival issue for most of the countries and most of the companies in future. However, being said that, definitely the competition which I'm talking about for other countries apart from India will keep on also developing. So we have to really navigate through that. Now, with GCC is expanding, how CA's expertise can help in. To start with, I'm definitely going to say financial planning and accounting work for sure. Analysis, FP&A is going to be there. Transfer pricing or anything related to taxation, be it direct or indirect. A lot of regulatory changes are happening, and I can tell you no company wants to put time and efforts in that. And that is why they want to form partnership. Right? And that is what the business of GCC. So many changes in GST, so many changes in different acts which are coming along the way, and no one wants to really spend time. They want to spend time in doing the business, not really getting through the nitty-gritties of doing the business, but real business, what they are for here, right? Because some things can be straightforward in any country, some things cannot be maybe too straightforward, but at the end of the day, what organizations are looking is seamless operations, right? providing audit services, advisory services, different consulting services, tax services, certainly, not just for the running of the operation, but also for their other, other countries. For example, if a person is there in, just 2 minutes, really? Okay, I'll just run through it. So a lot of services can be provided by the chartered accountants, right? Why we need CAs? I think all the strengths that we have, academic qualification that we are gaining, the professional experience that we have, it is all going to help us provide the services. I want to really quickly run through because I just don't have too much time, but I've already spoken about this. The cost is significantly less. If you see in the chart, $25. This is just an average, but it's almost 1/4 of US, right? If you see almost 1/4 of Germany and UK as well, right? And this is what the cost arbitrage. Though India is a high inflation country right now, definitely we will be closing this gap in near future, but if you see it, there is still going to be a room. Different models, it can depend on their ownership, their operational control, their setup time, depending upon these factors, we can say it is a good decision point whether you should go for a COCO, which is partner-owned, and bot model, wherein the company engage a partner to set it up and then transfer it at a later date. Shift is happening to tier 2 cities. If you see tier 1, and during COVID, a lot of companies started getting into tier 2, like Jaipur, Ahmedabad was anyways earlier there, Chandigarh, Baroda. So the shift is happening. Talent is available, the right infrastructure is there. You have less attrition, which is a big challenge in talent. So there's a lot of advantage in setting up in other cities. Regulatory framework, India is definitely doing a good job in terms of bringing in the right infrastructure which can be trusted. Definitely certifications like ISOs, GDPR, CCPA, SOC reviews, they all help us to really put the right confidence in front of our partners. Every state is doing a different initiative. Karnataka came up with a GCC policy in 24, Telangana came up, Uttar Pradesh came up for a different policy. If you see, every state is making certain efforts and not just relying on central government to do the thing here. Challenges will remain, be it rising cost because of inflation, talent gap, geopolitical risks, the wars happening, which disrupts, and I can say any war, any geopolitical disruption can have a direct impact on the GCC viability because the currency fluctuates, the operations disrupt, so everyone needs to have their business continuity plan in place so that business keeps on running and very viable. So putting together the entire infrastructure, to put together right laws, to put together the mitigation plan, the policy frameworks, the maturity framework has to be designed. So it is not just a low cost service element, but a complex work. Future, we are looking to get into almost 3,200 GCCs with almost 2.8 million people. It will definitely keep on growing at a higher scale, probably if everything is going to be better than what we did in last 5 to 10 years as a country. CAGR doesn't need to stay the same, as I said, because there's this big other 80% lying with other countries. So to conclude, I will say the right government effort, the right government initiative, both at central and state government is going to help. Lot of inter-collaboration between states are going to help. Somewhere Karnataka may be doing good, which probably Telangana can learn, or Delhi NCR region can learn, and the respective governments have to apply those learnings, because as together we can definitely build a stronger ecosystem in the near future. Alignment with the professional organizations and the educational institutions. For example, alignment of ICI with industry bodies is going to be significant to design the right curriculum and bring in changes which are required to bridge the skill gap. And then keep on innovating, keep on spending time in R&D. We don't have to rely on other, or maybe the base location, US, UK, to dictate us what needs to be done. However, we have to tell what needs to be done, we have to collaborate, and we have to lead in the innovation and all the R&D efforts. So this way, I'm sure that as a country, we will keep on growing. We have a strong ecosystem from every aspect. We are getting stronger. Limited infrastructure challenges, whatever we have, are reducing day by day. Big talent pool, we have a stable government. All these factors really help us to put together our foot strong in front of the competition and in front of our potential organizations in other countries, in US, UK, elsewhere. I'm sure you will learn a lot in next 2 days. I would have loved to spend more time with you, but due to the dearth of time, I have to wrap up. But thank you for your participation, and please, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful session. Can we have a huge round of applause for our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji, for sharing his immense knowledge between us. I also welcome a man who has transformed this dream into reality for conducting the GCC Summit, CA Sanjeev Singhal ji, CCM, Central Council member from Northern Region, CA Purushottam Khandelwal sir, Central Council member from Western Region, CA Jay Chahra sir, Central Council member from Western Region, and CA Ravi Patwa sir, Central Council member from Eastern Region. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence between us for this summit. Now I would like to request the dignitaries on the dais, CA Preeti Savla ma'am and CA Madhukar Hire Gange sir, to please express our gratitude to our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji, by presenting a memento for having this wonderful session between us. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please present a gratitude memento to our speaker, CA Sanchit Gupta ji. I request to all of you, please have a huge round of applause for this gratitude to our speaker. In this series, I would like to also express my gratitude to our past president, CA Debashish Mitra sir, who is between us for this GCC Summit. And I would like to also welcome our CA Chitle sir, for being over here in the GCC Summit. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Thank you. I would like to invite now our Central Council member from Southern Region, CA Madhukar Hire Gange, sir, to please, sir, come on the dais and share your vote of thanks, sir, please.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of luminaries from this field, mainly chartered accountants. I think I will skip the vote of thanks except to say thanks to Sanchit ji and all of you, but I would like to say something more. One of the slides which Sanchit ji talked about, he talked about the challenges. But for us as chartered accountant, what is the challenge? Are we ready to change our thoughts and beliefs? Are we ready to correct our previous type of activity? Are we ready to move to pure ethical consultancies from being intermediaries? These are possibly the biggest questions. And these are the thought level changes, values which we have to change. For example, if I'm not honest, then don't get into any activity of GCC at all. Because you will not get any work, you will lose all the work you get and spoil the CA's name. If you cannot do your things in time, if you cannot have integrity, that is, if you say you're going to do something in time, it means you'll do it in time. Not like now. Now what we do, chalta hai, agle week de denge, koi problem nahi hai, kya bada baat hai? No, it doesn't work. You'll lose your work and you'll lose the brand we are trying to build also. So I think it is no toleration for delays. This type of training has to be learned. Attitude, we'll hide something, we'll not say something, this won't work. As per me, you have to be totally open and transparent in your dealings to build credibility and trust, which speaker also talked about. I am the chairman of the CMP committee, so I'll take a minute on that. I think we will start with this. And today I have not come to tell you what I know about GCC. I have come to learn about GCC and what is required from speakers like Sanchit and maybe some more. I will understand what actually is required, what capacities we need to build, what attitudes we need to build, what type of consistent habits we have to stress so that what the software industry did, decades back, we can do that through the GCCs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time for wrap up our session 1 overview of GCC ecosystem in India. Thank you all the dignitaries for sharing your valuable thoughts. Now let's move to the next session. CA is an architect of global efficiency. For this session, I would like to request our next speaker, our past president, CA Aniket Talati ji. CA Aniket Talati ji is a second generation president of this institute. Sir, I welcome you to please come on the dais. Along with him, I would like to request CA Jay Chahra sir and CA CV Chitle sir. I request all the dignitaries to please come on the dais. CA Aniket Talati ji, CA Jay Chahra ji and CA CV Chitle sir. Can we have joined our hands for welcoming our dignitaries on the dais? I request our dignitaries to please welcome our past president CA Aniket Talati ji by presenting the sapling on this second session on the GCC Summit 2025. I request to please have sapling to welcome our speaker, our past president CA Aniket Talati ji. CA Aniket Talati ji is the past president of ICI. He is a seasoned financial executive partner at Talati and Talati LLP with over 16 years of experience. Ji sir. Talati sir is already running his own GCC, can say KPO, and how he is going to tell us from theoretical to practical. So I would like to invite, without wasting our time, our second speaker, CA Aniket Talati sir. You are requested to please come on the dais and share your words of wisdom between us. Can we have a huge round of applause for our speaker, our past president, CA Aniket Talati ji, a young and dynamic past president.
Thank you. Before I begin, maybe I request Jay Chahra ji, who's here, who's been my senior in the council, to maybe set the context and something that you can start off with, and sir, as a Jugalbandi, I'll then pick it up from you. So my request to Jay.
I request CA Jay Chahra sir to please present his welcome address for this session too. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Of course, Jugalbandi with C. Aniket Talati can always be a very big luxury for anyone, including me. Well, first of all, I must compliment CA Sanjeev Sanghi and CA Abhay Chhajed and the entire team for envisaging this GCC Summit and coming out with a very beautiful structure of that. The topic that we are going to now, deliberate upon is CAs, the architects of global efficiency. Well, friends, I'm sure regarding GCC and all these things, all the speakers are going to give you all the data. But when it comes to global efficiency, friends, divinity, nature has done some wonderful thing. Each and every country has been bestowed with different resources. Somebody with physical resources, somebody with HR, somebody with finance, and that makes a beautiful interdependent world. And that gives rise to global business. And the best part is that now India has an opportunity to play a very vital role in this entire global efficiency. Friends, it's very, very essential that all the resources, whether it is human resources or financial resources, and of course, natural resources, are utilized in the most efficient way. And I'm sure chartered accountants can be the architects for that. They can play a wonderful role in all these aspects. And that is what we Indian chartered accountants, of course, we have the high potential, but at the same time, as Madhukarji was talking about, a few things. Naturally, you know, when you become from a local to national player and from a national to an international player, you require first changing the mindset, right? We all together, first as ICAI has to see to it that we, you know, collectively, we all chartered accountants of India, collectively, we must have a mindset that we are the global players, and in accordance with that, we have to see to it that we elevate our skill set, we have the right attitude, like, you know, all the aspects, all the nitty-gritties. See, when it comes to the technical skills for accounting and reporting and financing, I think chartered accountants of India are the best place. But along with that, you know, many other things are required. And attitude change is very, very much essential. You know, we have to learn the art of an entrepreneur. When you have to be a global player, such type of skills are required. Communication, when you are dealing with different countries, different culture, then you have to understand the cultural differences, right? And in accordance with that, maybe drafting skills, maybe communication skills, these are the skills which are required to be developed. Country to country, they will change, and we have to adapt to such type of things. Well, the best part is that India has a wonderful demographic advantage. Wonderful. World over, more and more people are, I can say, more and more people are living this particular field. Like in US, the new generation does not want to come into this accounting field. And we Indians are naturally the best option across the globe. Aniket ji, I'll put it in this way, you know, a lighter vein mein, because all on GCC, all the technical things, speakers will be taking care of. तो मैं थोड़ा अलग तरह से बता रहा हूँ. एक इंडियन मूवी में एक ऐसा गाना था, जिसमें था कि दौड़ रहा है सात लहू के, प्यार तेरा नस नस में, ना कुछ तेरे बस में, ना मेरे बस में, तो प्यार नस नस में. You know, हम इंडियंस की नस नस में, और उसमें भी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की नस नस में, अकाउंट्स, फिनांस, टैक्स, ये तो इतना भरा हुआ है, ये तो इतना भरा हुआ है कि nobody in the world, it is with due respect to everyone, हम तो वसुदैव कुटुंबकम वाले हैं, right? But nobody in the world can match Indians. But let us understand, potential एक चीज होती है और उसको use करना अलग बात होती है. So we all have to come together, and I'm so very happy that these GCC summits are being organized, so that, you know, we are now visualizing this, and we are putting our resources, our energy in this particular direction. And I am so very fortunate that I am sharing dais with one of the most talented persons who is going to deliver on this particular aspect. When it comes to GCC, he is excellent. When it comes to global culture, he is excellent. And as a chartered accountant, do I require any telling anything? Honorable past president of our ICI. So friends, this is going to be a very, very interesting session where he is going to deliberate upon what are the requirements for, you know, creating GCCs in India and serving the world. Friends, we Indians have always conquered the world, not with military power, but with always soft power, right? By serving them. We never want exploiting anyone. We want to serve the world. And believe me, with the right attitude, in the coming decades, India can serve the world. And can we imagine, once we start getting the reporting work globally, sir, for IT industry, can you imagine any company or any project across the globe where Indians are not involved? The same time has come for finance. So one by one, everything is going to come in India, provided you and I have the vision, you and I have the energy, we all work together, develop our abilities, right? From accounting to finance, to tax, to compliance, to, you know, process automation, to so many other aspects we can do. And I'm sure we have a fantastic speaker, so it would be my folly to continue further, and rather we should invite CA Aniket Talati to enlighten us on this very important topic of CA as the architects of global efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. I would like to also welcome our chief guest, Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji, Joint Secretary of Ministry of External Affairs. Sir, you are welcome in the GCC Summit. I also welcome our Central Council member, CA Pramod Jain ji, to between us. Now, please join your hands to welcome our Honorable Past President, young, dynamic, Chartered Accountant, CA Aniket Talati ji, to share your wisdom of thoughts between us, architect of global efficiency. Sir, please.
Sir. Arey, sir. Sir, thank you so much, sir. No, I think first and foremost, let me begin by remembering Lord Jagannath. Today's Yatratra, so Jai Jagannath to all of you, and what a pious day for all of us to have this wonderful first ever GCC Summit. Before we go on the topic proper, and I have prepared a PPT. मैं अक्सर कहा करता था, PowerPoint presentations are usually for people who have no power or point in their presentation. तो PPT कम बनाता हूँ, तो आज 5-6 स्लाइड बनाई है, but we'll go through them. But before I begin, I think Jai Bhai and Chitli ji who are on the dais with me, and Jai Bhai ने एक गाना का जिक्र किया. देबाशीष मित्रा जी मेरे प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे पास प्रेसिडेंट यार हैं, तो मैं भी एक किशोर कुमार की एक गाना पेश करूंगा before we start, because that is what our mindset has to be if we are talking about GCC or anything new. And a song which has stayed very close to my heart ever since I heard it. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना. तो लोग कहती रहेगी, दुनिया कुछ कहता रहेगा, हमें अपना काम करना है. We have to move forward, and I think if that is the attitude, if that is the culture that we have in our mind, believe me, no aim that we have for ourselves as an individual, as an organization, or as a country and as an institute is unachievable. So thank you very much to Abhay Chhajar ji, the convener of this group, Sanjeev Sanghi ji, the man who is the convener of a GCC group. I was very pleasantly surprised when one fine morning I got his call and said that a group on GCC has been created. आज तक इंस्टीट्यूट में अगर GST की कॉन्फ्रेंस होती, income tax की कॉन्फ्रेंस होती, when the Ind AS was introduced, we had conferences on Ind AS and other laws, and we would have seen a full house. But to have the sheer grit and the imagination that in an institute like the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to have a special group on global capacity centers and capability centers, and to execute this event in a matter of 75 days, compliments to you, Sanjeev Bhai, and of course, Sanjeev Singhal ji, my two dear friends and the convener and the director for this conference, the president and vice president in absentia, a galaxy of central council members who are here, Pramod Bhai, Purushottam Bhai, Preeti Ben, Madhukar Hiregange ji, and everybody else. I think the honorable vice president has also joined us. The chief guest for the inaugural session, a friend of the profession, and I think whose logo you can all see right behind us, Ministry of External Affairs, which is supporting us. Mahavir ji, thank you very much for always being there for the profession and the cause of the institute. Like I said, fantastic start to a very important area, and with the limited time that I have, I'll try and cover all the aspects of what I feel are going to be important for us as chartered accountants in this area of GCC. Before we talk on the technical part, how many of you here are actually working in some GCCs or are connected with the GCC? And how many of you wish to get into this area and are, okay, so I think we have a great mix of people who are already doing offshoring work, international work, and equally we have a great amount of people who are extremely keen to get into this area. Let me give you my own small experience of how I got into this area. Yes, I qualified only in 2008, but as an organization in my firm, I think somewhere early in 2000, and I was only doing my commerce then, our firm started doing some work from the US. And why I'm taking you back is so that we realize where we have come in these 25 years. And at that time, what India used to do in this field, and I think Madhukar Hiregange ji rightly mentioned and compared this with the IT field, and how the IT industry in the 2000s then took a leap forward, and today we see the tech companies leading in market capitalization, employment, GDP generation, and of course service delivery. Back then when we started this, there were a few handful players across the country who were doing what was referred to as outsourcing at that time. And what used to typically happen, friends, is in the US, you had bookkeepers. In that time, it wasn't that there was a challenge of getting enough CPAs or trained people to write the books of account. It was just too inefficient and costly for them to write the books. तो क्या करते थे? On a Friday evening, जितने भी invoices आए, they would simply put them on a scanner. Scanners अभी भी हम use करते हैं. With the phone, it's become less. But those scanners which used to come, you scan them in, convert them into a file. There was no cloud. आज हम सब Google Drive use करते हैं. You have Microsoft's OneDrive. You have so many other opportunities for file to be sent from one country to the other. We had no cloud at that time. And there used to be what is an FTP or a file transfer protocol. And from one location, you used to send the files to the other location. So when, let's say I had a client in the US, they would scan all the invoices and then put it on FTP. पूरी रात मेरा FTP चल के वो सारे invoices download करता. Morning, because we are hard-working professionals, I would get people on Saturday, Sunday working. We kept a weekday off to compensate for the loss. And they would sit over the weekend. All the invoices that were received were posted in softwares. And again, softwares at that time were not cloud-based. They were all hosted on the server of the client. So I had to again log into their network, use a Citrin or some other form of Citrix or something else to log on to that server and record those entries and post entries. And what would beautifully happen for the country there is that suppose Monday morning office पहुंचते, effectively Friday को जो invoices आते वो Monday आके उसको posting करते, but when they reached Monday morning there, they had all the entries already recorded in their system. And I think this is the start of how the accounting ecosystem, especially in the FP&A space, started. We started doing low-end work because it was cost-efficient. And I think the speaker before you, Mr. Sanchit, presented a slide where he showed the dollar differential. And believe me, this dollar differential was far more when we started in 2000. But what today we are able to do, and this is where a shared service center, your own back office, these were all terms which were used for so many years, has now re-christianed itself from what used to be an offshore back office. Back office यानी भैया ये पीछे है, आगे नहीं है. हम जूते की दुकान में जाते हैं ना, तो जूता वो दिखाता है, वो ऊपर से यूं यूं करता है, ऊपर से आदमी जूता फेंकता है. तो ऊपर जूता वाला तो ऊपर सेलर में ही रहता है या ऊपर के छज्जे में ही रहेगा और वहां से वो जूता फेंकेगा. उसको नीचे आके जो क्लाइंट है उसको शक्ल नहीं दिखानी है, उसको ऊपर काम करना है. एंड देयरफॉर अ बैक ऑफिस was effectively what? Somebody who's sitting at the back, whose face is not seen, but is delivering some amount of work and output for you. And what has changed in these 25 years, and that is what is very important for all of us to appreciate, we are not low-cost service centers. We are not low-cost accountants. We are not an organization or an institution which is producing accountants and the world doesn't have accountants. Those are all numbers. But what we are, and I think that is where I said the change in mindset is important, is we are world-class accounting professionals who, because of the qualification that we possess and the degree that we hold of chartered accountancy, we are extremely well equipped to write accounts not just in Indian accounting standards, but with the advent of IFRS, today we write accounts in the global language. And therefore, if I have a client in the UK who wants me to do accounting work, I am no longer doing his bookkeeping entry. That has long been digitalized. We now have bank feeds which commit, and because of automation, most of these entries are auto-recorded. You only need approval. Because if I know when I see it an expense that there is a debit in my bank statement for Airtel or Vodafone, the software itself will tell me that this is going to be a telephone expenditure or internet expense. Record it, I only have to click approve. So that back end of accounting hygiene and recording the bookkeeping entry has gone, long gone. But today what our chartered accountants are doing, and so many firms in India are able to deliver, we have moved up the value chain from bookkeeping to then going up and recording entries, to then finalizing the accounts. We used to write bank recs back then. Today we are actually preparing the financial statements. When we are supporting audit firms, we are no longer doing the mundane and mandatory work of just doing invoicing, but we are actually giving value-added services and becoming the front. And therefore, if you ask me, what is the difference between a back office, between a shared service center, or those other terms that my colleague very rightly used, ODCs, which are our own development centers, or SSCs, these have now transformed totally to GCCs, and I think the era is extremely right and ripe, and I must compliment the leadership at ICI, all the council members who have, I think, couldn't have chosen a better time to take up this very important area of GCC. So what are GCCs? Like I said, these are dynamic hubs. You are no longer the back office and don't consider yourself as a low-cost center. Today, I know chartered accountants. You saw the sheet there, $25 average. A GCC is what? Typically, a GCC is mix of two service deliveries. You give software and technology and FP&A. And today, if you talk to the largest GCCs, and I come from Ahmedabad where we have some of the largest global GCCs also who are setting up. Of course, Bangalore leads the front. But if you ask any player in Bangalore, in Ahmedabad, in Mumbai, in Gurgaon, in Noida, 30% of the work that these GCCs do is FP&A function. And therefore, if engineers are important, if IT professionals are important, we are also claiming center stage and are playing a very, very important role in this global capacity center. And therefore, I think the time is right and opportunity is there for all of us to understand the roles. For the younger chartered accountants who want to get there and look at an opportunity to be employed and gainfully work in a global exposure. And for chartered accountants who, as Jaibai referred to him, as becoming entrepreneurs. If you want to service the world, become accountants for the world, I think the opportunity is to lead, go to these global markets, and how you will do that, maybe I'll try and spend a couple of minutes on telling you what I did, and maybe if that can help you in 2 cents of how you can also think of setting up your own center. So yes, you have to think yourself as dynamic hubs, change your mindset, not just operationally, but now become client-facing and deliver the work. Become visionaries and integrators. If we think that I can only work with accounting knowledge, if somebody gives me an entry and I'll record the entry, no. Today the time is for becoming integrators. If you are given a task, today there are chartered accountancy firms, and you will see it over the next 2 days, who don't do bookkeeping work by just putting the entry in the accounting package. They automate the process so that once the entry is recorded, and today I have an overdue outstanding. What we used to do earlier was, it may be SAP, it may be Tally, it may be some other form of accounting package. You will go to that package, download to Excel, आप उसको format करते थे, format करके फिर save करते थे. Then you would go to your mailbox and then write an email. Dear customer, please find attached summary of the ledger, outstanding amount so much for these days, when can I receive a payment? This is what you used to do earlier. Today, with bots, with automation, the entire process can be recorded in the form of a macro, and all you need to do is that click of a button, the macro will run, extract that ledger from the SAP, Tally, Zoho, whatever accounting package that you are using, then put it as an attachment in an email, using AI, draft an email stating the client's name and his outstanding, and then be able to send the email. And therefore, my request to all of you is, don't look at providing a low-end service only, because there are many players not here globally who are willing to do that. In India, we have the unique advantage of being tech-savvy, having IT at our disposal. Use that, integrate that, and make sure that we are becoming visionaries and integrators. Because if you provide that value-added service to the client, he is willing to pay you top dollar for the work that you do. Foster innovation and think of how you can do things at scale. There used to be a time when we used to do the work and somebody did 250 entries in a day. We were very happy. I can bill him for $10, $12, $15 an hour, and I'm extremely satisfied with the work that we are doing. Now, those number of entries have gone multifold. And with e-commerce, the transactions are now digital. And therefore, extremely important for us to understand when we are talking about the topic of development of chartered accountants as architects of efficiency. This efficiency has to be ingrained in our thought process and how we function and perform these tasks. And therefore, very, very important, just don't look at numbers. Go beyond numbers. We cannot simply restrict ourselves to preparing reconciliations, sending account statements, and writing books of accounts. We have to provide a very clear input in the entire process of the accounting work that we are doing. This includes influencing strategic decision, doing data analytics. Today with Power BI at your disposal, there are so many other value-added services also that we are able to provide. So to summarize, of course, on the part of chartered accountants and our growing role, we have to go beyond numbers. Look at yourself as enablers. Look at yourselves as architects of engineering and making sure that you are giving value-added services to your client, because only then will we be able to compete. In all those slides that you saw by the presenter before me, there is a tremendous growth opportunity that lies in front of us in terms of the GCC space. Today, if we are 1600 to 1800 GCCs, you will be 3000 GCCs in the next 2 years. Take it from me, I am seeing this every day, day in, day out. I sit in Ahmedabad with Gift City next to me, and every other day there is a large company which comes there and says, we want to open our back office, our own service delivery center, or our GCC in India in Gift. The numbers will grow exponentially. We have just scratched the surface. Today in India, I believe it's only the Fortune 500 and the larger companies which have set up their GCC here. Think of the gap that lies in the next 5,000 companies. And who will service them? Limited players have so far been able to partner with these Fortune 500 companies and provide them the FP&A function. But my very clear understanding is, we as chartered accountants, if we are able to take the lead, imagine a GCC which is willing to come to India. And I had this experience very recently. And Madhukar sir, I hope you don't mind when I share this experience. A company came to Ahmedabad and he said, boss, I was looking at Bangalore to set up my shared service center. We looked at the whole infrastructure, the resource talent is amazing. When I was coming back, I took the 7:30 flight. I got stuck in traffic, missed the flight. We booked 8:30, got stuck in traffic, missed the flight. Booked 9:30, missed that flight also. And then now we've decided we don't want to go there, we're looking for other tier 2 city. And therefore the presentation that you saw earlier, there are companies who are now looking beyond Bangalore, Chennai and Hyderabad, which have established themselves as larger GCC centers. And here when I speak to you in Delhi, I believe the opportunity that you have with the growth in Gurgaon and Noida, both sides of Delhi that is happening, the new airport and that area which is developing, the area near Gurgaon which is coming up, a great talent pool which is available here, I think you have everything set right for you to deliver those kind of services. And what are those services that we can deliver to our clients? First and foremost, anybody looking to come to GCC, it's structuring. How do you come to India? That itself is a long question. If it's a US entity, does it come here directly or does it set up an intermediary entity and then invest here? How do you take care of the legal requirements of having data which is extremely confidential and data protection laws in those countries and those data coming here and residing in servers here? So structuring becomes extremely important. Then the tax efficiency. Today, if you, for example, set up an entity in Gift, and I'm speaking about Gift because I come from Ahmedabad, there is a 10-year exemption out of 15 years of your choosing if you set up a bookkeeping, accounting, taxation, GCC within Gift City. So you imagine the amount of tax arbitrage. There's a lower cost because per hour dollar billing is lower. Imagine the tax arbitrage you can deliver to those GCCs who want to come to India if they set up shop there. So structuring, tax, getting FP&A staff. For those of you who are willing to work with them, train accountants and make them part on a partner approach. If there's a company which is willing to come partner with them and say, we will provide these services. If you have accounting, if you have compliance, if you have return filing, we will do it for you and we will partner in your GCC. And believe me, if Indian Chartered Accountants, we have filed GST returns, which I personally believe are one of the most complex in the world with so many sets of returns. And now if you want to now go into the Australia market, UK market or US market and file sales tax or VAT returns there, believe me, it's extremely easy. Our course, our ecosystem here equips us to become accountants for the globe. It's only a question of, am I able to then think about those opportunities? When somebody is also coming here, what they are looking at, and it's very important because they are looking at a 360-degree solution provider. So to the consultants in this room, who may not be just in practice, but who are looking to set up GCC consulting domain, you will have to appreciate that there are huge opportunities for you to collaborate. I welcome the Honorable President of the Institute, Charanjot Singh Nanda. A big round of applause for Nanda sir. President sir, I was just mentioning to the crowd that it's a visionary leadership of yours to create for the first time ever a GCC platform within the institute. And like I said, this is going to take it forward for our members to develop in this area. So like I said, structuring, tax efficiency, FP&A training, real estate. Today, if you look at the larger GCC opportunities in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, the real estate is extremely expensive. And end of the day, it's all also about a cost arbitrage. $1 per square foot, if you are able to deliver rentals and a space for a person to sit at the cost below $1 a square foot, it is a extremely attractive price point for any company across the world to come and set up here. And having seen rentals in Noida, in faraway Gurgaon, you are easily able to do those setups. And therefore, I think a huge opportunity for us to go beyond leadership. The evolving role of chartered accountants in these opportunities, and I'll wrap up in the next 5 minutes, because we have the inaugural session after this. But very important areas, our course, as I mentioned to you, has enabled us to have Ind AS and IFRS at the tip of our fingertips. You are able to do accounting for the world. But now with ESG and with non-financial reporting, there is actually no local jurisdiction. When I was doing work in the US, I needed to know what is a corporation, what is an S Corp, what is a C Corp, what is an LLC, what is a pass-through entity, what is a 1040, what is a 1065. Very complicated tax treatments. If I was doing depreciation here on WDV and SLM, and I had a tax rate here, there was a MSCR's depreciation, which is totally different for tax purposes in the US. And I had to sit and train myself and learn it and go to the US and understand it. And then train my staff to do it. But today, with sustainability, there is no legal law requirement, except of course the reporting that may be prescribed, but the accounting of it is similar across the world. And a huge opportunity lies when Europe is moving so strongly towards ESG, for us to set up ESG GCCs for entities here. And of course, all the other areas that I have spoken about, great opportunities. So think yourself as not just chartered accountants and numbers people, but as value architects. We have to deliver not just bookkeeping and accounting and tax compliance services, but go into the core of decision making so that you are indispensable for all the companies that you're working with. They are relying on you not for the purpose of delivering a record keeping and a bookkeeping or to make sure that the return is filed on time, but if they want to take the strategic future decisions, like was mentioned by my previous speaker, the largest companies of the world, their entire technology team sits here in India. The CTO, which is a CXO position, used to be earlier in US or UK where they were functioning from. Now the CTO sits in India. And my request after this GCC Summit, which has been so wonderfully organized, is for us to reimagine ourselves and think of a situation 5 years, 7 years from now, that a company may be listed on New York Stock Exchange or London Stock Exchange. It may be a Fortune 500 company. But can we have the CFO of the company, our Indian chartered accountants, sitting here in India and doing the entire finance function? I think that has to be the aim. And if we are able to do it, believe me, all of these skill sets that I've mentioned about will be there. Think of yourself as chartered accountants without borders. We have a strategic role to play. We have value addition for us to give. And today, with the kind of skill sets that the Institute is giving us, the kind of ethical standards that we follow, which are in line with the ISBA standards, our accounting being in line with IFRS, the world is our playground. We only have to start evolving ourselves, go beyond the current environment that we are working, think of ourselves as gatekeepers of transparency, develop governance framework, and as was mentioned by somebody earlier, be ethical, be extremely clear in terms of what your time delivery and service delivery is. There is no 19-20 in these global markets. If there is a turnaround time of 48 hours, you better make sure that you have turned around in 47 hours and 59 minutes. Because if it's 48 hours and 1 minute, you are late. Wahan chalta hai, nahi chalta. You have to make sure that we change our mindset. And only if we are able to change our mindset, as I conclude, I think in a world which is shaped by technology, transparency, sustainability and speed, we have to be clear that where there is complexity, there is going to be an opportunity and responsibility for us as chartered accountants. My only request as we end is going to be that don't compare, don't compete, collaborate. The 3 C's are very important. We think of ourselves as being chartered accountants and FP&A function providers, and then there being the IT and the tech team. If we only work in our silos, if ICI does accounting and then there are other bodies which are focusing on technology, India will never be able to truly give global size GCCs. I think it is time to collaborate. Think of ourselves, as the topic says, architects of efficiency. Think of how we can collaborate with our fellow engineers, with our IT professionals, reskill ourselves, reimagine ourselves, and then definitely we can reshape the future. The Institute is there. I think I speak on behalf of the Honorable President, Vice President, who have taken this lead and have taken the leap of confidence in organizing GCC as a group within the institute. I don't think any country or any institute, sir, today has a committee on this. I salute your leadership for having this. Today we have a world-class course. The president is working, the entire IA is working to have more and more MRAs so that we are able to get international degrees, become chartered accountants beyond ledgers, beyond borders, beyond reports, and become architects of global efficiency. The only thing that we require at the end is a change of mindset. Think of yourself as a global accountant. I think last year last to last year when we were there in the council and we were discussing what should be the new branding of chartered accountants, we spoke about the fact that when we go to US or when we go to Australia, we meet an Alex who says, "Hi, I'm CP Australia." You meet a Smith from Ireland and he'll say, "Hi, I'm Smith, I'm CP Ireland." And today, this wonderful logo that we have in front of us, I think very proudly we can say that, "Hi, I am CA India, CV Chitle. I am from Pune, but I solve problems for the world." And I think if that is the kind of attitude we have, we don't need any MEF. Let me say this, ये काम आपको कोई form भरने से, कोई MEF भरने से नहीं आएगा. Institute by itself doing this conference is doing a huge opportunity creation for us. The question that begs to be answered is, do we have the mindset change to grab this opportunity to make sure that when the world is looking at India, at finance, at accounting, at FP&A, at planning, at budgeting, are we ready to raise our hand and say, yes, I will be the chartered accountant, I will be the problem solver, and I will be the creator of the global GCCs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. My best wishes to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now I would like to request the dignitaries on the dais to present a memento of gratitude to our speaker, C. Aniket Talati ji. I request C. Jay Chara sir, C. CV Chitle sir, to please present a memento of token to our past president, C. Aniket Talati ji. And now it's time to express the vote of thanks to our speaker, C. Aniket Talati ji. I would like to request CV Chitle sir, Central Council member from Western Region, to please come on the dais and express a thankful message from your side. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Aniket Talati ji, for explaining that CA stands for GCC, C is to collaborate, convince the clients, and A is, as far as our country is concerned, there is acumen, amplitude, and aptitude. So these are suitable for the purpose of GCCs being housed in India. As we see from the statistics of US CPA Institute, that the number of professional accountants are on decline, students are also receding, those who are joining the course. So in 2026, the gap between the requirement of CPAs and the availability is estimated by their statistics to be 3 lakhs. So I'm sure that the Indian architecture would certainly be able to meet this particular gap by setting up GCC in India. In fact, when Aniket ji was president, he nominated me as chairman of Ethical Standards Board. Till then, I had not read the CA Act or Code of Ethics fully, but when I became chairman, I read them. And therefore, one prescription maybe at the cost of 2 minutes, I will give, which would be a value add for GCCs. As you are aware, as a chartered accountant, you cannot advertise or you cannot solicit the clients. And that embargo is there. So that embargo comes from the CA Act. But since I read it from A to Z, Section 1, Subsection 2 reads, this act extends to the whole of India. So maybe outside India, this does not apply. You can take a view on it. Sir, I come from tax, therefore I try to interpret it. So maybe those who are in GCC can think of it. And as Aniket said, I am from Pune. Yes, in Pune, there are a number of MNCs who have set up their GCCs in Pune. To name some, Siemens, Berkeley's, BMC, Software, T-Systems, IBM, Accenture, Capgemini, Infosys. And one of the largest GCCs which is housed in Pune is the WNS Global Services, which employs 64,000 employees. So I think that is the limit to which one can certainly raise. And Aniket also informed that the Global International Finance Tech City, GIFT, is near Ahmedabad. I don't know whether Ahmedabad was selected since Aniket Talati and Purushottam ji are there or for any other reason. But Aniket ji was closely involved at the time of rule making in Gift City. And at that time, Honorable Prime Minister inquired that, okay, we are setting up this as a gift city and giving 10 years tax holiday. So can we, like India is providing pharmacy to the entire world, can we provide accountancy to the entire world? And Aniket confidently on behalf of ICI said, yes sir, we'll do it. And thereafter, you must be aware that in Gift City, 3 more services were added and they are bad services: bookkeeping, accountancy and taxation. So these services also can be dispensed from GCC. So that is the whole story of GCC. I think the GCC will transform the chartered accountants practice, and ICI GCC SAS, as set up by President Nandaji, that SAS is Sanjeev, Abhay and Sanjeev. So this SAS will certainly help. Only thing is that in initial period, you may face certain challenges, but that should not deter you from the determination that yes, I will stand put and my GCC one day would be globally surpassing any other GCCs. So to conclude, let me again tell in Kishore Kumar's word that चलते चलते मेरे ये गीत याद रखना, कभी अलविदा ना कहना.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने के लिए. I would like to request, now it's a session 2 is going to an end. Thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais for your valuable inputs and time. Thank you so much, sir. Now, GCC Summit, Leisure to Global Leadership. We are going to conduct this GCC Summit first time, the first summit in New Delhi 2025. Now it's time for the inaugural session. The chief guest, guest of honors, distinguished personality is between us. So now we are going to start our inaugural session. मैं आप सभी का इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं कि इतनी संख्या में आप सब यहां पर पधारे. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि मात्र 5 दिनों के अंदर जब हमने रजिस्ट्रेशन ओपन करे, DIT एंड WTO कमेटी ने, तो मात्र 5 दिन के अंदर हमारे रजिस्ट्रेशन पूरे हुए और आप सब यहाँ पर इस GCC समिट में पधारे. मैं तमाम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ, धन्यवाद करता हूँ. नमस्कार, सुप्रभात, सत श्री अकाल, जय जिनेंद्र. गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू. ICI द्वारा आयोजित इस गरिमामयी GCC समिट में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है. मैं CA मोहित जैन आज इस विश्व स्तर के मंच से, जहां चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी दुनिया में एक दिग्गज हम सब चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एकत्रित हुए हैं, मैं आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं. यह समिट न केवल विचारों का संगम है, बल्कि नवाचार, नेतृत्व और वैश्विक समन्वय का प्रतीक भी है. आइए इस समिट के शुभारंभ करने के लिए हमारे बीच में उपस्थित आज के मुख्य अतिथि श्रीमान श्री महावीर सिंघवी जी, श्रीमान श्री महावीर सिंघवी जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार विदेश मंत्रालय, मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं. साथ ही साथ हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान चरणजोत सिंह नंदा जी, सीए चरणजोत सिंह नंदा जी जो हमारे बीच में मौजूद है, मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं सर, लाइटनिंग ऑफ लैंप के लिए कृपया आप पधारें। हमारे बीच में हमारे उपाध्यक्ष और ऑनरेबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सीए प्रसन्ना कुमार डी। सीए प्रसन्ना कुमार डी सर, यू आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू प्लीज come for this lightning of lamp ceremony. I request past president Dr. Devashish Mitra ji to please come and grace your presence with lightning of lamp. I request CA Aniket Talati ji to please come and join us for the lightning of ceremony. CA Ravi Patwa sir, CA Pramod Jain ji, CA Abhay Chhajar ji, CA Jay Chara ji, CA Madhukar Hire Gange ji, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी अपनी जगह बने रहेंगे। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करता हूं आईसीआई मोटो सॉन्ग के लिए कृपया करके आप सभी से मेरी गुजारिश कर अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। हमारे आईसीआई के मोटो सॉन्ग के लिए कृपया करके मोटो सॉन्ग चलाया जाए प्लीज। एक मिनट। कैन आई हैव द मोटो सॉन्ग प्लीज?
यैष सुप्तेषु जागृति यैष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः सर्वे तदूनात्यति कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता।
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कृपया अपनी अपनी जगह बैठेंगे। इसका साउंड जी। आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट आवर चीफ गेस्ट सीए श्री महावीर सिंघवी जी, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स, आर ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट सीए चरणजोत सिंह नंदा जी, आर ऑनरेबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सीए प्रसन्न कुमार डी जी, सीए संजीव सांगी जी, कन्वेनर Group to promote India as accounting GCC, CA Abhay Chhajar ji, Deputy Convener, CA Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, Program Director, and an IRC Chairman, CA Jagjit Singh Jax ji, to please come on the dais. I request to all of you to please have a huge round of applause to welcome the dignitaries and the chief guests and the guest of honors between us by Round of applause. मैं आप सभी को सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। हमारे बीच में हमारी काउंसिल से तमाम सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर्स जो हमारे बीच में पधारे हैं, आप सभी का भी बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और हमारे एनआईआरसी की जितनी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी से जो पधारे हैं, मैं आप सभी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं आपका अमूल्य समय देने के लिए। आई रिक्वेस्ट टू आवर ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट सी चरणजोत सिंह नंदा सर टू प्लीज I would like to seek your permission to start this GCC Summit. Thank you, sir. Now it's a time for inauguration of this GCC Summit 2025. It would be a proud honor for all of us to have this summit first time in New Delhi between us on the theme Ledger to Global Leadership. Yes, we are the chartered accountants. We are the chartered accountants not for India but for globally. With this theme, I would like to invite our CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir to please come on the dais to deliver your welcome address. CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir. Can I have a huge round of applause to welcome our convener of this program, of this committee, CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir. I would like to request our Honorable President Sir, our Vice President Sir, to please welcome our Chief Guest, Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji, by presenting a sapling and shawl to our Chief Guest, Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji. Can I have a huge round of applause from the audience to welcome our Chief Guest, Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji, is the Joint Secretary of Ministry of External Affairs from Government of India. He is also a chartered accountant, sir. It would be a privilege for us between this chartered accountant fraternity and have such a visionary post on this, such a respected post, that Joint Secretary of Ministry of External Affairs. Sir, I would like to welcome you on behalf of this chartered accountant fraternity between us on this GCC Summit. Thank you, sir. Now, in this next series, I would like to invite CA Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, to please deliver your welcome address. Sir, please.
Thank you. And a warm good morning to all of you, to all the participants. On the dais, we have Mahavir Singhvi ji, the chief guest of today's session, a president of ICI, Charanjit Singh Nanda ji, vice president Prasanna sir, the vice Deputy Convener of this group GCC and the committee chairman Abhay Chhajar sir, the program director who has taken all the efforts to make sure that we get a grand success, Sanjeev Singhal ji, the chairman of NIRC, Jagjit Singh Jag, to the past president, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, Aniket Talati, galaxy of council member Chitle sir, Priti ma'am, Purushottam ji, Ravi Patwa, Pramod ji, I can see Madhukar ji, Jay sir, and many more who I have been missing. Thank you and a warm welcome to all of you. Mangesh sir. Friends, 12th April 2025 was the day when the president of ICI has thought about making or thinking about the change in perception. A perception to bring the difference. A perception to say, let's come out from ledgers to global leadership. 12th April 2025 was a day when an email was issued, a notification was issued to form this group to promote India as an accounting GCC. And we all want to thank President Charanjit Singh Nanda ji for his great vision. A big round of applause for him. When Aniket sir was talking in the morning along with other speakers, we are not just the back office. We are not on hindsight only. When we talk about hindsight, we are not number crutches. We are not just working on historical data. Today is the day when we start working on insights. And not just insights, we should start working on foresight. I remember an incident, an event where we and Abhay Chhajar sir has gone to Hyderabad to to attend the GCC Summit. 2.5 months back, we were one of the participants, and today we are ranking 1 in Google. This is the leadership which we are talking about. This is the ownership which we are talking about. This is the change in perception we are talking about. If we chartered accountant, 450,000 chartered accountants and 11 lakh students come together, we can be the world accountant. We can be the global accountant. And we are all the knowledge. If for this 25 years of experience which I had working with this GCC, I've seen the knowledge and the domain specialization which we own is uncomparable. This is the time when we can say that if we are signing the audit report, today is the day when we are going to sign $1 billion decision. Today is the day where we are going to take things forward. Today is the day when we go back and say we are change makers, we are innovators, we are going to transform your business. We are going to create a situation where we can lead your business with example. And ICI has shown this leadership in just 75 days. We are here sitting with 500 chartered accountants talking about GCC Summit and talking about the growth and opportunities. And this is not going to end up over here. This is going to take over in the entire country. And not just in this country, across the world. We are going to take it forward to make sure that each and every chartered accountant today, when President of ICI called me in his room, he said, Sanjeev, I want to see that each and every proprietorship firm, a partnership firm, and each and every person get this opportunity. Get that to a level where we can talk about a maturity model, talk about how we can strategize, talk about how we can create a brand chartered accountant. Talk about how we can strategically collaborate, how we can go back to the accounting world, worldwide, where we see so many accounting firms across the world who is looking for us, who is hunting for us, who is trying to get their work done through us. How can we come together in large numbers and say, yes, we are ready. Yes, we can make the difference. Yes, we are going to be the strategist for your organizations. And yes, as rightly said by Aniket sir, that if we talk about 48 hours turnaround time, it cannot be 47 hours and 59 minutes. It should be completed by that time and not 48 hours and 1 minute. That should be the efficiency, the goal, and the target and the objective which we all need to have. And for that, we really need a mindset to adapt, to transform, and to innovate. And when we do transformation, it is just like transforming from a caterpillar to a butterfly. It is not easy. The change of perception, the thought leadership, and that's the reason the theme of the conference is not just about the chartered accountants, it's the message to the entire world, to the government organization. And that's the reason we went to each and every ministries and go back to them and say, that's why we have, for the first time, more than 9 ecosystem partners from government organization joined hand with us to say that, yes, you are not just a partner in nation building, you are the growth partner in nation building. We are going to make sure that we are working together with the government to establish more and more GCCs in the country, because if India is going to be the largest economy of the world, GCC is going to be the biggest contributor in making that happen. And if for any reason we are going to be the largest economy, chartered accountants' contribution will be the best, will be the most, and will be the most efficient. So let's gear up. Let's join hands, let's spread the word, let's collaborate, and let's make the difference, and let's bring that wow in each and everything which we do. That is what we all should aim for. The experience, when we talk about experience, the experience of how we work with the team, how we work with our client, how we work with the stakeholders across us. Everyone should look upon us to say, wow, learn from us. We are going to lead that perception, and into that area we have a lot of sessions designed. We are talking about mindset, we are talking about skill set, tool set, various other areas where we could understand the policies, and we are going to take this summit. The 4 series have already been announced. We may come up with more series, but these 4 series are happening. Just started with Delhi. The next we are going to do it in Ahmedabad on 29th and 30th of August. We are doing it with the change. The dates are already announced. We are going to do it in Gift City, and all the best of the best GCC evangelists are going to be there. We are going to see how Gift City is going to change the entire thought process of our fraternity and the world. We are going to go back to Mumbai and Hyderabad, still these 4 summits, and we are going to come back with more. But we want all of you to work with us, collaborate with us, learn together, strategize together, and let's make India the accountant for the entire world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now I would like to invite our next CA Abhay Chhajar, sir. CA Abhay Chhajar ji is the Deputy Convener of Group to Promote India as Accounting and GCC. Sir, you are requested to please deliver your address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Truly an honor and privilege to share dais with such eminent personalities today. Thank you so much. Our honorable chief guest today, CA Mahavir Singhvi ji, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. Had an opportunity to interact with him just few days back. I think it was truly inspirational. And I think a lot of things which were discussed in opportunities, what we can do jointly with Ministry of External Affairs. Of course, one of the areas where we have agreed upon is the ITech training program at our Center of Excellence, Hyderabad. Thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity to ICI once again. We had one event in November 2024, and this is the second event which will start on 7th of August till 21st of August. This is specifically event organized for training of ITech country members who will participate from all over the world. So I think this would be an opportunity how to collaborate, ICI, give trainings to ITech country accounting professionals and create opportunities for chartered accountants in India which can go globally and give services of outsourcing. Our honorable and visionary president of ICIC, Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir, thank you so much, sir, for having this faith on me and Sanjeev, and of course, the event program director, Sanjeev Singhal, for having this group created for very important promote India as accounting GCC. I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years. I believe this is one area where each firm, and I can see the strength, the response which we have got, the registration crossing 500 numbers, and this is just the beginning at North, at Delhi, and then we have series of GCC events being organized. So I believe this group certainly will help you and assist in ensuring that your vision of having these GCC events and creating opportunities for chartered accountants globally would certainly ensure that this has happened in next couple of 7 months or 6 months going forward with the series of event. Our always committed, dedicated, Honorable Vice President of ICI, CA Prasanna Kumar D, thank you so much, sir, for also always encouraging our team as a group and as a directorate for promoting GCC and many such events for members to have global presence and not just in India. The group convener, Sanjeev Singhal, the program director, the chairman NIRC, Jagjit Singh Jags. Of the dais, our honorable past president, Aniket Talati, Devashish Mitra sir, my respected council colleagues, all who are present, the regional council members from North, participants from all over the country, especially more from North and from other places. Thank you so much for joining this important event, GCC, which is a summit, not just as an event, it's an opportunity for us to re-skill ourselves, to upgrade ourselves, and to listen to experts, how we can create our own vertical, our own GCC, not just in cities like Delhi or metros, even tier 1, tier 2 cities. I think the opportunities are tremendous. And this is where we can have our GCC because location is never a disadvantage in these opportunities. Just to update on the initiatives of the Directorate, of course, as a convener of Development of International Trade, WTO Services, a lot of initiative we have already planned in this year. One of the important aspects which we started and how we have connected globally is the Global Udan webinar series. 11th editions we have done, and I'm sure some of you have attended this webinar series, which is a weekly series where we invite experts, and experts not just from out of India, not just global presence where we have our representative offices, our chapter offices, but also the experts from ministry. We had the opportunity to invite the GIFT IFSC speakers. We had the opportunity to invite the SEPC experts who will also be taking one of the sessions today. We had experts from Ministry of Commerce and Industry who shared their experience and how ICI can collaborate. And we had experts speaking from Egypt, Qatar, US, other places where we have chapter offices, how we can create investments for our clients out of India, how there are investments which are coming from out of India to India. I think this is an opportunity where we as chartered accountant, we as Indian professionals can help them to create opportunities globally. Another important aspects where we have started a very important portal for members to know, creating opportunities globally. There's a portal of ICI which was launched on 2nd of February 2025. That is apo.icai.org. This is a portal created completely for accounting process outsourcing. So I would request Indian firms, accounting firms to register at this portal. We are encouraging the accounting firms globally to come at this platform, and between this, the opportunity could be created for both the firms, the foreign entity as well as the Indian firms. So this is portal where we are encouraging the firms to register, and we are ensuring the accounting firms globally to come and register and create opportunities for our members. Many more such initiatives are already planned. We have languages courses in our directorate, and I sincerely thank the entire team of directorate, right from Monica and the entire team for having, giving so much time in the directorate, creating initiatives, especially ensuring the collaborations, the initiative, joining hands with government, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of External Affairs, the SCPC, the Niti Aayog, wherever we can create members' opportunity globally. I think that is where the real vision of this directorate and this group is. So once again, I thank you, all of you, for joining this very important summit, and I'm sure with your participation, with the speakers we already have 2 sessions. With the speakers coming in today and tomorrow, we'll have great learning for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening us. Now, I would like to welcome a man who has transformed this dream into the reality and conducting this GCC Summit at New Delhi first on the theme, Ledgers to Global Leadership. Now, put your hands together to welcome a Program Director, CA Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji. You are requested, sir, to please come on the dais and share your words. Sir, please.
Thank you, Mohit. A very good morning to all the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, colleagues, and the future leaders. It's indeed my distinct honor and privilege to address you at this very first GCC Summit at this landmark occasion, the inaugural edition of the GCC Summit theme, From Ledger to Global Leadership, CAs Shaping the Global Capability Centers. Organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, this 2-day summit marks the beginning of a multi-city initiative. We begin in New Delhi with the goal of positioning India as a global hub for accounting-led innovation, compliance, and capability development through the GCCs. I extend a very warm welcome to our very esteemed and beloved President, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nandaji, who is a visionary and who has given a go-ahead. I know that last time when the All India Management Committee meeting was happening at Andaz Hotel, and therein came up with the idea of GCC, and in principle he approved on the spot that yes, that's the future. And it was his passion, even when this directorate was to be named, he wanted the word GCC in the name of the directorate. So thank you, sir, for your leadership as always. The Honorable Vice President, C.A. Prasanna Kumar D, the guiding force, and as he says, the President is Ram and I am his Lakshman. So whatever decisions the whole council believes in, he believes in the power of collective decision making. Thank you for your leadership, sir. Our chief guest, our own CA Mahavir Singhvi ji, whom we had the opportunity to interact from last many years, we being part in the northern India. So, we get this opportunity to interact with Mahavir Singhvi ji. He's the Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and very supportive of the profession. My 2 very esteemed colleagues on this GCC, the convener, Sanjeev Sanghi, who has converted this dream into reality, and as our Honorable Past President said, in 75 days. I know from NASSCOM, that is from Hyderabad to Delhi, we may have traveled only 1200 kilometers. But we have traveled a path where we were not recognized at all in that program. And we were competing, there was a competing program in this month, in this very city of Delhi itself. And that program was postponed, and today we see a galaxy of the chartered accountants sitting in the hall with more than 500 participants and 40 plus speakers. So Sanjeev bhai, thanks for the vision that you had. And of course, supported by my chairman of the directorate, Abhay bhai, as always. And hats off to the efforts of the team NIRC. It was not easy to pull through. Today is the MSME day. Also, we have so many programs, and last 5 days they had 5 programs. So thank you, Jagjit, and your entire team. And 2 very esteemed past presidents, whom I share an extremely good rapport, Dr. Devashish Mitra, my president, the president of ACOA, and CA Aniket Talati ji, the president when India launched its own brand, Glopac. That was our World Congress. So you have shown the vision, and thank you for your belief in all of us. Keep guiding us, blessing us always. And my very esteemed council colleagues sitting in the front rows, Pramod bhai, Ravi bhai, Purushottam ji, Preeti Savla ji, Chandrasekhar Chitle ji, Mangesh Kinere ji, Madhukar ji, Jay bhai, and in absentia, all other council colleagues who may be joining now. Friends, the idea of this summit emanated from a simple yet profound realization. India is not just the back office of the world anymore, as Aniket bhai said. It's fast becoming its brain trust. The term GCC, which once implied support functions, now denotes hubs of innovation, strategy, and decision making. With over 1,580 GCCs operating in India and 19% of them in Delhi NCR, and contributing USD 46 billion in revenues, India is now the GCC capital of the world. And what fuels this exponential growth? Talent, governance, and trust. These are the 3 pillars. And our theme today, from ledger to global leadership, is not just aspirational, but factual. Indian chartered accountants, and in fact more than 80,000 are working in this GC space, are no longer just keeping the books. They are designing the business models, leading finance transformation, ensuring governance, and driving digital innovation. More than 50% of the GCC in India are now center of excellence with significant decision-making authority. And it covers the entire spectrum, whether it is the captives like American Express, HSBC, or Bank of America, or it the CA-led GCCs, all are making headlines. Today we are leading this change. An ICI initiative like this, formation of the group to promote India as a GCC, stem from this very belief and belief of our Honorable President, that our professionals are fully equipped to steer the next decade of global finance and compliance from India soil. So apart from made in India, we can say this is served from India, proudly served from India. This momentum is also being powered by progressive government policies and ecosystem enablers. The rise of Gift City as a financial nerve center, tax incentive for IFSC entities, PLI schemes, ease of doing business reforms are making India not just attractive, but indispensable. Today, with the strong presence of ICI in 81 cities across 47 countries and 177 places in India, with 4.5 lakh members, we are in a best position to serve the entire world. Friends, our goal is to make India the preferred destination for global financial leadership. And I'm proud to say we are well on our way. Friends, this summit is more than a gathering. It's a call to action. There are so many chartered accountants here who have come with a dream that we also want to create our GCC. This is your moment. Overseas, you will spend more than 2 lakh rupees in travel, stay, and in the participation fee. And here, you have this chance right in your own town, in your own city. So take the best out of this. This 2-day summit will explore 15 plus key themes critical to the GCC system: finance innovation, AI, data privacy, ESG and sustainability, ethics and governance, accounting and compliance, cybersecurity, talent development, setting up GCCs, taxation, HR perspective, marketing strategies, IFSCA, Gift City, funding arrangements, and business process re-engineering. And there are 40 plus eminent speakers. So take the best out of this and become the next GCC ready to serve the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and a vision. Now it's a time to welcome our torch bearer, our Honorable Vice President, CA Prasanna Kumar D. CA Prasanna Kumar D, sir, our Honorable Vice President, please put your hand together to welcome our Vice President, CA Prasanna Kumar D, sir. Sir, please.
Most respected CA Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary, the Minister of External Affairs, and the Chief Guest for today's function, respected CA Charanjit Nanda sir, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered of India, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, the Group Convener for GCC, and CA Abhay Kumar Chajet, the Deputy Convener for GCC, and CA Sanjeev Singhal, the Director for today's program, CA Jagdish Singh Jacks, the Chairman of the NIRC of ICI, and the Honorable Past President sitting in the front row, CA Dr. Debash Mitra sir, and CA Aniket Talati sir, and the 8 Central Council members sitting in the front row, and distinguished guests and partners in today's summit, fellow chartered accountants, good morning to all of you. I feel privileged and I'm happy and delighted to participate in today's inaugural function, the first of its kind organized by ICA in this year. It's a grand event which is organized by the Group for GCC under the Directorate of International Trade, Services and WTO. And this got a lot of specials today, that this is the first meeting where we have got a chief guest who is our own member. Normally we got a chief guest who is an outsider other than chartered accountant. Sir, it's a great privilege that we are all sharing dais with you as a chief guest today, sir. And this is also a first program that is witnessed here where the hall is full. Not even a single seat vacant, so we're all very thrilled with this one. And friends, before I just start, I'll just tell you, myself and the Honorable President, sir, were felicitated in Ahmedabad. We were felicitated by the Chief Minister of Gujarat that day. President sir spoke. After that, just 1 minute. Is somebody? Yeah. So after President sir spoke, the Gujarat Chief Minister started speaking. Before he started speaking, he said, after listening to Honorable Charanjit Nanda, I don't think anybody will be prepared to listen to me. That's what he said. Similarly, today, that's also true to CA Dr. Debash Mitra sir and also Aniket sir. After they speak, I think others will not be heard. I'm in that situation today. Aniket sir spoke so well about the entire GCC, and he's also involved in that one. Friends, see, India is to be looked at a cost-advantaged location, or cost-efficient location, and also there's English speaking, English knowledge is there. These were the advantages for India. But like Aniket sir said, so we used to have global GCC or the capability centers which are running only accounting. We are also told that, you know, if a pizza is sold in the United States of America, maybe New York or Atlanta or San Francisco or London, anywhere, the accounting is done in India. But today, things have changed and we are looking beyond accounting. It's not the type of knowledge that you have and, you know, the talent that you have. These are all leading to innovation and also transformation. See, whatever accounting that we are doing, we are not dispensing with that, but the machines are doing that one. Like, you know, Aniket sir rightly said, if a bank account is analyzed by the artificial intelligence tool, so it will say which account to be debited, credited, everything is done by that. We need to apply our money, we need to approve that one. But beyond that accounting, things have traveled along, and today we have analytical values. Whatever the information that's there, the analysis is made in India, and we are giving it to them. They give it to the global businesses so that a business decisions can be taken to improve their businesses. And also taxation and audit and many other consulting activities are also done through the capability centers in India. And, you know, friends, recently I had an occasion to visit Ahmedabad, Indore, and a very small place like, you know, Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh also. Of course, I visited these places for a different purpose, for mobilizing fund for Chartered Account Benevolent Fund. When I visited many offices, I've seen so many GCCs are there already. Run by chartered, established and run by chartered accountants, where I understand there's one center where hundreds of chartered accountants are employed, apart from various other professions also. Even a small place like Kakinada I have seen, there are some 40 chartered accountants employed by them in remote locations also. They are running a capability center there very successfully. That's why I understand that, you know, by 2030, maybe another 5 years to go, India is going to have another, whatever existing is continuing, another 2,500 global capability centers. And the employment potential is so huge that, you know, more than 2.5 million professionals, including chartered accountants, will be employed through this global capability center. That is the important role that GCCs are going to play in Indian economy. So GCCs are also, you know, particularly the emerging trends, like, you know, generative artificial intelligence application or the integration and cloud native operations and cyber security intelligence, they are all leading to redefining the global capability centers in India. India is a global destination of choice. Anybody who wants to choose any destination abroad they want, the first choice will be India, and, you know, because of various capabilities that we have. Mainly, we have got world-class education and world-class talent and world-class knowledge levels and robust technological infrastructure that we have, and we have got cost efficiency and all our English-speaking Indians, and we have got very supportive policies of the governments, not only government of India and also various state governments also, and the digital ecosystem what we have makes that India is the global destination of choice for any other country in the world. And already, see, Talati sir, he has spoken of Gift City, and this is also one emerging center, emerging model for global finance and innovation in the country. And of course, there is a separate session to speak about global Gift City also in this summit. As far as ICA is concerned, we are empowering all GCCs. Already my predecessors, whoever has spoken, they have told what ICI is doing for empowering global capability centers. We are empowering them by nurturing a pool of globally competitive chartered accountants and also preparing future-ready chartered accountants. And the present-ready and future-ready. What do you mean by that? So all of chartered accountants were aware that we used to have old syllabus and new syllabus. Syllabus gets changed every 10 years through CRE decree. We used to form and held every 10 years. This was happening all along. But today, world has changed. Every day is a new day for us. Every day, the dynamical things are changing. Keeping that in view, when CA Dr. Debashri Mitra sir was the president, and of course ably aided by the then Vice President Talati sir, they decided that the old syllabus, new syllabus should not be there at all. It's all history. It's gone history. Today, our curriculum has to be dynamically done. And whenever there's something need to be introduced, that will be dynamically introduced. That is the way we have decided, our council has decided. What is it dynamically, what we are going to do? Like, you know, today if you see digital finance and also artificial intelligence and machine learning and, you know, international taxation, sustainability reporting, all these things are getting embedded into our curriculum dynamically. No old or new system. And we're also talking to the leadership in the business leadership and the chartered account leadership in the country to see that what the industry expects from the chartered accountants, what type of chartered account should produce. In fact, yesterday myself and Honorable President were in Mumbai. We had a discussion with a couple of industry leaders. We went to their office and had a discussion trying to understand what they exactly expect from the chartered account. They are giving a lot of inputs which Honorable President is going to implement now. And also we are also looking at the demands of the global business community. Whatever they need, that we have to prepare our chartered account to be globally competitive so that he is a future-ready chartered account is prepared. That's the way ICA is also empowering indirectly or directly to GCCs. So friends, today's GCC Summit is the first of its kind organized in Delhi. I understand that we are going to have another one in Ahmedabad and also Gift City in Gandhinagar and one in Hyderabad and in Mumbai. This particular events that whatever we are holding, the GCC group is holding, is not just a series of events that is held, but it's a movement to create and shape up global capability centers in India. So this is a great platform where, you know, we have got a mix of not only chartered accountants, we've got technocrats, we've got regulators, we've got policymakers, and we've got visionaries. All of us put together will be able to create very good ecosystem and a platform for global capability centers in India. As you are all aware, as per IMF, what I read in the net, IMF, India is already the fourth largest economy. After United States of America, China, and Germany were the fourth largest economy, and were poised to have that Viksit Bharat 2047. I'm sure, like Sanjeev Sanghi said, global capability centers, particularly driven by chartered accountants and established by chartered accountants, is going to substantially contribute for achieving target of Viksit Bharat by 2047 with a stellar performance of global capability centers in India. With these words, I wish all of you have a great learning, and say, like C.A. Talati sir said, that how many of you want to establish GCCs? Almost everyone raised their hand. I wish you all the best. Let us contribute for the economy of this country. Have a great 2 days of learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a motivating and visionary words that have been shared by you. Respected our chief guest, sir, and the CA fraternity member, now I would like to share the theme that our Honorable President, sir, have been taken for 25 to 26 Vishwasniya. Vishwasniya, a theme which caters a word, trust, faith, and inspirational between our fraternity with the proud country. Now, can I have the video of Vishwasniya, please?
In a world of constant change, a partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity, and embracing the motto, Jaish Sukteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd President of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I'm thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. 3 important agendas for this council. Number 1, we mean business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam vishwasniyam Viksit Bharatasya samarpitam cha asti. Meaning, our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. Vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishwasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwa Guru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपने देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है और मैं डायस से एज 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं सर, ये सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है।
आईसीए इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है। तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने, तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है, और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी।
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, the highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we've got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody becomes ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrents to see that you are not unethical.
I, integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीएन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की थी। इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है। व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूनियन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं। आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती है।
Accountants play such a pivotal role in modern business and corporate life. They are the guarantors of truth and trust in the financial reporting. India is a resurgent power on the global stage. Our businesses are thriving internationally, and so is the reputation of the Indian professionals. Among these, Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for sustainability and social impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H. Holistic professional and leadership development. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
Chartered accountant stands not for chartered accountant, but credibility ambassadors, change accelerators, and I would urge you to be conscious arbiters, ethical guardians, and bold decision makers.
The role of our armed forces cannot be praised enough. They remain vigilant while we sleep. They walk in danger while we walk in peace. Every soldier in uniform, every officer in command, every brave heart who takes that lonely post at midnight, they are living walls that protects this civilization. ICAI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal. It must be perennial. It must be perpetual. It must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity, and care.
End Nation First approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation. ICAI embodies a Nation First approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
आईसीआई के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट में शुचिता लाए और उसी के साथ साथ भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान के अंदर।
हम बड़े रिजिलिएंट प्रोफेशन है
जी।
जैसे जैसे देश को हमारी जरूरत होती है, जैसे जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस होना था
जी।
हम सदैव तत्पर थे, तो हम सदा कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलते हैं। अगर आप बात करें बजट से पहले प्री बजट मेमोरेंडम, पोस्ट बजट मेमोरेंडम, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हम देते हैं। तो एज ए प्रोफेशन हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करते हैं। वी सेट अप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, इंडियस ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स। तो तमाम दुनिया के साथ हिंदुस्तान साथ चले और अग्रणी भूमिका में रहे, उसके लिए हम कार्यरत हैं।
I stands for innovation and entrepreneurship, driving startups and MSMEs. Through initiatives like the ICAI Startup Samvad and MSME Yatra, ICAI provides free advisory services, capacity building programs, and financial empowerment, strengthening MSMEs as the growth engines of the economy. Why? Youth and women-led development. ICAI believes that youth are the architects of change and women-led development is the foundation of a progressive nation. With 67% of its members aged 40 or younger and one-third being women, ICAI is fostering a new era of leadership and inclusivity.
It's also heartening to know that the ICAI has started financial and tax literacy campaigns. I understand you're doing it all through the country. And this is going to help a lot of people, in spite of all that is available in public domain. A lot of people still get carried away by misinformation campaigns. And when you as Chartered Accountants institution, run a financial literacy and tax literacy campaign, it certainly has a lot of credibility.
A for accountability, trust, and transparency. As the financial soldier of the economy, ICAI marches with accountability, stand firm on trust, and illuminate the path with transparency, safeguarding prosperity, ensuring stability, and strengthening the financial landscape of the country.
इस पूरे देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्थाओं के लिए डॉक्टर, मैं तो आपको सही में फाइनेंशियल डॉक्टर कहूँगी देश का, जो फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ जो है पूरे देश की ठीक रखे हुए। और आज मैं समझती हूँ कि आपकी उपयोगिता इससे भी और कहीं अधिक है। आज जितनी भी एजेंसीज हैं देश में, जितनी एजेंसीज काम कर रही हैं, उनको और अकाउंटेबल बनाने के लिए हमारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है, जो देश को और ट्रांसपेरेंट व्यवस्थाएं देने के लिए काम करें।
Vishwasniya is a vision where digital revolution, leadership, innovation, integrity, sustainability unite with humanity to shape a prosperous India. Together, we forge a developed India that inspires the world. ICAI है निरंतर प्रयासरत, अपने लक्ष्य की ओर बनाना है विकसित भारत, थामे सशक्त विश्वास की डोर।
कृपया तालियां बजाकर विश्वसनीय थीम का अभिवादन करेंगे। कहते हैं वक्त बदल सकता है, लोग बदल सकते हैं। वक्त बदल सकता है, लोग बदल सकते हैं। अगर कुछ है जो नहीं बदल सकता वो सिर्फ एक विश्वास। ऐसे विश्वास की कसौटी को और पैगाम को हमारे आईसीआई का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे देश और विदेश में हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान चरणजोत सिंह नंदा जी, सीए चरणजोत सिंह नंदा जी, मैं आपसे अनुरोध करता हूं, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष का जोरदार तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करेंगे, अभिनंदन करेंगे। आपसे मेरा अनुरोध, कृपया आप आएं और अपने प्रेरक और मार्गदर्शन वचन हमारे बीच में रखें। सीए चरणजोत सिंह नंदा सर, सर प्लीज।
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most Honorable CA Mahavir Singhvi ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के साथ काम तो करते हैं, लेकिन इनका दिल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स ऑफ इंडिया में बसता है। ही इज ए फ्रेंड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट। और अभी आपको रिसेंट एग्जांपल बताता हूं। A chartered accountant, Keshav, from Bangalore, was visiting Morocco with his wife. He was traveling in a train. He put his bag. The bag contained close to 7,000-8,000 euros and passports of both of them. Somebody stole the bag. In a foreign country, he was taken aback. He gave a call to our past president, K. Raghu, who gave a call to me. Sir, he has nothing. He is totally disturbed. I said, relax. We have a friend, Mahavir Singhvi Sahab. I gave a call to him. He said, relax, Mr. Nanda. Work will be done. When he went to the Morocco embassy, he was taken aback with the respect and response they gave to him. They offered him coffee. They said, don't worry if you want something. And they ensured that he gets NOC to travel back to India. A greatest solace which this gentleman got it done. Most Honorable Vice President of the Institute, Prasanna Kumar D, who belongs to Vizag, Vishakhapatnam. 21st June, International Yoga Day. Prime Minister was in Vishakhapatnam. He was here with the members, ensuring that the profession reaches unprecedented heights. My very esteemed three council colleagues on the dais, Sanjeev Singhal Sahab, Abhay Chhajar ji, Sanjeev Sanghi, the man who saw this vision and which is in reality today. The chairman of the Northern India Regional Council, who is hosting this conference, C.A. Jagjit Singh Jacks. Below on the dais, two visionaries who have created this entire structure of taking institute to really next level. Past President C.A. Debashish Mitra ji, past President C.A. Aniket Talati ji. My very esteemed colleagues in the council, regional council. And when I look at the crowd, I become emotional. I know 99% of people sitting here, I have a story with them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a momentous occasion. A Friday morning, people rushing to offices and their professional courts, and 500 people sitting here to go home more enlightened on the concept from ledgers to global leadership, CAs shaping GCCs. I'm reminded of a couplet कि मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी थोड़ा भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी थोड़ा भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घरों से निकले ही नहीं. People sitting here are visionaries. This profession comprises of visionaries, and I want to tell you, no leader in this world can do something worthwhile until and unless the constituents, the members, have the burning desire in them to perform. I salute you all because you are the people who ultimately have made our institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, as the largest accounting body of the world with over 5 lakh members and 11 lakh students. Ladies and gentlemen, GCC and international initiatives. I remember in 2004 when I went to the council, we were seen as second-rank citizens. And times have changed in a very empathetic manner. Now Indian chartered accountants are at premium worldwide. As the president of the institute, wherever he went, Singhvi Sahib, it is a note for you also. The best part was that the Consulate General was there. We had discussion with each and every Consulate General where I visited. And the Consulate General of Atlanta was so kind, he did not host a dinner for me. He made the entire inauguration of the Atlanta chapter in his premises, coming to public at large. I visited India House in London twice. First I visited with IFSCI, Gift City. The chairman and the chief operating officer, Dipesh Shah and Mr. Rajaraman and myself visited there. To the India House, where Sardar Patel used to go, where our leaders, Mahatma Gandhi, Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru used to sit. There, that is housing the Indian Embassy today. And listen what happened. The president of the most ancient institute of the world, 1880, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales was set up. His president, Michael Backus, met me there. And he said, Mr. Nanda, we look forward to the Chartered Accountants of India to strengthen the accounting profession in UK. We are the first in the world to come out with guidance on remote audit way back on 30th March 2020 when COVID had barely set in. We are the first in the world to promulgate 23 forensic standards. We pay royalty to IFRS Foundation for using IFRS and Ind AS. You'll be happy to know the entire world now wants to pay royalty to us for using our forensic standards. Not only this, I'll give a very good example. We at the Institute were very keen to have an MOU with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. We wrote to them several times, but we did not get a logical answer. And then came the World Congress, which was held in Geo, Mumbai. The visionary president and the vice president who thought of this are sitting here in this hall. When I stopped at World Congress, India got World Congress after 108 years. We struggled for so long time. And look the way it was concluded. The biggest summit ever had in the history of the accounting profession. Close to 10,000 people attended it. And the IFAC president at the valedictory said, Na bhuto na bhavishyato. I don't think that such kind of conference can ever happen. And therefore we put a stop to World Congress. Let India be the last country which has hosted World Congress, because this type of reception, respect, Atithi Devo Bhava, sentiment can never be echoed in the entire world. The President Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore came there. Mr. Mitra, as was customary, took him to our building at BKC. He went there, although reluctantly. But when he entered the building, he was taken aback. Oh my God, what a beautiful, outrageous, splendid, great, marvelous, fantabulous building it is. You know, our president, he very humbly bowed down and said, Sir, we have more than 130 such buildings in the country. History was created. He went back and wrote, I don't think it is appropriate for Singapore to have an MOU with India, which is the largest accounting body of the world. I propose a unilateral announcement. He said any Indian chartered accountant who remains in Singapore for more than 6 months, for reason whatsoever, will make him eligible to acquire the membership of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. देते ना थे जो जवाब, उनके सलाम आने लगे. देते ना थे जो जवाब, उनके सलाम आने लगे. वक्त बदला तो मेरे नीम के पेड़ पर आम आने लगे. This is the profession where we stand. The most sought out after profession, where everybody internationally wants to partner with us. And GCC has played a crucial role. GCC has created that entire capacities on which Indian can show their worth. 80,000 chartered accountant employees in GCC. And the vision of GCC group is to create entrepreneurial opportunities for chartered accountants. We want to be employees, learn the entire thing, but largely we want to drive the entire course. We are people who understand how to move ahead. And for this, I want your vision to be enlightened. Let us now transform perform and create such values that people want to come to India. We are undoubtedly the leaders in accounting business. Honorable Prime Minister Modi calls India as the factory of accountants. We have become the back office of the entire world. People are shutting their shops in Philippines, in Canada, and entire outsourcing work is coming here. And the most nearest city to this place is Gurgaon, and that is the only and the largest concentration-oriented city where maximum outsourcing work is done. Ladies and gentlemen, we do support services, not only accounting, not only taxation. We do GST litigations. We take care of recruitments. We take care of so many things, right from creating value with terms to training people to the conclusion. We do payroll accounting. We do system audits, cyber security audits, and that has put us at a parlous where our performance has become par excellence. I want to tell you that our impetus is on knowledge creation and knowledge sharing. I met a very senior minister. Myself and Vice President sat with him for close to 20 minutes. When we met him, he was apprehensive of the role of chartered accountants in nation building. You are aware, A.P. Abdul Kalam very rightly said, Indian chartered accountants are partners in nation building. 5 minutes he spoke about tax returns, and then I very respectfully submitted and said, sir, it is thing of past that we used to be termed as tax return filers. Now the word is at our feet, and when I translated to him the work which we do, I can just tell you, he was so excited. He said, let us have a meeting with you. Let us have a small meeting with my team and let us understand how chartered accountants could perform and how chartered accountants could ensure that our country becomes the developed nation of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take you a bit ahead. On technology, ICA has done wonders on technology. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but 81% of world's technology initiatives emerge from India, where Indian chartered accountants have a great role. Go to artificial intelligence. 1st July 2024, a certification course was instituted in India, in AI in ICA committee. 11th February 2025, more than 16,000 chartered accountants cleared that. Today we are in end June. I feel it would be crossing 25 to 30,000 chartered accountants. We are doing it internationally for our international chapters. We have now started empowering our international chapters so that they understand how India's vision of taking forward the initiatives of GCC is translated to public at large. And leave aside artificial intelligence, blockchains, Internet of Things, data analytics, cyber security audits, information security audits, we have all emerged as world leaders. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a very phenomenal thought process where we create amongst us chartered accountants who become world leader and perform. I'm reminded of a couplet which says, "Buto tareef hai tum par." Both samajhte hain? Statue, mujasma. "Buto tareef hai tum par, tarakki isko kehte hain." "Buto tareef hai tum par, tarakki isko kehte hain. Na tarashe the to patthar the, tarashe to khuda nikle." We are partners in nation building. I want to tell you, when Operation Sindoor had happened, at that time I was in Bangalore, in Bathinda. It was blackout. I came to Chandigarh, again blackout. So when I started from there, I gave a call to the secretary of the institute. I said, sir, I would like to address the members and students on their preparedness for war if it happens. I reached 4 hours to the institute building. The stage was set. When I started speaking, more than 50,000 people had joined in. Look at the level and intelligence of chartered accountants. And within 24 hours, 11,50,000 people were a part of that movement which was started for the betterment of our country, Operation Sindoor. We are partners in nation building, and our every initiative is determined to create value and worth. I'll not speak much because we have our honorable chief guest. But before I end, I want to tell you 3 very important things. First thing, we are a class apart. You'll find certain number of people trying to attack our integrity. Let us not spare them. Let us not spare anybody who levies unfounded allegations or criticism against us. वो पत्ते नहीं हैं हम जो शाखों से टूट जाएं. वो पत्ते नहीं हैं हम जो शाखों से टूट जाएं. आंधियों को कहो औकात में रहें. The second thing and most important thing, we have our articles. Any person may have been article or paid assistant. When it comes under your fold, treat him as a chartered accountant, as a fellow chartered accountant. Groom him. Because I want to tell you for sure, the entire world now looks upon to us, and the next century or ensuing period shall be ours, the Indian chartered accountants. And third thing, my dear enlightened, visionary professional friends, we have to have a perspective of success. Whatever human man can conceive, he can achieve. Whatever you think you can do, in backside, you are always able to achieve that. And perspective is something that defines your note. In a very lighter mode, I'll share a small anecdote with you. A man went home late at night, saw his son sitting there. He called him, he said, "My boy, it is time for you to relax. What are you up to?" The son said, "Father, I'm struggling to write an essay on an elephant." He said, "Okay, my son, how much time do you have?" He said, "I have 3 days, I have a week's time." He said, "Relax. I have so many people in my office. I'll ask them to write the essay." The very next day when he assumed the office, called 3 of his trusted lieutenants. 1, a Japanese, 2nd, a Britisher, and 3rd, an Indian, and entrusted them the job of writing the essay. The very next day when he reached the office, the Japanese was ready with the essay. With all curiosity in the mind, he took up the essay. Oh my God, the name of the essay was Elephant and its economic uses. People in Japan are much concerned about the economy, although we will be surpassing them and coming to number 3 position. 2 days hence, the Britisher came with the essay. Oh my God, the name of the essay was Elephant and its uses to the royal family. They are much attuned to the royal family. And then he gave a call to his Indian counterpart. He said, "Where is your essay?" The man retorted back, "When is the deadline?" He said, "You have 3 days. He said, "Wait, I'll come before the deadline." When the deadline was about to pass, he came with 2 fat books and placed it on the table. The man was engulfed with suspicion and curiosity. He picked up the first book. Oh my God, the name of the essay was Elephant, Exchange and Control Act 2025. He said, "What is the other fat book?" He said, "Sir, it is a proposed set of amendments to the act which we want to promulgate." Vision is something that drives us. Difficult roads lead to beautiful destinations. My friends, I call upon you. You are the most important. Leadership can do nothing. We, presidents, know that we bask on the glory of our forefathers and forebears. And at the same time, we know that whatever we have to achieve, it has to ultimately come from you. Visionaries is sitting here, trying to perform, trying to work. I promise on behalf of the institute and my vice president, any logical help required, any technical help required, we are at your beck and call. मुझे कभी भी फोन कीजिए, मेरा फोन का जवाब आपको जरूर मिलेगा. I live upon that. My vice president also will live upon that. We ensure that whatever you want, you'll get it from your mother institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thanks a lot for coming here. Thanks to the group for setting and making such a wonderful conference. Let us all work together to make our institute the best institute of the world. Thank you. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the CA fraternity, I would like to thankful to our Honorable President for his visionary presidential address. Thank you so much, sir. इतिहास के पन्नों को पलट के देखा तो पता लगा कि भारत को कभी सोने की चिड़िया कहा जाता था. क्या कहा जाता था? नहीं, अभी भी कहा जा सकता है. हम भारत की धरा पर जन्म लिया. नया भारत का सपना हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमें दिखाया. 2017 में पहली बार हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सोचा कि क्यों ना ग्लोबल सीए फर्म हमारे भारत से भी हो, और 2017 के बाद उस पैगाम पर काम किया पार्टनर्स इन नेशन बिल्डिंग कहलाए जाने वाले हमारे खुद की मदर बॉडी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने। और उसका परिणाम ये निकला कि हम आज एक वैश्विक स्तर पर अपनी पहचान बना चुके हैं और अपने काम की पहचान को देखते हुए आज हमें विश्व से लोग हमारी सर्विस के लिए हमें हायर करते हैं। आज अभी जून की 6 जून को ही एक दोबारा मीटिंग बुलाई गई जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अध्यक्षता करी और उसमें सीए फर्म्स को कहा कि हम चाहते हैं कि वैश्विक स्तर पर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फर्म्स आएं और देश विदेश के बेहतरीन कामों को करें। इसी पैगाम को लेकर हमारे बीच में आज मौजूद है हमारे मुख्य अतिथि श्री महावीर सिंघवी जी। श्री महावीर सिंघवी जी is an honorable chartered accountant as well and a senior diplomat, legal expert, financial strategist with a multifaceted background in law, finance, commerce, accountancy and international relations. Currently he is serving as a joint secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. He leads the new emerging and strategic technological division. Mr. Mahavir Singhvi ji is a graduate from the University of Oxford, where he earned a master's degree in diplomatic studies. He combines deep expertise in diplomacy, international law, and global policy making. His qualification includes degree in law from Delhi University and a professional certificate from 3 professional bodies: Chartered Accountancy, Company Secretary, and Cost and Management Accountant. He was a topper of Rajasthan Board and the University of Jodhpur during his intermediate and graduate examination. He honored as a Chartered Accountant Business Leader in the government and a CA Achiever in public services. His accolades reflects his unparalleled commitment to excellence and innovation. Mr. Singhvi ji is not only a diplomat but also a bridge builder, shaping impactful policies and fostering the meaningful and international partnership. I request to all, please join your hands and welcome our chief guest, CA Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Sir, I request you to please share your words of wisdom. Sir, please.
Thank you very much for that very nice introduction. It's very difficult to speak after such scintillating and impactful speeches, which I think since morning I've been hearing here, beginning from Aniket ji and Vice President and all the President was, I think, one of the most impactful. The rest also were quite, I think, forceful in their thoughts. And I think that's the occasion where perhaps these kind of things are needed. We are on a cusp of transformation. And that is what I think makes us a very unique institution. I'm a proud member of this institute because we are always leading the change. And this is something what is required right now. And I think we will be able to do it in the times to come. And there is a very elaborate, the future plan which has been expressed here in terms of very apt, I think I would say, a term, Vishwasniya. And that's what I think is reflected in this particular session today and the conference today. So, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, Honorable President of the Institute, Prasanna Kumarji, Vice President of the Institute, members of the body, I think the group which has been formed to promote GCC's Sri Sanjeev Sanghi ji, Sri Abhay Chhajer ji, Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, past presidents who are present here today, all the Central Council members, very good afternoon. I think to say thank you to the Institute would be little less for inviting me here. I'm always, I would say, I'm always proud to be present here whenever such functions are there and I'm invited. It is always a pleasure to be amongst a distinguished gathering which is at the confluence of talent, transformation and trust. And trust has been spoken many times in this conference. As a diplomat, I had lot of opportunities to engage in global policy making, economic diplomacy, bilateral and multilateral negotiations and technology partnerships. But whenever I come to a forum like this, I am reminded of one of the fundamental truths, that India's rise in the global economic order is powered not just by policies, but by professionals like you. And I can say that very few professions have done more to earn a global trust than chartered accountants. That's been amply reflected in the previous speeches here. So very aptly today we have gathered here to discuss a theme that could not be more timely. That is from leisure to global leadership, how Indian chartered accountants are shaping the global capability centers. And in this context, I would like to say that this is not just a thematic discussion. Rather, it is a reflection of a fundamental shift underway in India's service economy, and most importantly, in India's standing in the world. So let's ask ourselves a simple question, and I think most of you know the answers also. What exactly is GCC? I think that has been elaborated earlier also in the speeches right in the beginning. Aniket has dwelt upon that. The others have also elaborated on that aspect. But what I understand about Global Capability Center is that they are the offshore units set up by the multinational corporations to centralize and deliver a range of services spanning from finance, accounting, HR, IT, legal procurement to compliances, and increasingly core business functions like R&D and AI innovations. Earlier, as you know, they were known as captive centers, but today they have evolved from low-cost back-office support unit to full-fledged center of excellence, which are often driving strategy, analytics, and innovation for the parent organizations. Aniket very elaborately dwelt with that aspect. So I think you all know what now GCC is. And here the India story gets very compelling. India today is home to more than 1,700 GCCs, serving more than 1,000 global companies. And these centers employ nearly 2 million professionals and generate an estimated $40 billion in value annually. And by 2030, the estimates are that this number is expected to cross $100 billion, making GCCs one of the largest export engines of export-based services in the world. And GCCs are becoming India's next big exports, not in the form of physical goods, but in the form of strategic capabilities in risk management, cybersecurity, AI-enabled finance, accounting, ESG reporting, digital tax advisory, and many more. Now ask yourself a question. What is at the heart of this? And the answer lies in just one word, which has been often repeated here today. Can you tell me what is that word? Aniket ji. Trust, Vishwasniyata. So let me also ask you one of the question, a very simple question. Who are the custodian of trust in the business ecosystem today? Can you tell? Anyone can tell? I think you guys, chartered accountants. You are the custodian of trust today. And you see, the story of GCC in India is not just technology story, as has been often talked about. It is also a story of governance, controls, risks, compliance, assurance, transparency, and straight insights. And I would say that all these are the core competence of a chartered accountant. And that is why you matter. So today, from the ledger books to the leadership teams, CAs are becoming the nerve center of GCCs. Whether it is preparing global financial statements or designing transfer pricing policies or leading internal audits across continents or driving financial automation or interpreting complex border regulations, cross-border regulations, our chartered accountants, I would say, are at the forefronts. I think gone are the days when Indian CAs were seen as accountants for India only. Today, they are the finance professionals of the world based in India. And that's what I think you are also planning to do by this group which has been set up in this context. I would also like to give you some of the examples here. So in Bangalore, there is a major American tech company, I'm not going to name, which runs a GCC, which is responsible for managing their global revenue recognitions. More than, I think, in the 40 countries. And can you imagine who is leading this function? There's an Indian chartered accountant who is leading that. In Pune, there is a European manufacturing unit which has a GCC. Mr. Chetale was here in the morning and he was telling some of the names. So this GCC drives its global ESG disclosures and sustainability accounting. And that is again led by Indian finance professionals. In Hyderabad, a global investment bank has its entire internal audit vertical, which is again staffed predominantly by CAs, which are members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So what does this tell us? It tells us that India is not just exposing and exporting codes anymore. India is also exporting compliance, India is exporting financial clarity, and India is exporting assurances. So ladies and gentlemen, in my work as a diplomat, I often get the opportunity to speak about Brand India. Let me tell you, Brand India today stands for capability, confidence, and credibility. And our GCC ecosystem is the living proof of this. Our chartered accountants are not just participants in this journey, but they are architect of this transformation. Now let me place before you a broader view of what makes India such an attractive destination for global capability centers. Many things have already been said, but I would like to make here 5 vantage points. First is the talent density. Today, India produces, as you all know, more than 10 lakh engineers every year. And how many chartered accountants can anyone? I think more than 1 lakh chartered accountants per year? Not 1 lakh, but 25,000 chartered accountants. So this blend of technical and financial skill sets make India an unmatched hub for integrated global operations. The second important aspect and the vantage point which we have is the regulatory maturity. Today we have institutions like the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, SEBI, RBI, and many other regulatory bodies, and a very robust corporate law ecosystem. So India offers a strong compliance foundation, which is valued deeply by the global firms. Third, cost plus value advantage. Today, cost advantage is not enough. In addition to cost advantage, there has to be an ability to deliver higher value at scale, and that too with agility and innovation. And I think India offers this in abundance. Fourth vantage point which we have is digital public infrastructure, which is quite unique in our country, and no other country in the world matches our digital public infrastructure, which we have created over the last 10-15 years. And today with DPI, initiatives like India is Tech, Aadhaar, UPI, account aggregator, we have shown to the world that how to build digital public goods for scale. So this thinking also influence how GCCs are being structured here. And you can be the best advisors to them, as was mentioned earlier also in the morning. Fifth, I think global geopolitical stability and proactive diplomacy. In terms of geopolitical stability, I think India is seen as a trusted, democratic, and stable partner in the world of increasing uncertainty. You have all noticed this, so many things happening in the last couple of months. So we offer also a geopolitical stability. And our diplomatic engagements have further opened doors for the GCC investment from countries like US, Japan, EU, Australia, and the Middle East. So all these factors make India as an attractive destination for global capability centers. Now let me turn to what I believe is a very critical message for this audience and this forum. What more the Indian Chartered Accountants can do to shape the next generation of GCCs. And here again, I would make 5 points. Number one, you have to move from operational efficiency to strategic impact. You have operational efficiency, but what is needed is that you also need to make a strategic impact. Many of you are already driving business processes across the country and internationally, but your next step should be to drive decision making. And this requires learning new skills constantly. Data analytics, AI, digital finance, scenario planning, and strategic risk management. They are all very important. And I think Institute has already incorporated many of these things in their curricula, and that's going to go a very long way in preparing our professionals for the global capability centers, which are going to come more and more into India. Second, you also have to become champions of digital transformation. You must become fluent in the language of technology, and that's very important. President earlier spoke about the various initiatives taken in the Institute in terms of technology adoption and integration. That's very important. But I think everybody needs to be adept at that. So you must become very fluent in the language of technology, whether it is a robotic process automation or blockchain for audit trail or AI in forensic accounting. You need to learn all these. And this is not just a technical upgrade. I think more than that, there has to be a shift in the mindset, and that's very important. And third point, I think, which you all need is that own the sustainability and ESG narrative. Institute is already doing a lot of work in this. And today, global companies are under increasing pressure to report on climate impact, governance standards, and social responsibility. So I think Indian CAs with their rigorous training in assurance and disclosure can lead the ESG function in GCC for global clients. And that's very important because more and more emphasis is being given nowadays on this aspect. Fourth, and that's very important, earlier also was spoken, that you need to nurture cross-border competence. You need to develop better understanding of international tax treaties, accounting standards, global AML CFT frameworks, and geopolitical risks. That's very important. I've been telling Institute to incorporate some of these elements, particularly on the risk aspect, which you need to factor in from time to time. Given the kind of uncertain world we are living in, it's very important that you need to be adept at all these. So you should be the advisor, which, the global CEOs can trust, not just in India, but across the world. And that's very important, that if you can make the holistic picture around, I think that's going to add value to your standing here in India and to attract global capability center. And fifth, I would also like to mention here, and perhaps that's very important, that you mentor the next generation. You're not just professionals, you're also role models. Invest time in coaching, training, and guiding young CAs, finance graduates, and the interns which are working in GCCs and in your offices. The multiplier effect of your mentorship can help India sustain this momentum for decades. Now let me come to the final point which I want to make today, and that is what could India's policy and diplomatic framework do to support this growth? And as someone working in the Ministry of External Affairs, I can tell you that GCCs are now very much part of our economic and tech diplomacy strategy. We are actively engaged with global companies to encourage setting up and expanding their GCC footprints here in India. Our trade agreements, digital economy partnerships, mutual recognitions of professional qualifications, I think all these efforts are geared towards creating a more seamless ecosystem for such global operations. In fact, there are multiple forums which we have created during last couple of years, like India-EU Trade and Technology Councils, the India-UK Technology and Security Initiatives, TSI as it is called, the India-US Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, ICET, which is now called TRUST, and the India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. All these, kind of forums and the mechanisms which we have created are creating pathways for not just tech trade, but also the talent trade, and that is very important. And I think I must commend ICI here that you are already playing a diplomatic role. Your MOUs which you sign with foreign accounting bodies, the global chapters, now we have more than, I think, 45 chapters across the world, and your efforts to position Indian CAs as a global professionals, they are all contributing to India's soft power, and that is very, very important to attract GCCs here. So now let me conclude with a broader perspective. Friends, the journey from leisure to leadership is not just a slogan. It's a civilizational story. Why I say it's a civilizational story is that it is a story of a country that once gave the world the concept of zero, as you all know. And today, you give the world zero defect financial assurance, and that's very important. It is also a story of a profession that once trained people to prepare trial balances and now trains people to balance growth, global growth, and that too with the governance. So as we look to the future, let's embrace this movement of global trust with humility and purpose. The world is looking at you. So let our chartered accountants not just keep pace with the change, but shape it. Let our GCCs not just support global companies, but strategize for them. And that's, I think, the point which Aniket also made in the beginning today. Let India not just remain the world's back office, but rise as the world's capability capital. And I think we can do it. So let's just lead not just with the numbers, but with values, vision, and veracity. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. I'm really honored. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
So with deep gratitude and heartful respect, I take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, for gracing us with your valuable presence today. And on behalf of the CA Fraternity and Institute of Chartered Accountant of India and everyone present here, I extend a warm thanks and sincere thank you for your presence made an event more meaningful and memorable. Now it's a time to unveil our GCC Summit magazine. I would like to request our chief guest, dignitaries on the dais, to please rise up for unveiling the GCC Summit magazine. Can I have the magazine, please? This magazine is more than just pages. It is a reflection of ideas, insights, and innovations that define the vision and mission of this summit. I request to all, please come forward. Can I have a huge round of applause for this magazine? And it's contained the thoughtful ideas, leadership, key contribution, and the milestone that makes the GCC Summit a benchmark of excellence. To do the honors of this unveiling this prestigious publication, I'm very thankful to our chief guest, Shri Mahavir Singhvi ji, our Honorable President, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, our past President, CA Aniket Talati ji, our past President, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, our Honorable Vice President, CA Prasanna Kumar D ji, and the colleague, Central Council colleagues. I would like to also extend a thanks to our Honorable President and Vice President for contributing this magazine, thoughtful words into the practical scenarios. I would like to also acknowledge the contribution of Manas Rajan Panda, Special Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Odisha, CA Shailesh Hari Bhakti, past President, CA Aniket Talati ji, past President, CA Karthik Venkata Krishnan, Managing Director, Eisner Emper India, CA Anand Prakash Jangid, CA Manish Agarwal, Professor Kakoli Sen, Mr. Chetan Venugopal. All these eminent professors have contributed their thoughtful ideas into the magazine, and this magazine would be available to everyone after this summit. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for unveiling this magazine and for this inaugural ceremony. And I would like to request to our dynamic and young chartered accountant, our chairman, NIRC, CA Jagjit Singh Jax ji. I requested to our NIRC chairman to please come and propose the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Thank you, Mohuji. For the formal vote of thanks, of course, I would like to thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais. The very first one, of course, to start with the torch bearer of the ICI, the leading person, the first person of the ICI, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda sir, the president of ICI. Of course, the vice president of ICI, CA Prasanna Kumar D sir, and of course, the chief guest of this program, Shri Mahavir Singhvi sir, the joint secretary of Ministry of External Affairs of Government of India, and of course, Sanjeev Singhvi, the convener of Group of Promote India as an accounting GCC, and CA Abhay sir, the deputy convener of this group, and of course the program director, CA Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, and I also, acknowledge the valuable, of course, the presence of our past president, Debashish Mitra sir, and of course, CA Aniket Talati sir, and present council member on the dais, my regional council colleague, and of course, past regional council colleague, the present members, and of course, the learned speaker of this summit. And with this, my sincere thanks to our ecosystem partners, that is Niti Aayog, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, and Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and others. But before concluding, I would like to mention in the last that as we begin the two-day enlightful discussion, high-powered session, and expert interaction, I urge all the participants to actively engage, share, and take back a valuable learning that will shape not only your individual journey, but also the future of our profession within the global ecosystem. So let this summit be a celebrate of our collective growth, aspiration, and capability as true global professionals. So once again, I extend my welcome and thanks to all the present members in this summit, GCC 2025. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you everyone from the dais. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much, sir, for your concluding remarks. Now may I request to the dignitaries, propose the thanks for being over here and given your valuable time and inputs between us. I request all the Central Council members to please come forward for a group photograph over here down the stage. Yes, sir, down. Sir, niche. On the down of the stage, I request to all the Central Council. Thank you so much to our respected chief guest, sir, our dignitaries, our honorable president, sir, vice president, sir, for your valuable inputs, our past president, sir, for your valuable insights. Now it's time to move forward for our next technical session, IFC and Gift City, the emerging global hub for GCC. I also welcome to our Nikasa chairman, CA Nitish Chukji, between us, NIRC member, CA Vaibhav Jain ji, NIRC member, CA Gaurav Agarwal ji, and past chairman, CA Deepak Garg ji. Sir, your presence is, Now let's move forward for the next technical session. I would like to invite our Central Council member, CA Purushottam Khandelwal ji. CA Purushottam Khandelwal sir belongs to the Western region. I would like to request to please come on the dais. Along with him, I request CA Pramod Jain ji, Central Council member from Northern region. You are requested to please, sir, come on the dais. And I request our next speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji. Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji, Chief General Manager from IFSA. I request our next speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma sir, to please come on the dais. Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji is a Chief General Manager, Development at the International Financial Service Center Authority, leading the development of India's first global financial center, Gift City. With the 20 years of experience in financial service, his expertise span policy making, strategy, business development and program management. He drives financial innovation, explore greenfield sectors and works with the global investors and institutions to build the GIFT IFSC ecosystem. He holds an MBA in finance and strategy from the Indian School of Business. Now we are going to forward to begin our technical session third. I request our Central Council members, CA Purushottam Khandelwal ji and CA Pramod Jain ji, to welcome our speaker by presenting a sapling to our speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji. Can I have the sapling, please? I request the dignitaries on the dais to welcome our speaker. I request to the audience to please welcome our next speaker by huge round of applause, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji. I request CA Purushottam Khandelwal sir to please welcome our speaker and the next technical session by giving your valuable remarks. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Respected Ashutosh Sharma ji, Chief General Manager, IFSCA, CA Pramod Jain ji, my colleague in the council, all the council colleagues, and respected members. It gives immense pleasure to be amongst you. Good afternoon. Friends, Gift City, Gujarat International Financial Technology City is the idea of our beloved Prime Minister of India, Narendra Bhai Modi. They have visited to Singapore and see that many of the Indian businessmen are in the Singapore. During the meeting, he asked to the businessman, why are you here? what kind of service you are not getting in India. You know, Singapore, Hong Kong and London, all these three cities are a financial hub. When Modi ji came to India, he had given tasks to survey what kind of service we can provide to our Indian businessmen so that they can do better in India. So this is the start journey of GIFT Ahmedabad. I am also from Ahmedabad. GIFT City is just near to my home, 20 minutes. GIFT City is a global hub to gateway into international market. Very regulatory friendship, tax holidays. GIFT City is a best for the businesses who are providing a technology service and financial services. Most of the world's companies comes to India in GIFT City. GIFT City is abroad within India. So the major of the rules of the GIFT IFSC has overruled our Indian law. Just the past president Aniket Talati sir said that the exemption for the accounting, bookkeeping services, we have a skill force in India. We have a huge human resources. So how can we provide a service to the international market and earn the revenue from the outsourcing business? So GIFT is the best world-class infrastructure, good companies. You can come and see the GIFT City. I invite all of you in the GIFT City, Gujarat. So the Asutosh ji is here. I will not take much of time. He will explain about the gifts, their advantage, why the people prefer to GIFT City. Very planned city. Best. Please come. Kuch to din guzaro Gujarat mein. So I will not take much of time. I will hand over charge to MOC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your address. Now I would like to request our speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji, sir. Sir, you are requested to please come on the dais and share your valuable thoughts on the topic IFC and GIFT City, the emerging global hub for GCC. Sir, please.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. मेरा काम काफ़ी आसान हो गया है because तलाटी भाई ने, पुरुषोत्तम भाई ने, they have already covered GIFT City to a larger extent. When marketing has been done, as a regulator, I don't have much job to do. But see, in the morning, some numbers they have given. Singhvi ji, he mentioned 1700 GCCs. Current number for them revenue is around, I think, 60 billion plus $65 billion is the revenue. And when you think of it in terms of India's GDP, it is notch above 1%. So GCC as a theme, the opportunity size, if you think from that dimension, industry which is contributing to 1%, more than 1% of GDP in terms of revenue is a big opportunity. Nandaji was also mentioning about the visit that we had in London. I was a part of that delegation. And I saw that ICA had organized a round table at 8:30 p.m. in London. And the room was full, 150 people in that room. So that's the energy of ICAI, and I can see that in this room also. When ICAI goes behind such a big opportunity, I'm quite sure this 1% can quickly change it to 2.5% of the GDP and can bring a lot of revenues in the country. The opportunity is big. When we started, I joined GIFT in the IFSC as a regulator in 2020 when IFSC came into being. I was in their initial core team. And you will be surprised to see that first presentation that I made to the board of IFSCA was on GCC. And the reason is, in my past life, for your information, I'm not CA, I'm an outlier here in the room, but in my past life, I used to be a techie. And I started my journey in Bangalore. In Bangalore, I saw in 2003 onwards how the city changed because of technology industry. And then I moved to Hyderabad, and I saw Hyderabad transforming. Then I saw Pune, and Pune transforming. So when the task was given to me and joined saying, okay, which industries can we enable in GIFT IFSC, which we are envisaging to be India's global financial center, thought in my mind was that Is it about a financial ecosystem? Is it about technology? Or is it about dynamic ecosystem? Dynamic ecosystem vibrancy, I think it comes when the mass comes into the ecosystem. And when we look at GCCs, which at that time were employing almost 1.9 million people, it was but evident that they are right standing between technology, finance, both of these words come in GIFT name itself. And I think it was the right industry for IFSC A to enable. So this was one of the first regulation enabled in 2020 by IFSCA. So far we have got only 3 GCCs, but they are employing more than 2,500 people. So they are one of the largest employer in GIFT City. Again, when I look at this opportunity, and I have been to many GCC forum, both in India and abroad, and all of those conferences, I have interfaced with the only technology people. This is the first conference in GCC where I am seeing that it is driven by the finance professional, and I am very happy about it, considering both finance and GCC are closer to my heart. And you will be surprised when you look at GCC and number of employees that GCC has, the size. When we say 1700 GCCs, number of financial GCCs are very less. They're less than 100. But if you go by the employment numbers, these GCCs, financial GCCs, employ more than 50% of employees in GCC ecosystem. So they are one of the largest employer, they're the largest ecosystem in the GCCs. So opportunity is very, very big, both for you as well as to us. When we started looking into it and we started to understand why should GCC come into GIFT and what should we do about bringing them into GIFT, we tried to understand what problem they are facing, what are their thought process, and typically these are things that you will also be approaching to when you are reaching out to your customers, clients globally. What we realized is that for them the core thought process is driven by first talent, second talent, third talent. That is all that matters to them. Initially they came into India for cost arbitrage, and it is available in plenty in different parts of India. But now what they are looking for, innovation, transformations. The GCCs of the past, they have not transformed and playing a role in strategy. They are exporting the products globally. They are playing key role. Some of them are having a role in the senior management in the global MNC's playbook. So that is the role of GCCs. Second thing we saw, we have to solve the talent, and when we see GIFT City is in Ahmedabad, as you will be aware, and Gujarat is hub for the financial professionals. I'm told that largest number of CAs in India come out of Gujarat. So certainly we have the talent capital there. Just may I ask, maybe show of hand, how many of you have heard about GIFT City earlier in depth? Maybe out of those who have raised hands, how many of you have been into GIFT? You can go in a taxi. Maybe only 3 or 4 people from here. Probably, I see I need to probably work on a plane when they organize the Ahmedabad event there. So very, very quick view on GIFT City. GIFT City is a very new city in India. It's a very unique city. We call it India's first operational smart city. And when we call it, because there's a smart network of tunnel running under the city, all the buildings in GIFT City, these are, I have shared this presentation with ICAI. I request ICAI to share, maybe no need to take photographs here. But this city is something, and these are useful for you, these points are useful for you because that's how MNCs are thinking. For MNCs, it's very important to think sustainable. They are thinking green. They want to go into place where there are green infrastructures. That is in their mandate. And in GIFT City, most of the buildings are platinum or gold rated in sustainable metrics. What they also need is tier 1 properties, class A infrastructure. So far in GIFT City, you already have 28 buildings, both in domestic and SEZ side. And we have 47 buildings which are under works at different stage. So every year, when you come to GIFT, you will see a different landscape. Going forward, you will see a city which has a riverfront next to it, and the landscape and the property market booming up significantly. Second thing they will always talk about is how is the connectivity. Typically how MNCs think is that they want to go into a location where their senior management can come and go in a jiffy. They need not hop on to a plane twice. They should have direct connectivity. Now think of a city which is directly connected with Mumbai with a high-speed rail, and where direct connectivity to more than 15 countries is there through the airport, and it's expanding as we speak, and the city itself is sitting on a highway. Typically when I used to go to Bangalore, I will not say so because I'm Delhi, but when I used to go to Bangalore, I used to tell them, I will not explain you what is GIFT. I will only tell you that my house is 10 kilometers from my office and I take 10 minutes. You come to GIFT now. This is enough is good in the cities where you're seeing congestions. Indian cities are facing congestions, and that's what GIFT City is solving for. These are some of the real infrastructures. We now have 25,000 employees. And initially when we thought about Global Capability Center, we expanded that thought process, and that has led to these many employee base here. You are seeing some real photographs. I think one part unique you will find here is that, are you aware that Gandhinagar is based on the blueprint of Chandigarh? So it's as green as Chandigarh. And GIFT City is right at the border of Gandhinagar. And within the GIFT City also, the ratio of green and open spaces has been kept by design very high, just to maintain a flavor for a global financial center. But what are we trying to do in GIFT? So in the morning, Nandaji talked about Atmanirbhar, he talked about security, Singhviji mentioned about diplomacy. What are we trying to do in GIFT? 3 or 4 facts that you may not be aware of is that India is second largest buyer of gold. You know that gold is priced in London. We do not have a pricing power on gold. When we receive investments, we are one of the largest recipients of the investments. The investments, top 2 countries in India always used to be Singapore and Mauritius, countries where investors are not based. All our aircraft that you are traveling on, they are on rent from Ireland. When we are aiming to become a 2 trillion export market, and the fact that 95% of our exports are going on foreign ships, how Atmanirbhar are we? How self-dependent are we? How self-sufficient are we? What are the problems that we need to solve? These are the problems that GIFT City is solving. What we are trying to be, we are trying to become a gateway to India for foreign capital, for foreign currency capital. We want to ensure that foreign currency capital is deployed into India at lowest cost possible. We want to bring the entire ecosystem, whether it's fund ecosystem, whether it's aviation, shipping, as well as financial accounting, technology, GCC ecosystem into GIFT, so that we can become not only a regional hub, but global hub, and we can act as a second source of growth for the country. And that is the steps that we have taken in GIFT. The flavor of, typically the option when you think about GCC for you will be when you go into domestic part of India. That could be Hyderabad, Bangalore, even domestic part in GIFT. GIFT has 2 parts, domestic and IFSC, Special Economic Zone. The difference between GIFT IFSC and domestic part is that in GIFT IFSC you can do business only in foreign currency. What it also means that if you are exporting the services, when you are providing services to foreign entities, your revenue stays in foreign currencies, your salary remains in rupee. So think of an ecosystem where your revenues are in foreign currency, your cost structures are in rupee, both salary and rent, and your profit is tax exempt. It gives you a very powerful convocation of most competitive financial center. This is what GIFT City is for you. The flavor here is that you are regulated by IFSC. IFSC is the regulator whom I represent. There are certainly a lot of tax benefits there. I will not, usually I don't speak about tax in front of CAs. You may catch the mistakes that I make, but effectively you can say that there is a tax holiday there for a continuous 10 years out of 15 years. Direct and indirect tax benefits are also there. But on top of it, there are some Gujarat ITITS policy, Gujarat GCC policies. Many states in India have given different policies, and Gujarat has also given this policy. Only difference is that Gujarat came out with GCC policies this year in February. What it says, multiple layers to it, I'll not go in detail, but it says that if you're doing OPEX, 15% of your OPEX for 5 years will be reimbursed, and 30% of your CAPEX will be reimbursed by government. significant amount. And also, when you are paying into EPF, Provident Fund for the employees, for 5 years, employer's contribution to EPF will be refunded to the employer. Certainly their electricity subsidy, etc., etc., etc. Even when your employee want to go for first time, they want to go for upskilling, $50,000 rupees direct account transfer. Such policies available. So when you think of tax holiday, when you think of these Gujarat policies, you can take benefit of both the policies in GIFT IFSC. So this is a very powerful combination there. This slide will give you some idea about what's happening in GIFT City and what are different businesses that we have enabled. First, when we started with core finance, and in the core finance we thought about banks, capital market, funds, insurance. So when you think about banks, we now have 32 banks, and I'm confident I'm running that pipeline that we'll have more than 40 banks in less than a year time, because all the global banks are coming there. 17 banks, global banks have come into GIFT IFSC so far, and these banks are, some of these banks are not even present in India. They are doing India business, they are doing regional business, they are doing global business. If in terms of number, because we like that numbers, India's ECB book, that is foreign currency liability that India takes, is $190 billion as per RBI. The asset size, last year that ECB was $45 billion. Asset size of banks in GIFT City is $90 billion, which has grown in last 3 to 4 years, which means that largely all the incremental foreign currency debt for the country is coming from GIFT City. So that's already happening. Why it's important? It's important because typically when MNCs think about location for their GCCs, they often think about co-locating. Co-locating from where they have front office, where they have middle office, where they have synergies. So I remember I met an Australian GCC and I asked them to come down to GIFT City. They said one of the reason we cannot come to GIFT is because we have a branch in Bangalore. So this is how they think, because senior management can come down and they can meet all of them. So GIFT TC had front office and middle office for banks, insurance companies, capital markets, funds, global funds. Certainly, I think the ones you see in orange, these are the 3 segments. In the morning, I heard that statement of GCC, MNC company which is servicing in-house. And that is how I visualized it initially. And we thought that, by the way, these are name of some of the companies which are present in GIFT City so far. And the ones in the circle you can see are maybe relevant for you, because these are the fintech companies, bookkeeping, accounting companies, GCC companies, and the tech companies in the DTA zone. So the big ecosystem developed there, and these companies are doing, typically GCC and tech companies have synergy because they play finance and tech both together, and tech talent moves into the GCC companies. Then there are some GCCs which have been developed even by manufacturing companies. You talk about the Tata Electronics, TELUS, and Infineon. Infineon is a semiconductor. These are already present in GIFT. These are fintechs. Now, when we are thinking about the GCCs, we were looking at different parts. Typically, they will ask question on the location. They ask question about availability of talent, logistics, international connectivity, infrastructure. And these are the problems which we say we have solved to a larger extent in GIFT. In GIFT, when you think of GCCs or GICs, we call it Global In-House Center. That was the first regulation we brought out. We aligned with the definition we spoke about in the morning. We said that, okay, all the MNCs which are serving its own parent company, they can come into GIFT. But being a financial regulator, we said only those companies which are in financial services group. So it was limiting, only the financial ecosystem can come into GIFT as a GIC. But we looked into it deep and we realized there's a huge opportunity on bookkeeping, accounting, taxation, financial crime, which is available on the table, and this is something that we can enable. So last year IFSC enabled a new regulation in which some of the companies which I showed you, they have established recently in BATF. You can see in the bottom here. So now, third thing which we have done recently is that we used to have a TechFin framework in which a lot of technology companies that came here. But the problem we were facing is that, okay, if GIC comes, financial company comes, it can serve its parent. If for bookkeeping, entity want to provide services to third party, it can come under BATF. But what if some companies want to set up the GCC itself for a specific company? Because there are many third-party companies, you talk about the KPMGs, Deloitte, the TCS, Infosys, and even the other companies, they set up the GCC as a third party for MNC companies. Opportunity which is available to all of you as well. So this year, 2 days back, in our board meeting, we have passed our new regulation, and we call it Technology, TechFin and Ancillary Services Regulation. In this regulation, entity will be able to serve third party, certainly into financial industry, but this opens a new dimension. And what I believe personally is that this could be one of the enablers which can expand the horizon, where the big, small, different kind of GCCs can now accelerate in accelerated fashion, establish in GIFT IFSC. Well, there are different points here. Considering paucity of time, I'm taking a pause here. I'm leaving this presentation with ICAI and requesting them, maybe they can share this with the team. And by the time when you decide to participate, when you come down to GIFT in Ahmedabad in month of August, maybe, hopefully, by the time you would have converted some clients and bring their applications. Thanks a lot.
So we are very thankful for your valuable insights that have been presented by you on the topic IFC and GIFT City. Now I would like to welcome our CA Pramod Jain sir, who is a Central Council member from the Northern region, for proposing the vote of thanks for this technical session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Ashu. In fact, that tone was very rightly set up by Purushottam Bhai for this session, and of course, the CGM from IFSCA, Ashutosh Sharma ji, gave the all inputs about IFSCA. Friends, sometimes what happens that when the question was raised by the speaker that how many of you know about GIFT, many hands raised up. But actually what happens, sometimes we interchangeably use GIFT and IFSCA. In fact, they both are not same. If I talk about GIFT, it contains 3 zones. One is the GIFT SEZ, second is the domestic tariff area, and third is IFSC. So when you talk about IFSC, it is of course in the GIFT. In the GIFT, in the Gandhinagar, the capital of Gujarat. And if you talk about, because you need to tell to your clients, because SEZ is also there, for which the deduction under income tax is different. There the income tax the deduction is under section 10AA, 50%. And IFSC, the huge emphasis is given in the Income Tax Act under 80LA, what Ashutosh ji just told about 10 years exemption out of 15 years, 100%. So when you are suggesting your clients, now we are talking about GCC. Now GCC will go into IFSC. Now IFSC, if it is going now, GCC can be here in Noida, Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, but when it is in IFSC, so you get so many of the exemptions like Ashutosh sir just gave in the slide, the GST, the income tax, and you see STT, so many other things. Every budget which we all hear, we get various exemptions for IFSC. So whenever you or your client intends to go for a GCC or any accounting or bookkeeping or any such activities, so here they can go to IFSC out there and connect to Ashutosh Sharma ji. Thank you, Ashutosh ji, for sharing this presentation and giving your views. He will be here, you can share his card, and he will be helping you and your clients to set up your GCC units or your client units there. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite to all the dignitaries on the dais to present a moment of token of love and memory on behalf of Institute to our speaker, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma ji. Can I have a huge round of applause for Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time between us. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for this session. Now we are going to move next technical session, the wonderful session on the topic GCC, India's next big export. And we have our 2 speakers on this topic, Dr. Abhay Sinha and Mr. Divyam Duggal. Now I would like to invite our speakers to please come on the dais. Meanwhile, our council member will join because there are press conferences going there on. So please join your hands to welcome our speaker, Dr. Abhay Sinha, Director General, Service Export Promotion Council, and Mr. Divyam Duggal, Senior Manager, Invest India. To please welcome these two speakers by joining your hands on the dais. Welcome, sir. Please. I would like to request CA Pramod Jain sir to please come on the dais to welcome our speakers, and Purushottam Khandelwal sir to please come on the dais to welcome our two eminent speakers, Dr. Abhay Sinha and Mr. Divyam Duggal. मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध, कृपया तालियां बजाकर हमारे अगले दोनों स्पीकर का आभार व्यक्त करेंगे, धन्यवाद प्रस्तुत करेंगे। मैं इसी टेक्निकल सेशन के लिए, मैं वेलकमिंग एड्रेस के लिए मैं अनुरोध करूंगा सीए प्रमोद जैन सर, a central council member from the northern region, sir, to please come on the dais and deliver a welcome address of this technical session. Sir, please.
Thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this next session, which is the GCC India's next big export, a question which reflects that India's growing strategic importance in the global service value chain. GCC have transformed the way multinational companies operate, moving beyond traditional support functions to become centers of excellence, innovation, and strategic leadership. And India is at the very heart of this transformation. With our abundant talent pool, maturing digital infrastructure, and an enabling regulatory environment, India is not just hosting GCCs, we are exporting their leadership, best practices, and future readiness to the world. We are honored to have with us two key voices who are shaping this narrative at the national and international level. Dr. Abhay Sinha, who is the Director General at the Service Export Promotional Council, SEPC, who has been a tireless advocate for India's service sector and its expansion into global market. And also we are having Mr. Divyam Duggal, Senior Manager at the Invest India, who has been deeply engaged in facilitating global investments and showcasing India as a destination for innovation, efficiency, and talent. Their insight will help us better understanding of the policies, strategies, and opportunities that are propelling India's GCC ecosystem into the global spotlight. This session is not just about services, it's about India's intellectual capital becoming a global recognized export. And as CAs and professionals, we have a critical role to play in ensuring that this export is structured, scalable, and sustainable. I suppose all of the participants here look forward to an enriching discussion, and with that I hand over to our esteemed speakers to take this forward. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to welcome our speakers as well. So I would like to request Central Council members, sir, please to welcome our speakers, Dr. Abhay Sinha and Mr. Divyam Duggal, by presenting a token of saplings to both of the speakers. I request to the participants to please welcome by joining your hands to welcome our speakers of this technical session number 4, India's next big export. Thank you so much to our esteemed personalities between us. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Abhay Sinha. Before that, I would like to tell you in brief, Dr. Abhay Sinha is the Director General of the Service Export Promotion Council, leading efforts to promote India's services sector globally under the India Serves brand. With over 26 years of experience across the organization like the Ministry of Commerce, CII, and Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council, his expertise spans international trade, global branding, trade regulations, policy, and market research. He is a PhD in Pharma Export Strategy, an MBA in Marketing, and Masters in the International Trade, along with the specialized training in Regulatory Affairs and International Trade Database. So can I invite, request to our Dr. Abhay Sinha, a speaker on the technical session number 4. Sir, please, you are requested to please come on the dais and share your valuable thought. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. In fact, I thought that it would be an informal discussion roundtable, but good, it's a good experience to be thrown in a kind of turbulent water and also expect a lot of questions. Thanks for the introduction. In fact, it was quite long and feel very humble. And thank you so much, ICI, for giving ACPC this opportunity. And for everyone, I must inform that we have an MOU with ICI, and that will be renewed on 1st of July. So a lot of cooperation, collaboration is there on the anvil, and we'll be doing a lot of programs together. This is just the beginning. As far as the topic of the day is concerned, and GCC Summit it is, for ACPCs, this is the first interaction on GCC which we are having. When we look at Services Export Promotion Council, the idea has always been, the councils are established to promote exports. This particular council has been established to promote exports of services, which is more than 20 if you say, like bookkeeping and accounting, financial services, travel and tourism, hospitality, you name it, it is there. But when you move ahead and divide each sector into subsectors, it may run into more than 200, 300 sectors. Like for example, very recently, India-UK FTA negotiation, there are close to 110 subsectors. So it's a very, very large canvas. We are a relatively young organization and trying to create a niche in terms of very focused way to promote export. Given that context, it is also important to look for various emerging opportunities to think about the export, to think about the entire value chain integration, value chain development, and backward integration. Earlier, the concept of export, like in services, there were 4 modes. But now we have noted that GCC is also emerging as a new way to promote export, as a new way for export. And that's where I feel like ACPC has a role to play. Of course, ICI with their entire team of talented CAs are contributing a lot in the financial aspect relating to a GCC. But ACPC is looking at this particular emerging area in a rather holistic way. That in what way we can understand the global competition. So that's the first point. So I just have some data. In India right now, there are about 1950, data may be here and there, GCCs. And we have also noted that some of the states with their policies, maybe indirectly like in IT policy or industrial policy, they have given certain kind of incentive which encourages GCC to be set up in India at such locations. We noted that Philippines, for example, is focusing more on BPO, customer support, IT, and BFSI. And of course, call centers, they are excelling. And R&D is also coming up. That's one. Poland, for example, has also emerged is emerging as a competitor, mainly in IT, R&D, BFSI, and in engineering services. Vietnam, IT software. Malaysia, BFSI, IT logistics. Mexico, Ireland. Likewise, there are slew of countries which are going to be the centers for GCC where India should move ahead. Like we will be always competing, and I think that's very important. The competition is key to development. We have noted that from US we have about 35 to 40 companies, GCC centers. UK 8 to 10. Likewise, there are data from UK, Germany, France, Australia. They have all set up the GCC in India. and the total number, including them, is 1950. Now, that's where the services which have been exported, as highlighted in the GIFT Cities presentation also. More or less, we have noted that software development, now AI and ML, financial analytics, R&D, BFSI, consulting, automotive, aerospace a bit, these are the areas which other countries are moving ahead. And in India also, they have established such GCCs. What are the sectors missing? So we noted that logistics and hospitality can be one. And I think there was a reference in the last presentation as well. So as a council, we believe that besides IT and software, R&D is one area we need to look for. Healthcare is another area which is very promising, health tech included, and emerging sectors, definitely logistics, hospitality, retail, and energy. Here we do have a huge scope for exports, and why not through GCC? That's the point. But then how do we create a kind of conducive image, a facilitating atmosphere for the ease of setting up of GCC? So there our role comes as a kind of policy makers. Like not in fact policy makers, but influencing the policies, understanding the global market dynamics, and just like other bodies are doing, how do we prevail upon various state governments and the central government to have a policy framework which can be very much helpful when we look at 2030 target, that is around 3,000 GCCs have been targeted. Whether we'll be able to achieve that or not, that will require a lot of policy intervention. Interactions like this, where we can create a kind of atmosphere, a kind of awareness on the significance of GCC in the entire export basket. That's one area. And also, how do we go out to the prospective firms which might be willing? We have selected a list of 2030. Maybe this collaboration with ICI and likewise, we can move ahead and create a value for exports in this new emerging GCC areas. Although we say emerging, but way back in 1998, the first GCC was set up. So, but still, like I think the recent trend shows that it is emerging and people are drawing towards the importance. So on these lines, we are working very closely with various state governments. We are a part of Ministry of Commerce, so with various line ministries, and we are also looking at various sectors, and hopefully we will contribute together. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Divyam Duggalji. You are requested to please take the dais and share your valuable thought. Sir, please.
So first of all, thank you everyone. Thank you, Mohit, for that introduction. You know, it's tricky to be a speaker just before the lunch. You're holding everyone back. I had a light breakfast, so won't be long. Now, this was supposed to be a moderated discussion, but I'm happy that we are getting a chance to speak our mind. Now, when we look at GCC, you know, it's no longer a game of back office. We are the GCC capital of the world. That's a statement that we can proudly say. That's a statement that is resonating around the globe. So today, I would like to cover 4 aspects. One, what are the key facts, where we are headed, what are the factors that are leading to this situation, and ultimately what more needs to be done so that the export hub expands to the best possible scenario. As we can very well see today that the export in itself is matching and growing beyond the merchandise export. And the best part is that this is net zero import situation where the import is almost zero to the services that we are exporting. However, when we look at manufacturing, you see that the export is directly impacted by the imports of input. But with GCC, that's not the scenario. You're exporting services. So that's a great thing. Now, I had a few marquee statements that I was going through when I was reading up about GCC. One thing that stood across was that while there are global headwinds stalling global economies because of geopolitical issues, because of the slowing pace of growth, monetary constraints, India has a strong tailwind. India's demographic dividend, India's skilled labor force, as well as the strong policy framework of the current government has positioned us in a unique manner that not only our workforce is there to support us, but also there are policy frameworks that are enabling for GCCs, for the companies to look beyond the marquee stations. Now, some numbers that, like Sir mentioned, I had a few that I was going through. Very simply put, there are 24 GCC centers today which have more than $1 billion worth of export revenue. Last year, this number was 19. 5 years ago, this number was 12. So we are not only growing, we are growing at a growing pace exponentially. This is Fortune 500 companies, this is Fortune 2000 companies. Now, it is expected that India is going to target somewhere around 70% of the Fortune 500 companies, somewhere around 40-50% of the Fortune 2000 companies. However, the main chunk that is moving away from Fortune 500 and Fortune 2000 is the mid-sized firms. Mid-sized firms have seen India as an opportunity like never before. They are bringing in their operations over here. Now, when we look at Fortune 500 or 2000, that's what, 2,500 companies? When it comes to mid-sized firms, there are over 1 million companies that are well positioned to come to India, and that's an opportunity like never before. So, what do we do next? It's very simple. When we are looking at our GCC ecosystem today, it comprises of 50 to 60% of US-based companies. Now, the next phase is to grow beyond that, target European companies, target Asia-Pacific-based companies, and then bring them over here. And that is a trend that has already started. While the rate of growth of GCC companies from US is declining, the rate of growth for GCC companies coming from other part of the rest of the world is increasing significantly. Because of the trust factor, because they can see that given there are certain neighbors that were challenging with regards to partnerships, they are able to see India as a trusted technology partner. We are no longer the back office. We are the office that is helping them on 3 fronts. Number 1, transformation. Number 2, innovation. Number 3, leadership. Now the Indian GCCs are no longer the back office is something that I'm repeating again and again because the global leadership of these companies have members from these GCC representing on their leadership boards. Because these GCCs are becoming profit centers from them, no longer the cost saving centers that they used to be. So a lot of companies are also going with the GCC as a service model. You know, as a service model is something that comes with India. That's by definition. If there's something that is happening in India, as a service model will be attached to it, and then it becomes a product in itself. And that, again, when we are looking at GCC, has been something that has been unmatched. So, what are the factors contributing to this GCC market size expansion? Easy. The talent pool that we have, the enabling government policy framework, the collaboration, and this is the most important one, a thriving startup ecosystem that is providing collaboration opportunities for GCC. The startups get an opportunity to work with major players. The major players get an opportunity to see how strong the Indian tech ecosystem is. And this collaboration of more than 1 lakh startups being available for these companies has again changed the outlook of how we were the BPO setup to now how we are the R&D innovation transformation centers for these organizations. Cost optimization has always been a key factor for all the companies that are moving to India, but that has taken a secondary seat to the fact that the government is providing a setup where you are able to not only build an ecosystem, but grow it at an exponential rate, which was never there before. Now, one of the most important things that we have delivered time and again is our software export. GCC is directly impacting the software export. It is just right around the corner that the software export is being matched by the GCC export. And let's be clear, GCC is entirely an export-based ecosystem. So, we come to the final point. What more needs to be done? Right now, the GCCs are saturated to Bangalore and a few more metropolitan cities. We have to take them to tier 2 cities. We have to ensure that the talent pool in the tier 2 cities is able to capitalize on the opportunity that GCC presents in front of us. How do we do that? Financial incentives is one aspect of it, but ease of regulation would be much more beneficial. The speed with which companies are able to enter India, enter these tier 2 cities and see the infrastructure development over there, that would be the bedrock of how much we are able to leverage the potential opportunity which our tier 2, tier 3 cities present. So again, end of the day, financial incentive won't be much of a difference maker because GCCs are already coming to India. The difference maker would be how we are able to give them the infrastructure, how we are able to give them the talent pool and create talent pockets that they are able to leverage. Lastly, as I promise, it will be a short and sweet one, and I hope everyone enjoys their lunch.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Devyam Dugal is a seasoned professional with over a decade of experience in government affairs, investment promotion and public policy. At Invest India, he leads engagement with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He has also been involved in organizing high-impact industry consultations, global roadshows and multi-stakeholder dialogues, contributing to India's technology and digital growth narrative. With this, I am very thankful to all the speakers, Mr. Devyam Dugal ji and Dr. Abhay Sinha ji amongst us for delivering your valuable insights and topic India's next big exports. Now, to propose the vote of thank, I would like to invite Pramod Jain sir to please come on the dais to share the proposed vote of thanks for just 1 to 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, keeping it very short because I understand we have overstretched the session, not this one, but of course the earlier one. This was, they have kept it very, very quick, brisk and to the point. Thank you both the speakers for sharing your insight and knowledge. Thank you very much for this, and thank you all the participants who are still here.
Thank you so much, sir. I request you, sir, to please please present a moment of token and gratitude to our speaker for their valuable time and inputs. Dr. Abhay Sinha ji, Dr. Abhay Sinha ji and Mr. Devyam Dugal ji. I am very impressive and thankful to the audience to be over here till just before the lunch and for taking this memorable learnings from this session. I request to all the audience to please, thanks to all of you. I request to all the attendees to please proceed for the lunch. We are come over here by 2:30. You are requested to please proceed for the lunch and we are over here by exactly 2:30. Thank you so much. Today. Now I request, welcome to all the CA fraternity members after the lunch. I would like to request our eminent personality who is between us, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra sir, who is the past president of our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. Sir, you are requested to please grace the dais with your esteemed presence. CA Dr. Debashish Mitra sir, can you please join your hands to welcome our past president, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji. In this sequence, I would like to request CA Sanjeev Singhal ji, who is a program coordinator of this GCC Summit 2025. You are requested to, sir, please join on the dais. I request our convener of this directorate, CA Sanjeev. I would like to request our convener of this directorate, Sanjeev Sanghi sir, and Deputy Directorate, CA Abhay Chhajad sir. You are requested to please come on the dais with our eminent personality and speaker of the session, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal. Sir, you are requested to please come on the dais. Participants, you are requested to please join your hands to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais for this technical session. Number 4, India's vision, policy drive to attract GCC. One of the favorite and most knowledgeable how to attract GCC. सर सुबह से सुना GCC होता क्या है, क्या काम करता है. अब इस सेशन में हम सब सीखेंगे GCC का काम हम कैसे ला सकते हैं और कैसे हम अपना खुद का एक इंटरनेशनल नेटवर्क अपना खुद का क्रिएट कर सकते हैं. आई वुड लाइक टू ऑल्सो वेलकम who is the torch bearer of our honorable president, who is amongst us, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda sir, and honorable vice president, CA Prasanna Kumar D sir. For the welcoming remark of this session, I would like to request our past president, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji. Before that, I would like to place some brief introduction of our past president sir. Sir, एक introduction तो है that he has proudly hosted the Workout 2022 in his tenureship and one of the world's largest conference in Mumbai. So I welcome CA Dr. Debashish Mitra sir to please come on the dais and share your welcome address. Sir, please.
The President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India sitting on the first row, Charanjit Singh Nanda ji, the Vice President, Prasanna Kumar ji, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, member of the Prime Minister's Economic Council, and I would like to say a good friend of the Institute, not to suppress his thoughts. Right, so but a good friend of the Institute, very handsome man, and you will see as he speaks, he's also handsome in his thoughts. And two of my council colleagues, Sanjeev Singhal, Sanjeev Sanghi, Abhay Chhajer, and ladies and gentlemen, very, very good afternoon to all of you. When I walked in, and I saw that Mr. Sanyal was surrounded by so many people. And then in comes Sanjeev Sanghi and says that this is going to be the most power-packed session today. Mr. Sanyal was saying that, look, I'm going to be as open as possible and as critical if required. And I was just telling him, being a fellow Bengali, we have this rebellion inside us. So I was telling him that, sir, you can be whatever, but because we are looking forward. We have heard him speak so many times, and he speaks so much sense. He speaks, about the future. One of his books is India in the Age of Ideas. Is that the right name? Yeah, one of his books amongst the many books that he has written, right? And if you see him, he has been the advisor to the finance minister. His profile was not read today, but he was in the papers in the month of June. When, under Mr. Shaktikanta Das, the principal advisor to the Prime Minister, there was a discussion that how to have big Indian firms. And there was Mr. Sanyal, making his presentation. And I believe that his presentation was very, very well received, even though we were not there, but by the committee that was there. Sir, I will just take 2 minutes' time and just brief you about what we discussed in the morning. I will not talk to you too much about the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India because you are already aware. You were there in the World Congress. You are already aware. In the morning, there was this feeling, the permeating thought, that it is time that we came out from being a backroom boy in the GCC environment and became a strategist, became an innovator. It was said that 1,700 GCCs today, and India is one of the leaders, right? There was a talk that Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, NCR, these are the places, even Pune, these are the places to be in when you say talk about GCC. But I think you'll be as disappointed as me, because when all these places were being spoken about, you can even comment on that, Calcutta was nowhere in the scene. You see, I was telling Sanjeev that, you see, why you're not talking about Calcutta, he says that, you see, okay, I will do something. Right, so you see, you can even speak about that what you think about the way, you see, things are happening in Calcutta. But let me tell you, sir, the feeling was that our time has come. Our time to be a global leader. We are already a global leader. So, say, I think you met our president and vice president some time back, and they must have told you that we are the largest accounting body in the world. We have more than 50 overseas chapters. So we are present, and when you saw the World Congress, 10,000 people were there, right? And we feel this GCC whole idea. Somebody said that you have to move from being a captive center to being a capability center. They said, that's right. And they said that most important is how good a strategist you are. And when I was thinking about strategist, I was going through your profile. I found that you were one of the chief strategists of Deutsche Bank, MD and this thing. So nobody knows strategy better than you. But the feeling was that, you must get out of this being a backroom boy to being a strategist, right? And sir, you have enhanced the hopes in so many people. You said that many of them can become billionaires, right? That's what you said, I think. And people are looking forward to hearing from you that how to become billionaires, right? Even a person like me, I am also looking forward to hearing from you about how to become the billionaire. Not take too much of his time. The way we shall structure this session is, I've told him about 20-25 minutes. He addresses us, shares his thoughts. And it's a no holds barred. I've told him it's no holds barred. He can speak on anything that he feels like. No holds barred. Then about 10 minutes, we'll have a Q&A with him. Some of you can raise issues. So we'll have a Q&A with him. So with these words, let me welcome Mr. Sanyal, and let me tell you what a great pleasure it is for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to have you amidst us. Mr. Sanyal, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much. Yeah. You want the club book?
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request the dignitaries to please felicitate our session speaker, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, sir. I request to please present a sapling to welcome our speaker, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal ji. Can you please join your hands to welcome our speaker? Shri Sanjeev Sanyal ji is a member of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council with the rank of Secretary to the Government of India and Chancellor of the Gokul Institute of Politics and Economics. Formerly the Principal Economic Advisor to the Finance Minister, session 2017 to 2022. He has played a key role in the major economic reforms and represented India at global forums including the G20, G7 and OECD. Before joining the government, he has spent over 2 decades in global finance, including as managing director at Deutsche Bank. A Rhodes Scholar and Oxford alumnus, he is also a noted author and recipient of multiple national awards. With this, I would like to welcome our session speaker, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal sir, to please come on the dais and share your thoughtful words and ideas. Sir, you are requested to please share the dais and address the gathering on this topic, GCC policy drive to attract GCC. Thank you, sir. Please.
So thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you about the next sort of stage in the GCC journey of India. And as you will see from what I will say, I need a lot of support from ICAI to make that next step. And this is not just for you, although you will be the primary beneficiaries of this. India needs this. Just like China has become the factory of the world, India is now on its way to becoming the office of the world. This is not surprising. Now, global capability centers that are there are not really doing only back office type work. Those of us who remember the 1990s, how all of this entire journey started, we really started by literally answering phone calls as call centers in Gurgaon for GE and for American Express and so on. And see from where that has come. Today, GCCs are doing the cutting edge. R&D, product development, back office logistics, almost anything that can be done remotely is being done by GCCs in India, and this is really the cutting edge. However, it is very often forgotten that a lot of this has happened very recently, just in the last 5 years when we have really begun to do the cutting edge stuff. So from the late 90s when we started from the call centers, we slowly built, slowly built, slowly built. Of course, the software boom was happening in parallel. But the BPO IT-enabled services business, what used to be called then, and to the GCCs that we see now, which are massive behemoths in some ways, that is been really the last 5 years that has happened. And to be fair, we have to grant foreign companies, MNCs, for seeing the opportunity here. So it's they who have really created and taken it there. When we used to talk about this, about Indian companies, we used to see that they used to always complain that Indian companies, that India does not have the skills, Indian infrastructure is not good enough, Indian education system is not good enough. However, the point is, MNCs came here, created GCCs, used the same infrastructure, the same bureaucracy, the same supposed lack of talent, and they created these GCCs now, which are at the heart of major MNCs. So what has happened? Basically what has happened is that, first of all, we have gained a lot of confidence in all these years, but also, and from the policy side, we removed a lot of unnecessary regulations that we were tying ourselves with. This was happening from the government side to a large extent. For example, there was something called the OSP regulations. How many of you even remember this? Those of you in the BPO business before the year 2000, do you remember the other service providers regulation of telecom department? How many of you remember? Several of you here remember this. These were ridiculous regulations which meant that anybody using the telecom network to do outsourced Skype business had to go and take special permission from the telecom ministry to do this business. And they had absurd requirements. You had to have separate rooms for domestic and international business. Every location had to have a specific permission. Any changes you made, you had to go back to telecom ministry. You had to keep an EPA-BX machine in your basement at every location. In fact, technically, work from home was actually illegal. Just imagine. This was till 2000, not very long ago. And I happened to discover this purely by chance because I think you may want to shut that small door there. I can hear somebody's voice coming through. Yeah? From some other room. Yeah. So what is important is, there's a door open there. Please shut that door. Yeah. So what was happening was that I happened to discover a notification in March 2020 when we had introduced the lockdown that finally we were allowing people to work from home. So the OSP regulations were held in abeyance. So I, of course, am a suspicious sort of chap. The moment I saw it, I realized that basically the telecom ministry was introducing this in order to actually remind people that these absurd regulations, although they are being held in abeyance for the lockdown period, in reality they actually applied. That was what the telecom ministry was trying to signal. So once I discovered them, I worked very hard. One round of reductions have happened in November 2020, and then another round was done in June of 2021, and those OSP regulations were removed. They reduced, for a large number of companies, they reduced the compliance burden of doing IT-enabled service, BPO, GCCs type work by 50%. So it was we who were getting in our own way. Our talent was good enough. with all its problems, or even our infrastructure was good enough. So the point I'm making is the reason we are not already the office of the world is that we are usually tie ourselves in knots. And getting rid of those knots is what I'm going to talk about. Some of it may entail scolding the ICAI. Too bad. So, here we go. So far, as I said, this GCC business is really run by as being an offshoot of the MNCs. Now, this is how the Chinese also began doing their factories. They started out as offshoots for assembly or whatever it is they were doing. But today, the same businesses, the Chinese are doing their own thing. So those global capabilities centers are not MNC offshoots. They are global capability centers run by the Chinese for the world. So they started out assembling cars for Volkswagen, but today look at where BYD is. Right? They are all in our roads here also. And you have Tencent and Alibaba and Huawei. Now, what we need to think when we are thinking of GCCs, we need to think of GCCs as Indian GCCs for the world, not just as subordinates to the rest of the world. So that is what I want, and this is a massive opportunity where I say that if we do it right from this room, we will have at least 5 to 10 billionaires coming just out of this room. You want to have 5 to 10 billionaires from this room or not?
Yes.
Yeah. But then you have to work with me on this following problem. So, in the rough business you are, there is the big four. Yeah? The big four audit firms. But as you all know, that the real business is actually consulting. Okay? So if you take the consulting business into account, it's big four plus another three. That's why I'll talk about the big seven. And the business of audit plus consulting is $240 to $280 billion business worldwide. That is how big this business is. So, baki GCC chhod do, just in this space. Of this, we are only doing $6-7 billion in India, okay, for ourselves. So when you are talking about, if you want to be GCCs and service to the world, etc., this is really about consulting, which is 80% of the business. And I'm going to mostly focus on this because that is the real game. Because that is not only bigger, it is also growing faster. Okay? So the question then arises, where are India's big seven? And why don't we have them? And I'm going to talk about three types of problems. The first problem is really from the government side. It is the one most of you complain about most. But I'll put it out of the way first because it is something that we are aware of and we will try to do something about it. And which is to do on the demand side, the government's tendering system. Yeah, there are many problems because 40% of it relates to some sort of a public sector type tendering. There are either restrictive clauses which relate to balance sheet requirements, thresholds, etc. So you'll suddenly have 1 crore contract, but you require some 500 crore turnover balance sheet. Now, why do you want this? Correct. Obviously, you will end up having to give the business back to some big 4, big 7 type agency. No Indian company will have those kinds of balance sheets. So incumbents win from this. You just will not. In every other business, we want startups to benefit, but here somehow, no. Secondly, we have restrictive clauses on track records. Worldwide, Indians are the champions in this consulting business. All the big seven are running on Indian talent. And yet, there are no Indian startups in this space. Baki sab mein startups hai. Isme startup nahi hai. Why? Very simple. Because we don't give the individual the benefit of their track record. We give it to Deloitte, PwC, McKinsey, and so on. Now, in every other business, somebody who is very talented will come out of the business and set up his own business and a startup, and we'll all support it. Here, the government's own tendering system does not give the track record of the individual, the benefit. As a result of which, you cannot create new startups in this business. So these, there are other problems with that in government tendering process. So we are aware of these. Some thought is being gone into about what to do about it. But I have now been researching this issue for a few months, and I have come to the conclusion that this is actually the small part of the problem. The real part of the problem comes from the fact that we are unable as a country to create multidisciplinary partnerships and companies. In fact, they shouldn't only be partnerships, there should be companies also in this space. And in order to do this, we have to get around a serious problem. And the problem, just like the problem with GCCs when they came in was with a problem we had tied ourselves in knots with the OSP regulation. This problem is created by the professional bodies in attempting to protect their little ponds when the real game is sailing the big seas. Every professional body, ICAI included, tries to protect their little pond. Now, I will admit the ICAI is not the worst offender in this. The legal guys, the architects, many other professions have similar bodies with even more restrictive things. But this is also true here. Although you have done some things to open it up, but I will point out to you that every professional body, Bar Council of India, ICSI, you name it, there are restrictions. Now, according to when I made this issue, when your senior leadership came to meet me, they told me that they had, ICAI at least had attempted to open this space up. So I looked into the rules. There is 53B of 1988 regulations. What does it say? It states that ICAI is open to the following: company secretaries, cost accountants, advocates, actuaries, engineers, architects, etc. Yeah, so you have a list. Now, except for company secretaries and cost accountants, the problem is they don't recognize you, therefore there's no reciprocity. So I agree some part of the problem is on the other side, but there are problems on your side too. Let me point this out. You have specifically excluded here members of professional bodies and persons having qualifications other than those prescribed, that is the ones I listed out earlier, and they leave out explicitly MBAs. Right. They explicitly leave out approved insolvency professionals. You explicitly leave out IT professionals. You want to be in cyber security and you have left them out. This has to be fixed. If you want to be serious about MDPs, if you want to create global, serious, those billionaire companies, you have to have these, we have to allow them in. Now, furthermore, you have here a tilt in which, okay, we will let them in, but what do you say? That they will have to identify themselves as NDP CAs in practice. So what are you basically saying? That non-CAs are going to be expected to, will be tolerated essentially as second-class citizens in your companies. This is basically what you're saying. Because if you do not allow them into these MDPs as equals, why should they come? They'll go and work for some McKinsey. They'll go and work for PwC. Or they'll go and create their own companies in that space, but we'll never get the clustering you need to create large, multidisciplinary companies, partnerships, or whatever entities that can compete in the world, because these restrictions don't exist in the rest of the world. We have imposed these restrictions on ourselves. Now, as I said, I'm picking on you because you are ICAI. But let me say that many of the other professions are much worse. Here is Advocates Act, Bar Council of India, 1975, Rule number 2, Chapter 3 of Part 4. What does it say? An advocate shall not enter into a partnership or any other arrangement of sharing remuneration other than any person or legal practitioner who is not an advocate. वो तो दूसरे lawyers को भी allow नहीं करते हैं. So this is all a case of protecting your little pond when the real game is sailing the high seas. And I think it is very, very important that we need to open ourselves out to this. And by the way, the MDP problem is not the only problem. You have another problem, which is what? You simply do not allow Indian companies, partnerships, etc. to create their own brand and logo in this space. Because you don't allow advertising of any kind. In fact, here is what you say. You do not allow any write-up also that is of font size exceeding 14. It's actually written in your thing. Big 7 have built brands outside India, so they have no restrictions. They'll come here. I go to enough number of conferences. On the screen there will be KPMG, McKinsey, PwC, Deloitte, you name it. They all sponsor. Why? They can build their brand outside India. None of you can build a brand inside India. In fact, if any of those foreign brands just put their hands of blessings on any of you, you will suddenly overnight become one of the biggest chartered accountancy partnerships in this country. Isn't that the case? So that is the power of the brand. But you are not allowing yourselves to build those brands. Why? What sort of colonialism that we have on ourselves? So what happens? These foreign brands come here. They function here through proxies. In fact, 2 of them were registered before independence, so we have grandfathered them. So they even function in their own name in India. McKinsey वाले यहाँ अपने ब्रांड में करते हैं, ऑडिट नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दूसरे चीज़ों तो सब करते हैं. So what have we done? We have perpetuated our own colonial occupation by these entities. This is in our own heads. So when I make these points, here are 2 objections that will come. That there are dangers, number 1, if you get rid of the advertising regulations, from solicitation and ambulance chasing. Right. I agree. But you see, we don't have to restrict ourselves to advertising in the sense that Coca-Cola advertises itself or in solicitation. But you can allow brand building, allow logos, allow them to have whatever name they want. You've got some restriction that it has to be in the name of a living person. अरे भाई McKinsey कब मर गया? Deloitte कब मर गया? आप क्यों नहीं अलाउ करते हो? हाँ तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है? This is all crazy. We have grandfathered all of their things, so they are running on their grandfather. What will happen to your grandchildren? Can they grandfather? This is absolutely self-inflicted. I'm sorry. I agree that you do not want to allow ambulance chasing and solicitation, but it is perfectly okay to have logos, to allow for brand building. And by the way, if you want to go global, you will be functioning in jurisdictions where these rules don't apply. In those areas, you ambulance chase. What's the problem? We don't want it here, but you are competing in a jurisdiction where these things are allowed. You're going to Dubai, you're going to the US, and we are signing free trade agreements with jurisdictions where these things will be allowed. We are, as government, we are negotiating for you as free trade agreements. Go there and conquer those markets. Why are you, in India you're not allowed, you follow those rules, it's okay. But at least those brands have to be built. You cannot build your brands anywhere other than in your home market. Secondly, somebody will then raise, but you know, if you open out the partnerships to everybody, what about trained professionals? You know, you don't allow doctors to do, anybody other than doctors to do surgery, then how will you allow lawyers, chartered accountants? Now, this is a key argument. Any multidisciplinary partnership will have in it CAs, it will have advocates. After all, when you go to a hospital, the hospital has all kinds of people. It also has CAs, it also has nurses, it also has furniture wala. Now, is the furniture wala being allowed to do a surgery? No. So in the same logic, if you have an MDP, the relevant person with the relevant qualifications will do the relevant activity. It doesn't require genius to understand this. So it doesn't hurt your profession at all. It widens the system. So the point I'm making is, there are these self-inflicted restrictions we have placed on ourselves. If you want to be a GCC and always be a side operation of a global operation or an MNC, and that is all that GCCs are going to be, then carry on with the current system. जहां भी है बताइए ना, हम चेंज कर देंगे. आप में इंस्टीट्यूट जहां एडवोकेट्स एक्ट चेंज करना है हम कर देंगे. एंड आई एम गोइंग टू हैव अ कन्वर्सेशन, बैठिए, आई विल हैव Q&A. जहां लॉज है आप लाइए ना, हम चेंज करेंगे. अब लाइए. बट द पॉइंट इज, लाइए ना. प्रॉब्लम इज कि half the problem is the professions want to think in their little boxes. Go out and talk to your fellow professionals from other fields. Explain to them what the real game is. So I will now sit down here and I'm happy to answer Q&A. But as I come to the end of my talk, let me say that GCCs is a massive opportunity. As I showed you, just in the little space of consultancy, we can enter into an environment which has today somewhere around 260 to 70 billion, will be soon $300 billion market, which we are barely scratching as Indians. Maybe as Indian professionals working for foreign firms they may be, but as Indian firms at GCCs, we are not even participating. So we need to think like this. If China can become the factory of the world and create global companies as factories, we need to be able to do this for services and office type businesses. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Well, sir. Would you like to have this? Please come. Very good.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, I would like to welcome our Honorable President C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, sir, to put some valuable remarks after this session. Sir, you are requested to please come on the dais and share your valuable thoughts. Sir, can you have a please huge round of applause to welcome our Honorable President, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal, for your very kind words. Mr. Sanyal, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India follows one policy, Atiti Devo Bhava. So I will not say anything which is derogatory on that as, but I want to tell you. We were set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 49. Whatever regulations we have that have been fully debated, it becomes very easy to say, why can't a chartered accountant do business? Sir, there is an argument for each and every argument. As an institute, we are fully seized of the matter. I met you and I told you there that we are understanding how in a limited matter we shall allow advertisement. All the people sitting here and some of them clapping will not understand. Once we start advertisement, they will be nowhere. We have to understand from the perspective of an institute. What difference does it make? Tomorrow when I start advertising, big fishes will advertise and take each and everything. They will showcase that I have done so many things, I have these many capabilities. So as an institute, sir, we have to understand. We have close to 5 lakh members, of which close to 3 lakhs are in practice. They may belong to small mofussil towns. There are people who are sitting here who have more than 50 partners also, who have big firms and have turnovers of crores. But an institute, we have to take everybody along. We are second to none in this world, sir. GCC, I told in the morning, was conceived 70 days, 75 days back. And today more than 500 people are here. Nobody was invited. They have all come on their own, paid for everything. And this is a self-sustained conference. So, Sanyal Saab, 3 things I would like to put. Number 1, as an institute, we have to understand. We want to gel well. We want them to grow. We want to gel with the policies of the government at a very largest level. We are partners in nation building. But at the same time, we have to understand how our members will move ahead. Second important thing, Mr. Sanyal. You spoke about advertisement. You spoke about age-old principles. Sir, our act is subject to revision. We revise every now and then. We have regulations which are revised every now and then. But largely, as an institute, we have to understand that the country wants something, the opening up wants something, but when opening up wants, we have to look at the entire membership and then move ahead. And third and final thing, sir. Sir, all of them are performance. They are people who have led a regimental life. Now, regimental life becomes important. You look at the ministers, they lead a regimental life. The reason they have to give a message to the society at large. You will be happy to know that professional misconduct is nothing compared to unbecoming of a member. If anyone amongst them is found fighting on the street, if any one of them travels without a ticket, they are subject to disciplinary proceedings and they lose their right to practice. So when you live up to such ideals, it becomes very difficult to transgress or to jump down that line. As an institute, we are known and we are proud of our very well-laid procedures, well-laid regulations. I don't say that we are not open to change. We are very much open to change. But that change has to be well debated, put into the right perspective. We are partners in nation building. The GCC is outsourcing. We have become the outsourcing hub of the world, simply because we know how to perform. My members work day and night, sir. None of them, sir, see, we very proudly say the GST collections and income tax collection have increased manifold. It is because of these, my brothers and sisters sitting here, who work day and night to ensure. उर्दू में कहते हैं ना कि जो सर एक मिनट बैठिए ना, आप बोलिए ना उसके बाद, कि जो जल के, जो बाती जल के रोशनी दिखाती है उसे दिए कहते हैं, और जो खुद जलकर देश का खजाना भरे उसे सीए कहते हैं. So, sir, we want to partner with the nation. We are very keen to be a part of the nation, but we have our settled systems. We have to go by that. We have to move in that stream. With due respect and regard to you, I'm very happy you have come, and you are a person with great ideas. I had spent, myself and Vice President spent a lot of time with him, and I was impressed with his ideas. But only thing is how we have to put them in perspective. We are very keen to do that, but it will take its own time. Thank you so much, sir. You can respond if you want to.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our Honorable President, sir, for your valuable remark. Can we have a cordless mic, please?
Yeah, just
now it's a Q&A session. And
1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah. You see, he will. Mr. Salan, 1 minute. You are part of the Economic Advisory Council and all this. You must have gone to so many seminars, right? So many conferences, spoken to in so many institutes. In which other institute you will find that we are totally open to your thoughts, right? The president and vice president of the institute, they are sitting here listening to you, right? And also are giving their own views on this. We don't have anybody here whose ideas are closed. They're not saying that whatever you are saying is all wrong. Right? They're open. There have been people, when you criticize, there have been people who have also clapped for you. There have been people who have also clapped for you, right? That is what the profession is, right? So we are open. We are open to change. We are a flexible profession, open to this. Yeah, we'll see. I know many of you want to ask. What he was saying is, you said ambulance changing. You said what Nandaji is saying is this: he doesn't want to, or the council doesn't want to do things in such a way that the profession is in ambulance. You see, they want to avoid. You see, I was a past president, we also want to avoid. But whatever you are saying, we keep the partner in nation building, that tag, close to our heart. And if you walk the corridors of the institute, you will find excellence, independence, integrity. Everybody will talk about all that, right? So that's what we are. But you have made a point. For example, under Nandaji's leadership, we are having the network guidelines. You see, aggregation of CA firms, right? To see how we can change. He's also talking about, you see, changes in the advertising guidelines, about which you are talking about, right? You have been, how many other institutes has this kind of GCC program, sir? We take pride in this letter.
So let me say, I am here particularly because I think there is a chance here to really grab a massive opportunity.
Yes.
You are the biggest likely beneficiaries of it. I am here because I do believe that there, and by the way, when I accepted the invitation to speak in this, I had already warned that I will give you a scolding. In fact, I said so right in the beginning of my speech. हाँ, आपको बताया था कि नहीं मैं आपको डांटूंगा. And by the way, everywhere I get invited, if you go and look up YouTube, I give a scolding to every professional body, including my own profession, who I give the most scolding to. But if we want to progress, we have to be self-critical, we have to take risks, we have to break out of the old system. By the way, if you think you're getting a scolding, you should come and listen to the talks I give at Labasna, where the bureaucrats get trained. And I do that regularly. Some of those talks that I have on process reforms are also on YouTube. You can see how I am, I'm quite outspoken. But as a country, if we are not willing to be outspoken, we'll be sitting here and debating the same thing 20 years from now. So we have to push forward. And yes, some of it will require to break out of the mold. Nobody is saying you do not have integrity and that, you should be traveling on the train without a ticket. That's the whole point. But I'm presuming that is also true of the architects. I'm also presuming that's also true of the IT professionals in the cyber security space. The point I'm making is, these are not the reasons you should be restricting your MDP policy. As far as advertising is concerned, I stated clearly that I totally understand why you want to restrict certain kinds of solicitation and ambulance chasing. So I actually agree with you. However, if we do not allow, which is a somewhat separate issue, we do not allow brand building and logos, which are different from advertising, by the way, they are different things. If we do not allow brand building, then the problem will be that we will never have Indian brands. And in the name of some CA firms that may be working in some Mufassil town, it is not helping them at all. I cannot see how it helps them that Deloitte's, PwC's, McKinsey's, Bain, etc. have brands and our companies don't. How does it help them? So we need Indian brands. And we have to be willing to stand up and build them. This is, by the way, the same thinking process we used to have earlier about small-scale sector. We must save small-scale sector, therefore never allow Indian large companies to emerge. Did it help us? No. All that happened is that every major industrial area, we ended up being taken over, or those spaces got taken over by foreign companies. It's in relatively recent times, using various ways, we have allowed large Indian companies to scale up. But even then, where are the Indian Samsung? Where is the Indian LG? Where is the Indian Mitsubishi? So point is that we have to be willing to create large Indian entities which are able to compete in the rest of the world, and do not think of this as only an India competing, being the field of competition. If you want to compete, you have to be able to compete in the rest of the world, where those rules may allow you to do certain things. So while I'm okay with restrictions and solicitation in India, when you go abroad and operate in jurisdictions where you can advertise, you should advertise. Why not? By the way, there is a young lady standing there wanting to ask me a question.
Yes.
Why don't you ask it?
Yeah, please. You have got a mic? The mic is coming. 2 or 3 questions? Huh? Take it.
Hello, am I audible? Yes. So I think just thinking upon the conversation just now about how in the GCC space where we're technically doing work for MNCs. Now in terms of audit services or any other services which chartered accountants are fit to do, we've seen very, very often that when auditors get appointed on a global level, and mostly when it's the big fours who have presence here, immediately the choice is no Indian firm. The choice is a big four to replace any Indian firm and the big fours to be appointed, because one, brand's not there, number two, the global connections are not there. In context of that, I think there was a regulations of associations.
Madam, you have to come straight to the query.
I'm coming,
come
sir.
straight to
Just
the
giving
query,
some
because there are
context,
others
allow
also.
me time.
Yeah, please, please.
Yeah, so in that context, I just want to say there are networks like the Big Fours who are not independent in regard to their global firms. There are associations who be independent firms, part of associations, just for the global exposure and training, but be able to have the global exposure to serve Indian for MNCs. Recently, ICI sent out, I think, notices to most of them, forcing them to resign from the associations. On the other side, networks, large network firms who are found defaulted in terms of, let's say, IFSC. What's ICI even doing about it? So my question is, we're talking about integrity, we're talking about global exposure. I understand there's a balance needed, but there are immense use cases that is really going against the objective of ICI, right?
All right, fine. Thank you very much. I think most of your question
is to
relates
ICI, not to me. In fact, you are in fact, if anything, supporting the point I'm making.
Right. Okay. All right. And she's giving you a thumbs up. So she agrees with you. Yeah. Please.
Do you want to answer her or should I ask mine?
No, I mean, basically, these are issues that have to be dealt with. It's a dynamic world where we have to deal with. So I agree with her that, look, ICI has to begin to think about this in the global context and not only think of defending things, but to think in offensive terms, how do we take over the world's businesses? And so unless we do that, we will eternally be working, GCCs will be an act of subordination of some sort.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely, sir. And to your point just now, I have a leading question or maybe a thought or feedback that are we also thinking of certain grants, incentives or benefits to all the professionals sitting here for investing their time and energy on a mission like this that could be time consuming and may have a negative ROI at the beginning? So your thoughts.
So, I mean, we have had these kinds of thoughts when it came to industry, where there were PLI schemes of various kinds. So, once we get some momentum and at least let's get rid of the hurdles. Once we get rid of the hurdles and we come to a point where we are getting some Indian MDPs reaching some, then we can think of how to scale them up to global scale. And I'll be open to any ideas you have. So there, I mean, you can't apply industrial PLIs to service sector directly, but there may be ways of finding ways. I mean, just that removing tendering restrictions, for example, at least domestically we'll be able to give you scale. So there may be other ways of doing, when you are, for example, you're going abroad, we may be able to use India's economic heft to open markets for you, for example. So there are things we can discuss. But first of all, you need to have something that we can fight for. Today, I don't even have something to fight for.
All right. You wanted to say something.
He needs a mic.
Yeah.
And this will have to be the last question because I have to carry on as well, yeah?
Yeah. The last one, please, and then.
Okay, after that, last question.
Many of our fellow professionals who are also law graduates, and as you said, we are allowed to practice as a CA, but not allowed to practice holding a COP, the Bar Council membership. I personally tried many times from Bar Council. I got the NOC from my institute, but it was not allowed from the Bar Council. So can I request your good offices to look into this critical matter, at least in NCLT
Absolutely.
and corporate matters?
So this talk I'm giving is not only meant for ICAI. If anything, it's meant actually more for other bodies, because if anything, you are the most open of the professional bodies. So, and if anything, the Bar Council of India is probably the black box that is the toughest one. Incidentally, they issue fatwas against me quite regularly. So you just have to Google it up. Tamil Nadu Bar Council issued a fatwa against me last year for questioning the number of vacations the courts are taking, because I pointed out that our courts are open for a lesser number of days a year than the average kindergarten. And they got very offended. But I think these are questions that we need to ask of professional bodies. Otherwise, but this is not just true of professional bodies. Everywhere in this country, everybody is trying to save their little turf. The bureaucracy does it. Inside the bureaucracy, different branches of the bureaucracy do it. And most of the energy in India is being taken and sapped by trying to protect their little turfs. The net result is that we are fighting amongst each other when the world is open to us to conquer. So, you have just given one example. This is absurd. You have the qualifications to be both a chartered accountant and a lawyer. What's the problem? After all, I can be a pilot and a doctor. Nobody stops me. So why not a lawyer and a chartered accountant, which are at least linked subjects? I mean, a doctor and a pilot are completely unlinked subjects, and yet they're allowed. So this is definitely, most of the cobwebs are inside our own heads, and we need to get rid of them. This will have to be the last question, please. There's a gentleman there.
Okay.
Yeah.
सर मैं आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूँ, बिग 4 इंडियन सीए फर्म को कभी डेवलप नहीं होने देंगे। वो कई लेवल पे अटैक करते हैं और ओपन अटैक करते हैं। पहला वो अटैक करते हैं, जो भी क्लाइंट ग्रो करता है उसके सीईओ के साथ वो डिनर करना शुरू कर देते हैं, और वो जब तक
क्या करते हैं?
डिनर करना शुरू कर देते हैं, और जब तक वो ऑडिट नहीं ले लेंगे उसकी जान नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
तो आप भी डिनर खिलाइए ना, प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
सर दूसरा जो आप कह रहे थे ना टेंडर के लिए, जहाँ पे जो हो रहा है जीएफआर में ऐसा नहीं है कि इतनी टर्नओवर होनी चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट के रूल नहीं है, लेकिन वो पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी के एमडी सीएमडी के साथ अपना पर्सनल रिलेशन, प्रोफेशनल रिलेशन के बेसिस पे टेंडर की कंडीशन वो रख पाते
तो
हैं।
जो भी है, मैं बोल रहा हूं कि जब गवर्नमेंट के साइड में जो भी करना है, आपके साथ हम काम करके उसको ठीक करेंगे। मैंने तो शुरू में ही आपको बताया, पहला पॉइंट मैंने मान लिया, लेकिन मेरी बात आपको भी मानना पड़ेगा कि आपके साइड में भी बहुत सारे हैं। अगर हम तीनों के तीन प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं करेंगे, ये डिमांड प्रॉब्लम विच इज द टेंडरिंग प्रॉब्लम, the MDP problem, restrictions problem, and the branding problem, तीनों प्रॉब्लम को अगर सॉल्व नहीं करेंगे तो ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होगा। उसके बाद जब ये तीन हो जाएंगे तब आप डिनर भी खिला दीजिएगा, क्या है?
Right.
मैं भी आऊंगा उस डिनर पे, मुझे भी बुलाइएगा।
And by the way, he being a Bengali, I'm sure he's a non-veg.
हाँ, वेजिटेबल्स मत खिलाइए, वेजिटेबल्स मत खिलाइएगा और सब ठीक है।
Right. So see, no, please, he has to go.
I really have to go now.
He has to go.
अच्छा, last question. So I am easy to find. My email is sanjeev.sanyal@gov.in. When you write, ask for a meeting. Clearly state what it is for, and if possible, a short note explaining the point you want to make and what is a potential solution for it. Not just the problem. Please don't come for problem tourism. What is the impact this problem has, and what is your solution, and give some proof of that solution. If international practice, some data, something. And if it is a interesting enough problem, I will definitely call you to talk. In any case, I am in touch with your institute, and I freely go to many of your programs. Sometimes I'm complimentary, sometimes I give you a scolding, but my good wishes are always with you.
So nice of you. So nice of you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Sanyal. You see, he said that, we are one of the most open institutes. I think I'm quoting him, right? Yes. And that's what we are. We are also self-critical. And he is in a hurry to leave. So let me tell you, it's been such a great pleasure having it, and Q&A has been very, very good. And look at the president. In any other institute, Mr. Sanyal, the president will be, thinking sitting in anger. Right, he's smiling, right? So that's how it is.
He knew what I was going to say, so he invited me after knowing what I was going to say.
Even the vice president is putting his 2 thumbs up, right? So you have been a hit. Let me tell you, you have been a hit with us. We are a modern profession, a changing profession, a dynamic profession. That's why we have called you in a dynamic topic like GCC, right? And you are always welcome amidst us, Mr. Sanyal, right? Your views have been noted by the leadership. So many council members are here, and I'm sure we will do the needful on this. With these words,
it's a partnership, not just amongst you. It's a partnership with me in the government. So this is a national agenda we have, And if you are having difficulties with other professional bodies, please bring it. I will fight for you. I'm ऐसे भी लड़ाकू type हूँ. So I will do it with full zest. But you know, we need to think bigger now. The moment in history has come. You know, there was a point in history when we were the most open maritime nation in the world. Then at some point about 800 years ago, we introduced rules upon ourselves that crossing the seas was a bad thing, kala pani. Wo problem, did it protect us? No. It created, all it did is that we ended up with people coming from across the seas and colonizing us. So never close ourselves off. We have to be willing to go out there and conquer the rest of the world. But that requires us to take some risk. It requires us to change with the times. And it requires us to build links with other allies. And let me assure you, the government is going to be your biggest ally in this.
So nice of you. Thank you very much. With those words, you cannot have this pleasure.
Thank you so much.
So, you have a vote of thanks? All right.
Sanjeev San. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite CA Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, the convener of this directorate, to propose the vote of thanks for this technical session. Sir, please.
I'll just take 30 seconds on this. Sir, thank you so much for such an enlightening session. वो एक बात है कि सर अतिथि तो देवो भव, and we definitely acknowledge your presence and your words, and we are definitely going to straight up all the corners wherever they are loosened up. But yes, GCC is something which Institute is all going for, and the perceptions of chartered accountants from ledgers to global leadership, I think together, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and the Government of India can work together, and that's why we have 9 eco-partners, sir. If you see Niti Aayog, Ministry of External Affairs, everyone is coming together with us to make sure that India and chartered accountants are going to be the accountants for the entire world. Thank you so much, sir.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We hope to carry forward these valuable insights that you have been shared with us and continue to be graced by your encouraging words. Thanks to all the dignitaries. I request our Honorable President, sir, and Honorable Vice President, sir, to please come on the stage for this group photograph. Director of IIM Sambalpur is amongst us, so I also welcome on behalf of ICI. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries, distinguished guests, and eminent personality amongst us for sharing your valuable inputs, thoughts, and ideas. Thank you, sir. Now let's move forward for the next session, technical session number 5. I request our Central Council member, CA CV Chitle, sir, to please Now I would like to request our Central Council member CA CV Chitle sir to please come on the dais, and we are going to begin our next session, technical session number 5, accounting change and tax consideration in GCC. For this session we have 2 distinguished eminent personality between us, CA Gaurav Marwa and Miss Ritika Gupta. So I request CA Gaurav Marwa and Miss Ritika Gupta along with our Central Council member CA CV Chitle sir to please come on the dais and we are going to begin our next technical session. I would like to also state that this session is a panel discussion session. So we are having the two eminent personalities, CA Gaurav Mahavaji and Ms. Ritika Gupta ji amongst us for this panel discussion session. Can we have joined our hands to welcome our eminent personality for this technical session number 5. Now I would like to request the dignitaries on the dais to welcome by presenting the sapling to our speakers by our CA CV Chitle sir and CA Abhay Chajar sir, the Central Council member. CA Abhay Chajar sir, Central Council member from the Central region, and CA CV Chitle sir, the Central Council member from the Western region, who is amongst us to welcome the eminent speaker for this session. I request to all the one to please join your hands to welcome these eminent speakers. CA Gaurav Marwa, sir. CA Gaurav Marwa is a seasoned chartered accountant with approximately 15 years of extensive experience in financial accounting advisories services. His expertise spans various sectors, particularly in global capability centers, where he specializes in technical accounting, gap conversions, and finance transformation. In recent years, Gaurav sir has assisted numerous clients in establish their finance GCC, helping them scale operations and big efficiencies. And Ms. Ritika Gupta ji is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in the field of taxation and global operations. A chartered accountant by qualification, she has played a pivot role in advising several global MNCs across different sectors. Her expertise lies in designing the tax efficient structures and ensuring regulatory compliances. She also assists clients in negotiating with the state government for incentives and subsidies under the state GCC policies. So I welcome to all the eminent speaker on the behalf of ICI for your valuable time. And now I would like to request our Central Council member CA CV Chitle sir to please come on the dais for his opening remarks. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, friends. After the scintillating advice by Honorable personality from government, I am sure that at ICI, we are also, our thought process is on same lines. There are two ends. One is the Chartered Accountants Act 1949 and regulations which are framed by the government, and one is the Code of Ethics, which is the institute's own creation, maybe within the framework of Act. And let me inform you that your institute, the council, is working on the same lines for the purpose of enabling infrastructure by regulations so that we are able to compete globally. And in earlier session also I said that wherever we are thinking of confinements on advertisement, the act itself applies only to India, not beyond India. So maybe whatever inference one can draw, one should do it. As far as taxation is concerned, you might be aware that when United States of America wanted to change the tax laws in order to understand how the loopholes are plugged, the country they selected for the purpose of research was India. All of you have passed final examination of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which includes a mandatory tax paper. So I'm sure one who clears taxation, I think in India, globally, he would be able to understand the tax laws, corporate laws, or any other laws. And also, as far as accounting is concerned, it is forte of our professionals, because we have seen that those who are not able to clear CA final examinations, maybe going abroad, they are able to do so. So, As far as accounting is concerned, we have acumen, we have knowledge, and we have aptitude. And as far as taxation is concerned, the understanding, the analytical process is we do. The most complex legislation in the world, we analyze, understand, and maybe also represent on many occasions. I think for us, compliance with global scene may not be much of a challenge, but then what exactly it means, maybe the two experts which are, who have kindly agreed to enlighten us would unfold, and the coordinator and also deputy convener of this group, Abhay Chajed, who is again in both the fields of accounting and taxation, who would make them reveal the secrets that you would want to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request our CA Abhay Chajat sir, to please begin this technical session. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I request to please increase this audio of this cordless mics.
Hello, hello. Am I audible at the end?
Orange color.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon, friends. And thank you, Chitla sir, for the opening remarks. I
Hello.
think very important point you covered after the very insightful session which we had with our Honorable Sanjeev Sanyal ji. So, would not take much time. The session is on accounting change and tax consideration in GCC. I think this is one of the apt session. I would say that we have an experts here. Thank you. I have experts with me, Gaurav Marwa. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for accepting our invitation. And Ms. Ritika Logane Gupta. Thank you for being here. I think we have an important session discussing about the change in the accounting and the taxation in GCC, which is most important for our members to know. To begin with, I think I first take maybe a question for both of you, and then maybe Gaurav, for you to start. You know, we talk about high-level overview of evolving role of GCCs now in today's global finance landscape. So especially in the context of accounting and taxation. So maybe you could cover some, can you elaborate a bit for the participants? Gaurav, over to you.
Thanks. Thank you for the question. So I think needless to say the importance of GCC is how it is evolving. Since morning we have been hearing about the importance and how it is gaining traction. So in terms of if I focus from an accounting and reporting standpoint, I think from experience I could say that sky is the limit because it is no more limited to bookkeeping, the process handling. I think it is evolving by the day and it is all in a mindset. So in terms of if you look at the landscape, which keeps evolving on a day-to-day basis. So we used to do bookkeeping years back. Now from bookkeeping, we are shifting to reporting, global start reporting. We are doing process standardization, centralization. So typically some of the complex global functions like deferred tax accounting, like lease accounting, like pensions, so which used to be handled globally. Because of the skill sets we have in India, the chartered accountants we have, that is being managed by GCCs. And not only these are limited to these accounting, but I would say that more around process improvisations, automations, data, how do you handle data, how can you link accounting with data. So, it has to be a very broad horizon and it has to be a collaboration both with global offices as well as the local country offices. Maybe you can add from a tax perspective.
I can add from a tax perspective. I think before I really give you any inputs from a you know, it's very important to understand how the evolution for GCCs has happened. So 99, 2000, we all remember there was the concept of BPOs, right? Where it was primarily voice-based and very transactional processing. Then a decade happened and we moved to something called the Global Business Services. That is the GBS concept, you know, as we used to usually call. That's when we moved a notch up to say that, okay, we are now going to not only focus on voice and transaction, but it's going to be IT, it's going to be procurement. We started introducing robotics, you know, in the GCC processes. 2020 onwards is where the major shift has happened. Away, or one more notch up to say that we are now getting into a lot of work relating to centers of excellence being established here. So the way Gaurav alluded to, that there are global reporting structures. Similarly, there are also global tax, reportings that happen. So a lot of GCCs and in fact, overseas companies are now looking at establishing centers of excellence for accounting, for financial reporting, for tax. And how all of that is being achieved is with a lot of advent of AI, machine learning, and making it more digitized. So I think that's been really the evolution of how we have seen GCCs come into the country. And now, like I mentioned, it is more around setting up of centers of excellence.
Yeah, I think you mentioned about the Center of Excellence. Like as ICI, even we have our Center of Excellence where, we are trying to have our the AI artificial intelligence batches at Center of Excellence Hyderabad, at Jaipur, and recently started in the month of February at Kolkata. So I believe the Center of Excellence really, I can say a place where we upskill our members. And I believe that's one of the areas where recently also I would just share that in last week of May, we had 35 participants. We did a residential refresher course and we discussed 2 days hand-holding on outsourcing from US market. So it was just not accounting, it was not tax, it was everything wherever you can have opportunities through these US market and where we can have our own GCC being created. So Center of Excellence really now is working or playing a very important role for chartered accountants for having these kind of sessions, and I believe this is where the need of an hour is. So thank you so much, Gaurav and Ritika. So Gaurav, quick on the question on the accounting focus. In your experience, how do global statutory reporting requirements influence the design and operation of a finance GCC? You could highlight or give your inputs on that.
Sure. So to give you a perspective, first of all, it is important to understand what is global statutory reporting. Just to take a step back, so typically, as of now, we are used to handle our local statutory accounting, be it Ind AS, our erstwhile Indian GAAP. Now the focus has shifted to manage all the accounting requirements, the regulatory requirements of different countries centralized in India. So to have that in place, so if you think back, so again, someone who is giving you that responsibility, you need to have the knowledge of different gaps. And good part is that ICI has enabled us with the advent of when we moved to Ind AS, we are already in the right direction. That foundation was laid many years back. And because of that, now we all know that IFRS is a global language which opens up a lot of opportunities for our chartered accountants, because that IFRS is now a global standard, and even if a lot of countries who are not in IFRS, their local standards are very close to IFRS. So if you know the IFRS language, it is very easy to work on other accounting standards as well. And when you look at a global setup of a global statutory reporting, while we need an understanding of different accounting gaps, we also are dependent a bit on the local regulations. So because how you grow your pie is very important. So in terms of you're working with like global headquarters, you start with small, you build confidence, you build that trust that you're not only limited to your task. You have to think beyond accounting. You have to see how you can contribute from a data perspective, how you can contribute from a tax perspective. What if you're, in IFRS, like you have different options. What is the best option from a tax perspective? How it will impact my covenants, so if you bring that value on table, and that is where you get the confidence and you get more work, and you become, so basically you shift from tactical to strategic. The theme of the seminar, from ledgers to global leadership, how will it come? It will only come with time. You build trust with your global headquarters, you build trust with local offices. It's not only, you don't want to be regarded just like a delivery center, right? Because to have a sustainable model, you have to justify your presence, you have to keep adding value to what you are doing. Because it's easy to set up a GCC, but I think it is important to have a sustainable model. And if you look, while it's a big story, and if you look at a lot articles. Now, there's a lot of pressure on GCCs, cost pressures on GCCs, and now if the GCCs are not moving up the maturity curve, I think a time will come that the global headquarters will back out. So I think the message here is that the global headquarters are looking at us as innovation centers, wherein we bring value, bring in automation, we bring in performance metrics. How? Because we are handling ideas. If you are centralizing, they are expecting efficiencies, they are expecting automations, they are expecting value. If you are very task-minded, task-oriented, I think time will come that they'll just start moving to different places.
Yeah, I think rightly mentioned, it's important that efficiency, the value-add services, I think, which they are looking at. And the last thing, what you mentioned, or in fact, for all the chartered accounts, there is a build of trust. I think once the trust is built, I think there the opportunity keeps flowing. And then I've seen the works, come by references if there is a trust which is already built. And I believe you rightly mentioned. So Ritika, quickly on, you have been at the forefront of designing tax-efficient structures for multinational GCCs. What are the key tax considerations that companies must address when establishing GCCs in India? So if you could share or highlight.
So, in terms of when companies or MNCs are looking at setting up GCCs in India, the main considerations that need to be looked at are, I think I've put them into 6 buckets, if I may take it that way. The first thing that needs to be decided is what is the legal entity that needs to be set up, right? So we have a concept of private limited companies, we have LLPs, we have branch offices. So it's very important that depending on from which country the GCC is going to be set up, should you be looking at a private limited company, given the fact that a private limited company today has a lower tax rate, a corporate tax rate, so is that beneficial? Vis-a-vis LLP, which may seem a simple structure but a higher tax rate. So, that's the make and buy that a company would need to do. We obviously have the concept of branch offices as well, but I think for larger GCCs, the branch offices don't work very well because there are the tax issues of permanent establishment that kick in by setting up a branch office. So the first and foremost is decide on which legal entity that needs to be set up here. The second one, like I mentioned, it's important from which country are you coming in from. India has, all of the esteemed colleagues in the hall know that India has a number of double taxation avoidance agreements, right, which have certain beneficial clauses for dividend taxation, for capital gain taxation. So, for example, if you're coming in from a US, there's a 15% withholding on the dividend versus a dividend distribution tax of 22% here in India. You have favorable, capital gains clauses depending on the limitation of benefit clause for between India and Singapore, India and Netherlands. So the second thing is decide on from which jurisdiction your company will be set up. The third thing is obviously we're going to be running a GCC, so what should be my funding mix? If you're going to be setting up a company, then equity is a must, right? But then you could look at alternate structures of debt funding through CCDs coming in, or you could look at ECBs coming in, it's now under the automatic route for the ITS structure, so ECB is another option that companies look at. A very, frequent way of funding is advance against services. So basis the billing and, the work that will be done by the India GCC, one could look at advance against services coming in. Obviously, there are certain FEMA guidelines that need to be adhered to, but that's another option in which the funding can happen. So, company setup, a legal entity setup, shareholder jurisdiction, funding. These would be top 3. Then obviously the other important part that comes in is what is the transfer pricing mechanism that's going to come in, right? Because these are going to be related party transactions. So should it be cost plus, should it be transaction net margin method? So that's the, the fourth aspect, and I'll talk a little more in detail about this. The fifth one, and again, that is again become it's gaining a lot of importance worldwide, is on permanent establishment. See, we are going to be a GCC in India, so there's going to be a lot of back and forth happening with our overseas headquarters, right? So will the people who will be coming in, will they be rendering supervisory services? Will they be concluding contracts? What is going to be the role of the overseas entity, the role of the India GCC employees? So a permanent establishment review again is very important. And the last one, again, important, the country today has a lot of tax incentives and regulatory incentives that have come out, under various state policies. So that's the sixth thing. Look at a location, which gives you the right talent, the right infrastructure, and above all, the right incentives. So, those would be the 6 key considerations I would want any company, or, when we are advising our clients, our global clients to look at setting up a GCC in India, these would be the 6 key considerations that one should look at.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned very aptly, and we've covered very relevant points, but I think I'll just pick up on one of the points which you spoke about is the advance received from customers, or where, you get money, but the billing is done maybe in the subsequent period.
Correct.
So
There's a
that
FEMA
also
regulation that you
yes.
need to complete that within 9 months.
Correct. So I think there are probably, if I just add on to the tax part, you mentioned about the TP model also, the transfer pricing. Given the increasing scrutiny, which is now cross-border transactions which are happening, and how do you advise client to manage tax controversy risk within the GCCs, or maybe with respect to the transfer pricing model? If you can, cover some, maybe
Sure.
share some of your experience in that.
Sure. So transfer pricing today in India is much more advanced, and I would say mature when we compare it to some of the other jurisdictions that we work back with, right? I think over a period of time, our tax offices, our regulators, people who are actually doing the tax laws, as well as inputs that they get from stakeholders like us, they understand what is the basis and what is the model under which a GCC works, right? So typically you will have the GCC being here in India, working for one of its overseas entity within the group. It could be the parent entity, it could be, a group entity. More often than not, we've seen that it is a cost plus kind of a basis of remuneration. Now, initially, like I talked about the complete journey, it was very simple that it used to be just a simple cost plus 13, 14, 15%. The tax office would accept it. You would do probably a benchmarking study, or, do your usual transfer pricing documentation, and there was really no controversy. But as the GCCs have now matured, and the fact that, they are doing much more than transactional activities, obviously there's a requirement to do a very detailed function analysis in terms of what actually is the role that the GCC is playing. So if it's like, let's say, take an example of a software development, right? Now, software development will probably have some 7 to 8 steps that are being done across. Some of the steps would be done in India, some would be done at the overseas level. So a key question, which usually the tax office will ask us is, where is the IP getting developed, right? And where is it actually getting registered? So that's where the actual importance of undertaking a FAR analysis, as we call it, a function and a risk analysis, comes into play. So that becomes very important. India has, over a period of time, as the industry has matured, we do have safe harbor rules that have been prescribed, in the last couple of years. They've, been a number of amendments that have happened. So the safe harbor typically ranges from 17 to 24%, depending if it's a BPO kind of an activity or a KPO kind of an activity. But even beyond that, we have seen in some cases that the tax office has been very aggressive in saying that, no, it should not be 24, it could be even as high as a 30% or a 32%. And that's when the entire controversy starts. So one of the other things that we tell our GCCs to do is that, one, obviously keep your documentation and your intercompany agreements, in order. More importantly, some 10 years back, India came about with the program of advanced pricing arrangements. Now, that is something which is gaining a lot of popularity with GCCs because, see, they are wanting to do work here with minimal tax issues coming around, right? So the AP is a very good program where actually the tax office, you make an application and, the tax officers will come, will understand what, the GCC is doing. They even visit the overseas, company to understand what is happening in India, what is happening outside India, and then agree on a rate. And like everybody knows, it's, a rate for 5 years, you can go back 4 years. So at least for that period of time, the controversy is, laid at rest. I think of the latest numbers that are there is that we've signed about 400 plus APAs. And out of that, about 70% are for IT/ITS, right? So very important that these controversies are, addressed as soon as possible so that, functioning in India is like a smooth operation.
Yeah. So thank you very much. So on quick, Gaurav, when I say looking ahead, what shift do you anticipate in accounting, and Of course, on the tax, both of you, maybe you can speak about the accounting and she can speak about the tax strategy for GCC as India continues to grow as a global hub. So from the accounting perspective, if you could share your experience, and then maybe I'll ask Ritika for the tax part.
So I think it's a very valid question in today's scenario, and while I have touched it briefly before, but just to elaborate more on this topic, I would say that from a future standpoint, like I've said, that there is a lot of cost pressure, there's a lot of expectations from global to be value creators rather than just a service delivery running a service delivery model. So going forward, I think like we are already on track in building skill sets. Like you mentioned, we are building up COEs in tier 2 cities, and that is from a talent standpoint. But again, it is also important to understand what talent exactly we require. Is it only limited to our core accounting, tax skills, or is it beyond? Because if you see in this environment, the expectation is much beyond. So they have coined a term called finance engineers. So typically, they are looking for functional experts who can collaborate, who can play a key role in transformations, who can understand the business, provide a strategic role. They can help in ERP implementations. They can be a partner in automations, because we as chartered accountants know our subject, and you need translators between the top management and also who are developing the cores, the IT engineers. So again, we play a very important role as chartered accountants from a functional standpoint when it comes to ARP. And then I think what is required and what is the need of the hour is that how we can bring in efficiency. So there could be a task that you are given, like a role to perform a financial statement close process, typically in R2R domain. So one way is that you just take the knowledge transfer, you execute it, deliver it, do it on month-on-month basis. But are we thinking of efficiencies? Are we thinking that currently it is like a 15-day period? Can we bring it down to 5 days? Can we bring it out to 2 days? What are those bottlenecks? Are there opportunities for automation? Are there opportunities for efficiencies? Are we looking at a process from a process perspective, or we are very focused on just delivery? So it's important that how do we shift from day-to-day activities to contribute to a more strategic role? And this will require a lot of collaboration. Maybe we can request the institute to have those mobility programs to give an exposure to our chartered accountants who have exposure in working in different working with different cultural backgrounds, so that they are able to, so we are able to build trust and understand their requirements, build confidence, I think, which will go a long way. So typically, if I summarize, it is it is a combination of process, it is a combination of data, it is a combination of technical knowledge, and most importantly, collaboration. How best we collaborate, how do we manage the change? So change management is one of the key area in any transformation, be it accounting transformation, be it a finance transformation. I think that is going to be the key, how broadly we think, how far we can see, and then, like I said, sky is the limit for chartered accountants, and I think it's a good space to be in, and it's and great opportunity lies. And with a caveat that if we restrict ourselves to accounting or a tax domain, then we are only limiting our growth, and other countries will step up and take this opportunity from us.
No, absolutely, rightly said. So quickly, Ritika, on the tax part, if you can sum up.
I think on the tax part, the opportunity that is available for us CAs is, I mentioned about a tax center of excellence. A number of companies are now looking at that. Now, what does that entail? We can do compliance for multiple countries here. Chitale sir mentioned that we have taken the tax paper during our, CS course. So if we've done India tax, I'm sure we can do the world's any tax here. So that's one great opportunity that we have, where, all the companies are now trying to consolidate their compliance work here. The second opportunity is around global transfer pricing, right? So while there are local laws that say that documentation has to be prepared as per the local tax laws, but the fact that global transfer pricing documentation can be prepared at the back end and certified in the local country, that's another big opportunity, from a tax perspective. The third opportunity that I think, which we are seeing from an evolution perspective, is that AI is all pervasive. I mean, even simple things like even today our income tax department is using AI, when they are reviewing our returns, when they are reviewing transactions, we are getting those notices. Today they have all data in terms of our consumption, our spends, our investments and everything. So, to be, in that same space in which the tax departments are working, and this is globally, right? Working on AI-related tools, on digital tools, on the technology thing which is there in India, again, is something which is opening up a large number of opportunities for us CAs in India. So I think that would be, the next frontier, if I may call it, for us chartered accountants to look at, such that we are able to, be there from a tax perspective in the global mandate.
Thank you very much. I think very insightful discussion, and I think the issues being raised have been covered very well by both of you, Gaurav and Ritika. And quick to add for members, from the ICI, if I'm not sure how many of you are aware that for the accounting, perspective for US market, we've started a certificate course, almost it's been 18 months, and 8 batches we have already done. So 9th batch, which is now starting on 7th of July, 2025. So this is an important certificate course for accounting, outsourcing in US market. So anybody interested may look at the content, the structure, which covers the accounting, any opportunity which may come to you from US market. So that of course is one area where we are focusing, and going forward, we are in process of deciding for UK market, and like our Honorable President earlier mentioned in the speech, that it's been our other jurisdiction also, which we'll be covering very soon, like Australia, Canada, and maybe New Zealand going forward, but definitely US, and now in next maybe month, the UK market certificate course would be launched for members to get opportunities from even UK market. So thank you so much, Gaurav and Ritika, for sparing your time and sharing your experience on this very accounting and the tax in terms of the GCC, which is very relevant, I would say, and a lot of our members who are attending or participants now looking up to the GCCs, getting tie-ups, creating their own GCCs, may start with a small one, but I'm sure that'll grow very fast, and that is what the idea of ICI, to have such events. So thank you very much, and I think Mohit, over to you. If you have any, maybe one question or two questions, if any. Okay, so I think.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. I would like to invite CV Chitale, sir, to please come on the dais for sharing the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Well, thank you, Gaurav and Ritika, for the purpose of sharing your views on the topic relating to accounting and taxation. And as the chairman of this particular committee, Abhay Chhajer, said, that we will be starting country-specific courses. For US it is on, UK it will be on, at Committee on International Taxation as well. As you are aware that in case of Middle East countries, we have course for the purpose of taxation, and the committee is also examining the other countries for which we can start the tax guidance soon, so that it's not only for a particular country, but for across the globe, wherever there is substantial presence of taxation, we can capture them and we will start the courses. Only thing is that Gaurav said that you tell your ICI, but let me tell you that 2 years ago, the then President Aniket Talati said, I am the I in ICI, so it's not you. Everybody can suggest ICI because the entire wisdom doesn't reside in council. Anybody can suggest. It is not that there are seminars are the only occasions. Maybe you can write mails, and whatever suggestions are there for the purpose of institute to function, certainly the council takes into account. And these courses is also outcome of such suggestions, because earlier we had only this tax course for the purpose of this GCC countries, Dubai and some other countries adjoining. But now across the globe, we are comparing tax laws with our laws, and wherever we can sharpen the skill sets of Indian chartered accountants, we are doing so, and it will happen in a near future because the groups have already been set up and they are examining this particular process. So thank you, Gaurav, Ritika and Abhay for making this session very lively, and I am sure that people will carry on carry home certain valuable inputs for them to ponder upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to request to our dignitaries on the dais to present a memento to our speakers of the session, CA Abhay Chajat sir and CA CV Chitle sir. Requested to please present a memento of gratitude to a speaker, CA Gaurav Maharwa and Miss Ritika Gupta ji. Thank you. Thanks to both of the speakers for your valuable insights. And over here, thank you. Thanks to the dignitaries. Now we are moving for the next session, Financial Reporting Framework in GCC. I request all the attendees, those who are outside the hall, you are requested to please come inside. We are going to start our next session, Financial Reporting Framework in GCC. For this, we have our eminent speaker, CA Tarun Arora ji, who is the Managing Director of Protivity Global Company. And I request CA CV Chitle sir to... I request our eminent speaker to please come on the dais. And we are going to begin, sir please. We are going to begin our session, Financial Reporting Framework in GCC. PPT चलाओ, PPT. I request our Central Council member, CA Abhay Chajat sir, who is the Deputy Convener of this Directorate, and the Council member from the Central Region, to please welcome our eminent speaker by present the sapling to CA Tarun Arora ji. Can I have the sapling, please? I request all the participants, those who are standing outside the hall, you are requested to please come inside. We are going to begin the session on reporting framework, financial reporting framework in GCC. With this short audience, we have a huge round of applause with a larger noise for welcoming our speaker of this session. Thank you, sir. CA Tarun Arora ji is the Managing Director of the Financial Reporting and Remediation with 17 years of extensive experience in consultancy and assurance across the US, India and the Middle East. Mr. Tarun Arora ji has the spearheaded finance transformation projects focused on strengthening internal controls, accounting processes and policies development. An experienced trainer, he has delivered professional session on India's IFRS and US GAAP across industries, enhancing financial reporting standards and practices. With this, I would like to request to our session speaker to please take the session on this topic, financial reporting. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I'm audible, right? Great. So thank you, gentlemen. Although I see very few people, but let's start. Okay. So I'll just kind of introduce myself. I'm Tarun Arora. I'm Managing Director of Protivity, lead the financial reporting remediation practice for India and Middle East there. So today I'm going to talk about financial reporting framework in GCC. There are certain parts of it which our friend Gaurav covered in the previous session, but we'll touch upon those aspects and the finer aspects. And of course, the message is loud and clear, as I've been repeated since morning. There are a lot of opportunities for us as chartered accountants, whether we see ourselves from an employment perspective or from setting up our own GCC and helping, let's say, GCC or directly exporting our services, helping understanding nuances of how GCCs are working in terms of multi-gap, multi-region structure. This will only help us to penetrate this even further. So maybe I'll just structure the session in a way how I got myself acquainted with this whole GCC term. So maybe we'll ask the audience, is there a difference between BPO, KPO, Shared Service Center and GCC? Anyone? Anyone? Is there a difference between that? Anyone? Yeah.
BPO is like the services which we are providing aligned with the Whirlpool is providing the mechanic service to the customer for repairing their appliances, and KPO is which is the services which is providing for the professional kind of the services like outsource foreign accounting outsourcing, like US international taxation, like kind of the services which is comes out from the professional background is KPO, and the support services, allying services is BPO. What I, in my opinion.
Okay, this is one. Anyone else? Yes. It includes all this. Okay. Because frankly, a few years back, when I was in consultancy, this whole term GCC started coming in a lot. I was confused. What is GCC? Of course, we started our journey with the call center, early 90s. There used to be call centers in Gurgaon, right? So some voice-related work, tech-related work used to be there. Then came BPO. We saw certain payroll, transaction processing coming in, right? All of us must have heard this. Then come KPO. We'll do research also from India. So as the skills were increasing, okay, the name was changing. We had people who had now better skills. It was not just IT and English speaking as a skill. There were more skills coming into the picture. And then came what? Shared Service Center. So they said, let's not even talk about one payroll or one outsourcing. We'll have one center from a MNC standpoint, and it'll take care of HR, risk, finance, and whatnot. It used to be back office. And then, of course, we realized that we could do more. It is not simply doing the transaction processing. We can be an advisor, as a business advisor, to our company, and that is where our name changed to GCC. So I think with this, that's how I understood, okay? Because I was literally confused a few years back. What is GCC? Where is this new term coming from? We've been hearing KPO, BPOs. What is happening? So it's not different. All the big GCCs you see today are yesterday's Shared Service Center or KPOs. I don't want to take the names, but they're large MNCs, non-captives, which started branding themselves as BPO. Then after a few years back, they turned to KPO. Then after a few years, they turned to Shared Service Center. Now they openly call themselves GCC. Okay? So the point that I'm trying to make here, as the demand increases, as the skill set increases, as we keep believing in the narrative that we could do more, simply doing a transaction processing, the term will keep on changing. Okay? Maybe a lot of you are from large consulting firms. So large consulting firm also started their practices by the name of, let's say, global delivery, global capability. You know what they started with, if anyone? Only some testing of data, TOD, TO in this world. That's what they started this, just supporting. Then they realized we could do more. We could do more. And now they're actually doing more. Not just helping their counterparts, directly facing the clients above. Again, the point I'm trying to say, it's not something new coming to us. GCC is not something that we need to just understand what is GCC, what we got to do. It's a natural progression. As we realize that we have that skill set, as we get the global exposure, some are fortunate to get it, some maybe have to make an attempt. This is a natural progression towards the GCC structure where we say we cannot just do this, we can do that also. And that is where this whole story starts. So I think with this background, what I wanted to cover today is what is the play of financial reporting in GCC. So before we begin that, I would like you to see the screen, a common structure of any large company and their GCC setups. And if some of you are dealing with GCC, working in GCC, it will be very familiar to you. You must be hearing this word APAC, Europe region, Americas region, right? It's very common. So a large MNC having operations in Americas, Europes, APACs, and of course, GCC in India. Okay? Now, what is peculiar about this structure compared to simply any Indian structure? Of course, peculiarity is multi-gap. You could have multi-gap, right? Multi-region, of course. There could be problem with the language also, right? There could be problem with the governance framework also. One could have SOX, one could have something else. We all agree, right? And we'll, of course, if we are helping these regions from India, we may have controllers to support to, let's say, from a region, some other stakeholder from a headquarter perspective. So there are too many reporting relationships. We all agree? That's a typical structure of a global capability center. So as I said, even if you want to build it and work back with, let's say, Americas, Europe, any other region, this is relevant. So now what this peculiarity does, if you can see on the screen, multi-gap, multi-auditors, language constraints, non-standard processes, timelines, etc., etc. And imagine if we've been asked to kind of serve these regions from India, what is the skill that it takes? Of course, we'll talk more about it and how we are better placed as chartered accountants to take on that role. We'll discuss that more as well. But I just want to first give you a problem statement, that this was a problem statement with the GCC, all these structures. And now, GCC, of course, handling finance with these complexities and roles, if you can see on the screen. Any typical finance function is GCC, is, let's say, doing global stat reporting, let's say group reporting, let's say treasury, let's say ESG, let's say R2R, controllership, and whatnot. Okay? There are many, many things we can do from a finance perspective from GCC. Of course, today we'll be focusing more on the financial reporting part, which is global stat reporting and group reporting. But the idea is that there are too many opportunities in terms of whether we look at supporting in GCC or whether we want to support in these areas. Okay? Any CA can work back with the FP&A role, global stat reporting role, group consolidation role, ESG reportings, and whatnot. So these are not just the functions. I would want you to see this as an opportunity for all of us. This is the opportunity for all of us. Whichever way and form we want to be engaged, either as said, setting up our own GCC or supporting these GCCs. I had a friend who started with R2R. He's directly now in a GCC in Bangalore. He's in US now. He was working back with the controller and leading the console function from there today. Okay. With this kind of opportunity, the point I'm trying to bring for us as accounting professionals, opportunities are huge. Okay. And now, how do we navigate these problem statement which I kept is going to keep us apart from other professionals when it comes to handling these roles. Okay. So when I see these problem statement, what comes to my mind? That any accounting professional needs to be, let's say, gap proficient, multi-gap. Okay. When I say multi-gap, what are the dominant gaps we have across the world? Anyone? We all agree? There's no brainer. It's a very, very dominant gap. We'll spend less time on PPT. I think we'll have this discussion. I have a slide where IFRS dominates like anything across the globe. I'll have a chart to support that. Many large companies report under IFRS. Okay? And definitely, if I tell you, if a, let's say, normal accounting professional applies to either GCC or wants to work back with these companies directly, if he has some kind of, let's say, certification from Canada, Australia, it helps. Because again, we are trying to deal with global. Okay? So again, the point now I'm trying to make with my first point here is, from a GCC perspective, like I said, I'll use this term, whether you want to look at from employment perspective, setting up GCC, but I'll use this term in my conversations for next 20-25 minutes. It can definitely give us an edge if we have some kind of global stamp on our credentials. Institute, I know, has some kind of MOU with, let's say, Canada, Australia, and many other countries where you give, let's say, 1 or 2 exams and you get certified as chartered accountants of Canada, Australia. So I think all these things help us when we look at this aspect of complexity if we were to be part of the global environment dealing with global audience. Right? We all agree? Similarly, a lot of governance framework. We must be hearing SOX, right? Again, a global framework. Similarly, let's say certain language issues. We all are proficient in English, right? That's why India dominated the call center market. So let's say this is still an easy part, but there could be certain countries which would require interpreter or some kind of other upskilling for us. Okay. Now, of course, we touch upon the proficiency part, which requires us to be multi-grab proficient. That is very, very important for us. Okay. Now, if you work back with GCC, any common GCC structure, it is not simply gap. Let's say if you are tomorrow helping a entity in Europe, or an entity in, let's say, Australia, or an entity in US, they also have their separate local regulations in terms of, let's say, filing, or let's say it could be disclosure formats, or it could be something else. So as a professional, kind of eyeing the GCC world, it's important that we become aware of some of these local compliances as well. Along with GAP, as I said, there could be MOUs we can leverage. It's also good to be aware of these local requirements. And again, from a practical experience, I think a few months back, I was hearing someone, I was working back with one of the colleagues in GCC. So he was just telling me one instance on, he was talking to someone handling the global stat reporting role in the GCC in one of the European entity. And he was talking of the local compliances, that I'm helping them with the local compliances as well. It's one part you preparing financial statement for them, but of course, once you prepare a normal GAAP financial statement, there are other nuances of the local compliances that you need to take care. So he said that if you know those local compliances, if you talk their language, okay, it shows kind of respect and it helps me build that relationship. Now with this example, I move on to little softer aspect also. In the GCC world, if we have to really make it big and we have to interact with multiple stakeholders, our ability to build bridges, build relationships with people across, let's say, Americas, Europes is very, very important. I personally, maybe last month, had a scenario with someone in Australia compared to someone in US. So I don't know if some people I dealt with. US folks will come on a call, they might spend 10 minutes on the weather and other things. Australian folks will simply come on to the task, what's to be done. And we are confused. What to do? We have not been oriented. This is not part of curriculum. Yes? We can say that it's not part of the curriculum. But this is very, very important. We can't negate that fact. Understanding the culture, working across, let's say, different time zone, understanding the different sensitivities or sensibilities when you work back with such a global environment is equally important as we are wanting to be, let's say, GAAP proficient or compliance proficient or governance framework or, let's say, audit ready. All these things are necessary. I'm not denying that. You should be aware of GAAP, you should be aware of compliance, you should be ready to handle the multiple global auditors. I think we all are mature enough to understand that's given. But these other aspects are equally important if we were to look at ourselves from a GCC perspective. Again, I'm trying to, some of the live experiences that I've had dealing with GCCs and helping companies in the financial reporting role. Because it's not simply about we knowing the gap, helping them preparing the financial statements. And I think other important aspect that I would want to discuss or talk about is, see, GCC as an environment, as I said in the beginning, you will have a controller, let's say, if you are supporting, let's say, Europe region or America region in the local compliance. You as, let's say, finance reporting professional may also be working with the headquarters for a group consolidation or a group reporting. So you also have a stakeholder there. You also need a lot of data from treasury, legal, taxation department. They also become your stakeholders. You're handling the audit function. So along with the regional controller, you also have to directly interact with the auditors. They also become our stakeholders. All right? And there are various touch points. Where do you need to get the data? Where do you need to plug out the data? So workflow understanding in a GCC environment, again, I'm trying to speak from a personal experience, is very, very important. I don't know, I don't know how to put it across. Maybe it simply sounds very simple words, but this is very important. Understanding the workflow. So if we understand the workflow, we can only bring the efficiency, right? Now with this, I'll just take a step back and say that GCC now is all about centralization, standardization, and automation. I wanted to complete this journey and then talk about this. See, GCCs are not exactly revenue center. These are not cost center also these days. These are business advisors. But since they're not generating revenue, they have to be efficient. Okay? So I think that's a very key part that I wanted to kind of touch upon, that understanding the workflows is very, very important, along with gap nuances, local compliances nuances, or audit awareness, and of course the softer skill that I talked about. And I think last part I'll briefly touch upon is, you see the finance transformation. So finance transformation in GCC, again, is not a separate thing coming. Okay? GCC by nature, if you have to kind of expand your GCC, you'll have to standardize, centralize, standardize, and automate. Because you have to bring efficiency. You can't be doing the same work, increasing your salary cost in GCC and everything is good. It cannot happen like that. Efficiency is very critical part to any GCC. And transformation is not just technology, it could be around data, it could be around process, it could be around people, it could be around methodology and stuff. Transformation is a very wide word. One of the aspects is technology, and great, an important aspect, I'm not denying that. So finance transformation as a concept is a continuous process from a financial reporting perspective in any GCC. And all the GCC, again, either we look at from employment or setting up own, is very, very important if we have to scale up this practice and keep serving the world. And last is AI. We all have heard. Again, AI, I'm not champion in AI, but again, I feel it's a part of larger finance kind of transformation. As I said, transformation could be around data, people, process, technology. Now, if I push the limits of technology and start using the machine learning and all, it is called AI. So, any GCC setting up a process, you trying to bring a global strat reporting to India, working for global companies, I think the last message from my side, it's very important. First, we focus on the compliance through gap proficiency, awareness of our local laws. Once we centralize, once we lift and shift is called in GCC, we try and set up these functions to support global economies, global countries. Then we should embark on a journey of further efficiency and automations. Okay, and it can be easily done through finance transformation as well. So I think that's what I wanted to cover. Of course, I had slide, but in the interest of time, I thought let's have a interactive session. And I think that's what the key point. I think the message is loud and clear. There are a lot of opportunities for us as a CA, and it's organically coming to us. As I said, the journey started from call center, and look where we are. And GCC space has just started. As somebody said, we're only scratching the surface. So if you're able to take on that challenge, build that global mindset, which involves your proficiency around standards, compliances, laws, software aspects, there is a whole lot to be achieved, I can tell you from my personal experience. There's immense experience, immense learning out there, and immense opportunities for accounting professionals like us. That's what I think. I'll just close my session now with this. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights on this topic, JCC framework, accounting framework in JCC. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to invite our convener of this directorate, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, sir, to please present a memento of token, a love, affection from Institute to our speaker, CA Tarun Arora ji, who is the Managing Director of Protivity Global. I request to all please join your hands to express our gratitude to our speaker and invite sir to please propose the vote of thanks for this technical session, sir.
Thank you so much, and it was a wonderful session. We talk about reporting framework, we talk about dashboard, we talk about analytics. Look at what we are talking. That's what we all are about. We have been discussing the whole day. The whole objective behind this summit is to make sure that we have that mindset that we will deliver to the world. And we had just a very wonderful podcast with Sanjeev Sanyal sir, which is going to go across the world, which talks about the same thing, the same process, that how we can together collaborate, synergize, and work together for a bigger ecosystem. Thank you so much. Thanks, Tarun, for the wonderful thing.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going to moving for the last technical session of this day one. And this last technical session is blueprint for building a GCC, where strategy and scaling we are going to discuss. For this session, we have our session speaker, CA Deepak Gupta ji, CA Ravi S. Ramakrishnan ji, CA Nidhi Agarwal ji. Along with him, I would like to invite our Central Council member from Northern Region, CA Hansraj Chukji, to please come on the dais with our eminent speakers on this last topic of this day one, blueprint for building a GCC. CA Deepak Gupta ji is a seasoned finance and business advisory professional with over 20 years of experience, a CPA, chartered accountant, company secretary, and MBA from ISB Hyderabad. Mr. Gupta is an active member of TIE, FKCCI, and NASCOM. He values persistence and hard work and enjoys music, sports, and family time in leisure hours. With this, I would like to request to our Central Council member, CA Hansraj Chuk sir, to please welcome our eminent speakers by presenting the sapling to all the three speakers, CA Deepak Gupta ji, CA Ravi S. Krishnan ji, and CA Nidhi Agarwal ji. Can I have the sapling, please? Now I would like to have intro about CA Ravi S. Krishnan. Meanwhile, we are presenting the sapling. He is a founder and executive chairman of the R-Value Group. Is a pioneer in the global capability center space with over 45 years of experience in global finance, transformation, and business service. An alumnus of Mellon and Quantic School of Business, he played a key role in establishing business in India as the GCC capital through leadership role at companies like American Express, Unilever, and Iker. Ravi sir has set up numerous GCC, worked with 60 plus clients globally, and saved over $400 million for corporates. Now it's time to welcome our speaker, CA Ravi S. Ramakrishnan ji. Please welcome such a senior chartered accountant from our fraternity on doing the practice and working for this GCC. And we have a young dynamic lady with us, CA Nidhi Agarwal ji, who is Vice President of Statutory and ESG Reporting in American Express. We welcome you, ma'am. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. Now I would like to request to our Central Council member, CA Hansraj Chuk sir, to please welcome, please share the welcome address on this technical session number 6. Sir, please. Sir, over there. You can over there, sir. Sir, you can. Sir, from there, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Friends, the topic of the day, you can understand with many topic has gone so far, but the importance of this discussion, whatsoever is going to happen with, let me share with each one of you. The blueprint, the print or the story which you want to write with, how to really understand the development and the conceiving the idea to become like, to create a GCC, and how to take this forward, that will be shared by our three of the best of the speakers or best of the panelists, Deepak Gupta ji, Ravi S. Ramakrishnan ji, and Nidhi Agarwal ji. I'll simply say to best of my understanding, because we are a global system, we are not having a place like our mindset, our skill development, our understanding can go a long way for the creating a bigger things for the nation also, bigger things for ourselves also, and big for the profession also. With this initial remarks, I once again welcome all the three panelists, Deepak Gupta ji, Ravi S. Ramakrishnan ji, and Nidhi Agarwal ji, to really this session will be taken forward with this panel discussion will be brought in front of each one of you for the best of the understanding. Once the clarity in understanding comes in and the action taken matches with the thought process with which you want to go with pure of the system, ultimately the results comes in. So with this, I welcome each one of you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address. And now it's time to also place the introduction of CA Nidhi Agarwal ji. CA Nidhi Agarwal ji is an all India rank holder chartered accountant with over 20 years of experience in the JCC industry. She has worked with the Ernst & Young and Fidelity before joining American Express and currently serves as the Vice President of Finance in American Express. Nidhi Madam is also the author of the book Women CFO Stories, showcasing inspiring journey of women leaders in finance. We welcome you, ma'am, on the behalf of ICI. Now it's a panel discussion session. So I request to our Central Council member, C. Hansraj Sukh sir, to please begin the session. Thank you, sir.
I'll be first moving to Nidhi Agarwal ji. The question will remain same to all the panelists. But to set the tone, you see, like sometime one feel like who to be brought in first. So I thought let Nidhi should come first. And naturally, Nidhi, in your experience, your personal experience, what are the core pillars of a successful strategy when establishing a GCC is concerned? Nidhi, over to you.
So in my experience, the three core pillars would be starting with why, asking that question that why a particular company would want to set up a GCC, and that can be in different form, whether a captive or they want to outsource or whatever way they want to do it. But what's the reason, what's the business rationale, documenting it will be the first thing. Then the second will be on the where part. Now in India, if they want to set up, then the location, the infrastructure, where the talent availability is there, the costing part, what budget they have, that will be the second pillar. And the third pillar around it will be on how and which will be the talent strategy to attract that right talent, complying with the risk and compliance. So it's in a very short form I am telling it, because I know Ravi sir is an expert on this topic of so many GCC setup he has done throughout his career, and he can talk about it more in detail. But these are, in short and summarized form, three core pillars according to me.
Thank you, Nidhi. I think just to kind of give a context, I think what we started in American Express as a financial resource center, we really started as finance only first. Today, the world has become GCC. It has gone through many phases of shared services, global business services, global in-house center, and then GCC. So it's got a huge value chain which has gone. So given that some of the core pillars, which I would say in GCC context, because the biggest difference is, as we look at GCC, it has to be seen as, first pillar is one enterprise. That can we see the business, that is headquarters, and the GCC as one enterprise, because that's very crucial to have the business goal alignment. It is not like GCC is separate and headquarters is separate. That's the biggest first one. Second one is, there are three key drivers to success: talent, technology, and transformation. I think this is absolutely crucial from a core pillar point of view. The third one is really looking at integrity of data and security. I think this is something which is very critical from a digital point of view. I think we need to be absolutely conscious that we are able to deliver that. And last but not the least, it is focused on delivering value to the company, whatever we do. And in all these four, I think the key element would be, how are we going to bring in external capabilities to enhance this? That's very important, because today the world of GCC have gone 30 years, and there's a necessity to see how we can get the best from the external enterprise and see what kind of add-on can be done. And overall, we have to deliver a business outcome and not just cost optimization. That's what I would say in terms of summary.
Thank you, Ravi sir and Nidhi ma'am. To be very honest, if I see it more deeply, most of the pointers are covered by Nidhi ma'am and Ravi sir. Still, I'm not scratching the bottom of the barrel. Still, there are a lot of key imperatives. First of all, thanks to ICAI for keeping best to the last. The key of setting up the successful GCC is PPP, passion, persistence, perseverance, And thanks to the people who are still here, I can see that the passion, persistence, perseverance is there. And I'm pretty sure that, as Sanjeev Sanyal sir was saying, that the next billionaires, 10 billionaires will come out from this group. I'm sure some of them will come from this group. As Ravi sir was saying about the GCC journey and some of the imperatives, if I compare a successful GCC to a human body, I will say that the body of the GCC is a strategic alignment, its soul is the talent, and its blood is the technology. And these three are the key imperatives, what Ravi sir you said. Couple of more things which I say to complete this note is the operational excellence, and that is very much important. Recently, there was an article in Financial Times and Economic Times where it stated that out of 100% GCCs, which is set up in India, around close to 20% are said to be successful. They are meeting their objective. Close to 50 to 60% are on an average side. 6% to 8% are not meeting their objective. So there are specific reasons for their failures. We are not going on their reasons. But largely, if I put it in words, gone are the days that the cost part is or process improvement part was the only thing. Now innovations, customer excellence, and pushing forward the long-term objective and strategic alignment with the parent company, those are extremely crucial. Last but not least, I will say the cultural alignment. There are GCCs which are opening up, especially say for European countries, and we have seen that there are challenges in terms of aligning the cultural aspect of the parent company and Indian company. I will not say it's the offshore or onshore, as our sir said that both are one unit. So cultural alignment is another thing which is very important and needs to be seen from day one in order to make sure that we are putting a successful cornerstone for a GCC. Thank you.
Well explained by all the three panelists. Many things to understand from their words. Now I'll be moving to the next question to all the three, because it is one's own experience from which they deliberate upon. The question will be going in the same manner as it has been started with. Nidhi first will be to you only, then going forward, Ravi ji and Deepak ji. As GCC continues to evolve from the cost centers to the strategic hub, what mindset shift is needed from both leadership and talent to enable this transformation from the cost centers to the strategic hub?
To be a strategic leader, first of all, I believe the leadership mindset change will be required would be that the GCC leaders will have to be part of the company's overall strategic business strategy, having a seat on the table. Once they have that seat on the table, they will have a say. They'll understand the overall company vision and the strategy, and then accordingly bring back that to the GCC in terms of their own strategy of moving up the value chain. And this usually happens with long-term vision of moving global and the local leaders around the headquarters, the GCC, so there is that one culture and one innovation mindset, and rewarding that innovation mindset, hiring that right talent, like in today's world, the AI, ML, the fintech talent is what is driving this innovation in the GCCs once the leadership understands the strategic vision and overall strategy of the organization.
Thanks, Nidhi. I think, morning onwards, we have been talking about shift in mindset. I think that is the most essential one if you want to move to a GCC, not just for the professionals who are already there, but also for leaders who want to join the new world, chartered accountants, my fellow professionals who are going to come into this. I think there are, again, I would say there are a few key areas, I would say. First one is, all of us would have heard, even from morning, we talk about people, process, technology. I think today for GCC, the three pieces are slightly different. It is people, process, business, but the driver is technology. Technology has to drive people, technology has to drive process, technology has to drive business. So that mindset shift that all of us have to be completely familiar with technology. It's not necessary that we do only one part of it. Second one is, particularly from a finance function point of view, I would say there are three dimensions we have to combine together in terms of mindset. Having moved many years back into this, I learned this interestingly, that you have to combine the function, the process, and the business. I'll come back to business several times. In the world of GCC, if there is no business, there is no value, you know. Actually, we used to talk about as an organization, we used to say BP to BP, business process to business performance. So it's absolutely crucial for us. And last but not the least, really to say, how do we bring an innovation mindset? Because it is not that improvements are good enough. What is very important is, how do we bring an innovation mindset? And among all this, again, we talked about it, how do you bring an entrepreneurial spirit? Because we are going to be thousands of miles away, but we have to connect the dots from the entire world. We need to make sure that we're able to make the difference by understanding the business and connecting the process and the function.
Thank you, Ravi sir. I loved the last term you said, entrepreneurial zeal, that is really required in the Indian leadership of GCC. I was really inspired by Charanjot Singh Nanda sir, and I will start my comment with a small couplets. It says, "Dil rakhna hai to dil se rakho, dil rakhne ke liye dil na rakho." It's always two to tango. The message is more for the parent company. The leadership is, GCC banana hai to GCC banao, GCC banane ke liye GCC na banao. So it's very important for the leadership of the parent company to have a well-stated goal that what should be the GCC objective before giving them the power to take decision. Otherwise, it will be headless chicken. On the other side, I will touch base on what Ravi sir said, connecting the dots, entrepreneurial zeal. Gone are the days. India is well taken over the journey of 4 decades from call center to GCC to shared service center to SSS to GVO. Now, people are calling GCC as well as a global value organization because the real value is added to the global company, to all the global entities. So these two are pretty important factor and mind shift change required. Another point I will just quickly cover in 15 seconds. It's very important for the GCC leadership in India to make sure that there should be a proper path for the growth of people inside the company. Otherwise, the people are trained in the GCC and they will left to the other GCCs for better growth. It could be equity, it could be anything, global movement or whatever, to make sure that people understand their growth path and how it is chartered and nurtured within the company over a long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well explained. It's a transformation. And actually, there was a time we used to talk about the call center and how it has been transformed to the value-added services rather than the primary services or the basic services, and then move to the value-added services. And everyone has explained it very well. Now, my next question will be to Deepak ji only. Deepak ji, you being so much experienced in the consulting areas, what are the common strategic mistakes companies make in the early phases of building an organization like GCC, with your own experience?
Sure, sir. First thing, I just covered it in my last question, that there should be a executive sponsorship. And it's very important to understand that how that executive sponsorship will come, there should be a trust. There should be a trust on the local leadership of India that they can deliver. How that trust can be built, as we know that it takes time to build that trust. So here the key is always to go slow to go fast. At times we have seen that the GCCs try to deliver more and try to promise more and deliver less. It makes sense that to have a clear objective and deliver it over a period of time and then strive for more. There is a wave of artificial intelligence, Gen AI, machine learning. There are companies who are sponsoring those costs to their GCCs. Question is, how many of them, what they committed and what they delivered? As in the words of some of the VCs and PEs, this area is overfunded and underdelivered. What does it mean? I'm not saying that all the work which is done in this space is not right or not going on in the right direction. What I'm trying to say that leadership need to look into and see what they are promising and whether they are delivering it or not. A couple of more points I will quickly cover is one on the correct operating model. When the GCC started, it makes sense that to start with a small area where efficiency and effectiveness can be proven. It should not be BHAG goal, right? BHAG goal, we say big, hairy, audacious goal. It should be SMART goals. So that needs to be clearly outlined. And whenever we see that in the parent company, there are too much of uncertainties, too much of complexity. Simple work is driven at different levels. It makes sense that to structure it, help them, and then set up the GCC. Otherwise, that's a recipe of failure. Another thing, it's very important. Again, we are talking about the blueprint for setting up the GCC. So I will restrict my conversation to that only. It's very important for the parent company to make sure that they are partnering with the right consultant or third party in setting up the GCCs. I have done multiple roadshows in US and Singapore. One trend which is clearly coming out is that there are cases, I will not say many, but there are significant number of cases wherein the companies set up the GCC in one city and the right talent was not available and they are planning to move out of India. It is there. So it's very important to go with the right talent and have a consistent control. And on the other side, as an Indian consultant, as an Indian, Indian professionals, when we are providing the services, we give the right advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll be moving to Ravi ji. Ravi ji, you have already spoken about the value creation in GCC. What should leaders prioritize when moving from the operational excellence to the business value value creation?
Absolutely, very well asked Hansraj ji, that I think operational excellence is foundational. There is no replacement for that. Having said that, the most critical thing in a GCC is really creating value, delivering value. I think the way one should look at it is, how do you move from mere processing to a strategic alignment? How do you move to looking at the simple cost productivity only to business outcomes? I think, for instance, I can share with you my experience that over the last many years, one of the things we have always done is to say, how do we do an upstream, downstream connect of everything which we do in the world of GCC. It is not just what we do within the GCC which is important. It is about how we can connect the upstream, downstream. Only then you can make a significant impact to the whole approach to what we are trying to do. And last but not the least, I would say that the value creation itself is a big activity of, it is a framework which we have actually created, where we find how do we look at the value potential. What kind of potential does it exist? How do we commit? What kind of value can be actually delivered? How do you really measure them? And how do you really showcase them to the headquarters? So I think there are very clearly, we call it as VP to VD, value potential to value delivery. So I would say that as you start with a GCC, the simple thing is, in a strategic perspective, how do you look at business outcomes as part of the business case? Because whenever we do a blueprint, we actually make sure that there is enough understanding of why we are doing what Nidhi was talking about. Equally true, it is not just about cost. Cost arbitrage is given to some extent. But I think what kind of business outcomes you can achieve, how do we look at transformation areas right up front to build it as we go forward? So to a large extent, I would say, as we do the strategic blueprint and scaling up at both levels, the value creation becomes absolutely crucial. And I actually used to share this context that we can move from transactions to transformation. Because obviously at the end of the day, the foundational thing for even all our finance folks is really the transactions. But how does it lead to transformation and value creation is the most essential thing.
Thank you very much. Really matters value creation and ultimately the benefit to the both, whether it is the service provider or the service recipient. Once it adds value, then you, in return, you also get in the same proportionate. But primary things and the bigger things, there needs the different kind of the skill or the thought or the transformation of the minds required in value-added creation. Now I'll be moving to the Nidhi. Nidhi, you have a very good experience of over 20 years in the GCC across 2 companies which were at a different stages in scaling. What are some tips which you want to share for successful GCC strategy and scaling, plus any learnings where strategy failed in? What ways can GCC serve as a global centers of excellence for sustainability reporting and ESG integration, which has been really the need for the globe also? In this aspects, your view on it.
Sure, I'll answer your first question first in terms of my 2 stints in GCC, different companies which are at different stages. One where we were like just setting up a GCC out there, especially on a finance function when I was hired. And 10 years later when I joined a company which was already a very established GCC. I think in the initial phases, I would say the most important thing for a GCC to be successful, and as Ravi sir mentioned, was that one culture and one integration a GCC should feel as a co-owner when you are setting up rather than you are dumping some work there is so essential. And for that, executive leader sponsorship from the top, from the headquarters, and a very, very, I would say, seasoned leadership requirement at an India center level is required. You literally have to over-invest in the leadership and talent in the initial few days. I still remember that when we were hired by the head of GCC in India back then in that first company, he literally hired like very smart of us, 3-4 of us, very smart folks, and we were told we don't know what you will do, but we are hiring you. And the first migration which I had to do was posting journal entries. And I literally get that work, and I already had 4 years of experience, imagine working through another multinational. And I came back to my boss and said that, is this what you have hired me for, to post journal entries? He said, see, this is a starting phase. And he was right. He invested in a future talent where we could bring in those processes so quickly, establish them, get them automated, and within like 3 years of time, we were literally like head of reporting for one legal entity or something like that. That's the level of scale up we could do because there was that investment in the talent that was done. And then thirdly, in the initial phases of the migrations, the PMO really plays a very critical role, the project management function, where they track every progress and how the things are happening, ironing out the differences and stuff. So that's the tip in the initial phases, I would say, how it works. And if you are in an established GCC, the scaling would come from the innovation, transformation, what more can you bring, what more value addition you can move up the value chain. You can demonstrate that we have that right team to do more such processes which were managed by the headquarters, by having that level of right business knowledge, acumen, and then the other acumen which are required. And I think the growth fuels up with digital mindset and technology like AI, Gen I, those are the functions, at least in established GCCs, which are growing currently, and the teams are growing like anything. That's my view.
No,
And
no,
on
no,
your
it's a-
second question on the ESG reporting stuff, I would say for ESG, this is like a very a recent thing which is coming up. For all other reporting functions like stat reporting or US GAAP reporting, most of these functions were something as GCC leaders, we got those processes migrated to India. They were already established. But for ESG reporting, that's in the process of like the regulations getting framed up, and across the globe, different regulation on climate reporting coming up. So and some of the GCCs have taken a lead to set up those ESG reporting functions and sustainability reporting functions in India, is by demonstrating that yes, in India that talent exists. In CA Institute, we have this GSG emissions course on climate reporting, and through those we are able to demonstrate that that talent exists in India. We can get these kind of work in India. We can scale up this stuff, and that technical acumen also exists to deliver. And this is a space to watch out for. I know for currently, because of the global phenomenon, some of these reporting have taken a backtrack, but this is the future, in my view, where GCCs can really lead from the front, from the experienced leadership they already have in the reporting functions.
Well explained. Naturally, innovation or the technology or transformation is the need if you want to scale it up and enter into the new area like ESG, global needs and matching with the global reporting mechanism through the global standards and the matching with the requirements of their own country. That also matters, well explained by Nidhi ji. Now I'll come back to the Deepak ji. Deepak ji, what does a scale operating model of a GCC look like today, especially in the context of emerging technology and distributed teams? Over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. When we talk about scalable operating model, largely we talk about autonomy, intelligence, and agility. And all things comes over a period of time. Now, when we talk about autonomous approach of running any of the GCC, so there is always a platform-based model where companies are starting small in terms of delivering key responsibilities or process efficiencies to their parent company, and then they move horizontally first and then vertically. What do you mean by horizontal and vertical? I can give you tons of examples, but let's restrict to two examples, which I'm sure you must have seen. The work is being done in most of the capability center. I'm sure, Nidhi, when you worked in Amex and Fidelity, you have seen it. One is in relation to supply chain, wherein the orders are processed centrally. Second is on the data analytics. You will see that these are started small for one function, one geography, one company, and slowly and gradually it involves all the geographies where the companies created center of excellence and delivering the high quality work over a period of time. When I'm saying vertically, it means that for one function, it moves up the ladder, up the game by providing innovation, product development. Name the company, be it Bosch or Microsoft or Google, tons of research is happening within India. So even it is not surprising now, but Avatar movie which came in 2009-10, many of that VFX effect was done by some of the companies based out of Pune and Hyderabad. I'm saying way back in 2009-10. That not happened overnight. It takes over a period it happened. So that's what platform approach I'm talking about. Second is more of looking into AI-driven intelligence, wherein how the Indian counterpart, the GCCs present in India, can use robotic process automation, can use cloud infrastructure, can use digital twin kind of technologies for delivering their product over a period. That's how they will scale up, catch up with the larger data set. And if you see traditionally, like few of the companies which already set up a benchmark in India, those are retail industry, then you will see telecom, then BFSI, where large tons of data is coming up. Recently in one of the interview, one of the EY partners said that the next wave of growth definitely will come in pharma that also deals with tons of data. And there are a lot of pharma research companies which are present in India who are working in this respect. One thing I will just close the note with this pointer, it's very important. It's more of a distributed team enablement. When I'm saying distributed team enablement, it is making sure that how the cloud infrastructure and online sharing and how cybersecurity related things can be widely prevailed and worked from India itself. One of the very key key aspect which we implemented in one of the client is how to ensure implementing VDI, virtual display interface, in India. That is done from two aspects. First is making sure that the real-time data sharing and real-time work can be done by India entity and US entity, just in a way that two teams working next door and working on the same project. Second thing, it also saves tons of cost. Not required to have a large server in the office, and the software instance can be taken from the parent company server. So there are a bunch of other things, but slowly and gradually, as and when GCCs move in these models, that's how the scalability comes and the confidence comes. As I was saying earlier, go slow to go fast. Thank you.
Well explained. Naturally, the process time or the real time. Naturally, in today's world, many things are there to understand with. Now, I'll request Raviji, how can governance models be designed to ensure alignment between headquarter expectations and GCC performance, especially in the scale? Larger the scale, naturally the alignment between the headquarter and the GCC here.
This is a very important one because in my kind of 30 years of experience in the world of GCC, I spent about 7-8 years with American Express, but balance 20 years plus has been with multiple organizations. And if there is one thing which I would say very strongly that will impact the overall effectiveness of the GCC is governance. And I think, and it is not just about looking at how the governance is. Actually, the governance has 3 dimensions, but at the end of the day, it has to ensure the core pillars which we talked about. How do we ensure one enterprise? If we don't achieve the one enterprise goal, then we cannot say that the governance has worked well. So it has to work at 3 levels. And if I have to put it in an analogy, I would say at the architecture level, at the design level, and at the execution level, which means it is strategic, tactical, operational. If I just see the other dimension of it, it could be operational governance, which is making sure how things are happening within the center. Second one is alignment governance, which is making sure how policies and processes are followed between headquarters and the GCC. And last but not the least is really about growth governance, because every GCC will have the alignment with the overall company's growth. And it is not, even if we were to look at from a, like what we were talking about operating models, even if we were to set up a GCC and we operate them, we still have to make sure it has got an exclusivity and focus on how the headquarters and the GCC are well connected. Now, in the final point I would say is that when we talk about governance, what are the parameters we look at? I think I would say there are 5 areas. First one is performance management. Performance management is not just about service delivery. It is not about what we call in our terminology SLA. It is about business KPI. Sometimes I find even people use KPI as an SLA metric, but today in a GCC world, KPI has to precede with a word called business KPI. What kind of outcomes are we focused on from a performance point of view? That's very important. Second one is, this is a softer dimension. I think this kind of impacts whatever happens from the overall scenario of outcome, which is communication channels. How do we make sure that the communication channels are working very well across GCC and the headquarters? Third one, I think for us, we cannot but talk about, control and risk management. I think this is very crucial. Actually, when we talk about, if I take finance as an example, I think we have, let's say, 4 or 5 levels of value chain processes. Typically, we would say process value chain is 5 levels. You have the operational accounting, then you have the financial accounting, then you have the management accounting, then you have the financial planning and forecasting, and you have the analytics and decision making. So there are 5 levels which happen. And across this, we have to be very conscious how the control and compliance. Actually, to give you an example, we renamed, Hansrajji, our core operational process as reconciliations as balance sheet integrity. Because at the end of the day, reconciliations is what makes sure of balance sheet integrity. So we know that the headquarters and the GCC are connected. It is not just clearing the open items. It is actually making sure there is a balance sheet integrity at the end of the day. So I would say finally, and I think Deepakji talked about technology. I think 2 alignments are most critical, culture and technology. I think if we really start moving technology away from the core of what the organization is, headquarters is, parent company is, we will be in deep trouble. We need to make sure that how that governance is actually happening overall for an effectiveness. Last but not the least, I would say that having set up about 20 such centers in India and overseas, and India also, I think one of the points I wanted to share in this audience is, I think India has equal potential to set up GCCs. It is not that GCC means they have to be global, because there are a lot of Indian corporations which have overseas presence. Today, the center, for instance, I think I can give one example. Motherson Sumi, which is a big auto component major, has only 10 to 15% revenue coming from India. 85% of the revenue comes from overseas. So I would encourage all the professional colleague chartered accountants, don't think global center means only you have to look at global area. It's a huge potential, and we have vast experience how to deal with the business case in an Indian environment. I think it's very, very important. The governance is very crucial, and the strategic alignment is very quick also. And therefore, I would say a governance has to be done both at the business level and the organization level to be successful between these 2 large corporations. We call it as one enterprise or digital twins. They have to be seen as twins. They are not, actually the term hub is a very important one. I really feel it is more a hub than a center. It is not, it's away from the headquarters. It is actually the hub of the global organization. So governance has to be seen in that kind of a context.
Thank you very much. Well explained. It is not limiting to the technology, but the culture has to be matched with, and expectation of the headquarter and the GCC has to be really to be taken care. Now, I'll be with a question to the Nidhi also too, then we'll be going for the common question. Nidhi, what do you think, in what way can GCC serve as a global centers of excellence for sustainability reporting? Like you already know the subject in a well of the manner. The excellence, center of excellence is a different words which is being used, not like GCC, but the excellence coming from India to the globe. Normally we talk about the best of the practices. So India should prove like India, what best is required for the globe.
And I agree to you, Hansraj Sirji, that especially with respect to the sustainability reporting, it would start first with how, in fact, at an India level, what we are doing maybe to reduce the emissions. That would be the first thing that would start. And even at a government level, there are a lot of initiatives which are being run for this. But within a GCC for a sustainability reporting, for sure, there are different elements could be done, that how first the GCCs are leading that strategy for their own centers. There are big headcount the GCCs have, and how they are contributing to the net zero target of the company in terms of that strategy would matter. Secondly, on account, if you have to set up a sustainability reporting function, how are you looking at the different steps in that reporting, which starts from the data collection, monitoring, the controls around that data reporting, and then eventually the strategy for the net zero emissions the company has against those emissions. I think these will be crucial as we would set up these COEs in India.
Thank you very much. As we are running out of the time, my last question will be common to all. First, I'll be starting with Deepak ji. If you had to give one piece of advice to a company or to our professional friends here, those who are planning to build or scale a GCC in 2025, you are already, the half of the year is already over. So what would be your first one advice or the one piece of advice which you would, or question will be to everyone, starting with Deepak ji.
Sure, sir. I will answer it in two ways. First is, say, as a consultant, as a CA professional or consultant, we want to set up the GCC for the global organization. You cannot do fishing sitting at home. You need to go near to the river or pond. You will not get the clients sitting in India. You need to go to your customers, where you need to go to the place where you will interact with customers. Ananda sir was also saying that we need to go out. That's extremely important. Second, I will give answer for the professionals who hired by the GCC, hired by the parent company to set up the GCC in India. For them also, my point of advice, two-pronged advice. First, a person needs to spend a substantial amount of time with the global leadership to understand their way of working, to understand what's the key objective of setting up the GCC, and what the first 90 days, first year, and first 3 years goals to be achieved. Second thing, he needs to understand and make sure that he has the right capability in India to catapult all the things and put it in one solution. It's just like a Lego pieces, it's all scattered, and he needs to build a building blocks to make sure that it is presentable and solution is there. Thank you.
I will just add on from us, even specifically CA's point of view, Hansaji, that I think we need to go beyond accounting and even finance to commercial and business acumen. I think if we do not do that, we will lose a huge opportunity. I always used to say what engineers did for the manufacturing space, our chartered accountants can do for the GCC space, provided they are able to see the context from finance and accounting to commercial and business focus. If that happens, I think we can surely become, from a strategic point of view, from a blueprint point of view, it will be a huge success. Not only to operate effectively, but also scale it up very well. And I think this morning also we talked about, it's not about Fortune 500 corporations. It's about the, if I have to use the term, Fortune 5,000 corporations which we have to focus on, because there are many corporations which are looking for our expertise in India. So I would really say make sure that we are able to understand the commercial and business side of the people, process, technology.
My one advice would be to focus on innovation and drive a global value for the company you are working as a GCC. And watch out for Gen AI. This is going to take away a lot of the jobs which GCCs are doing currently in India. So what are we thinking about it? Well, how that displaced talent would be impacted? What will we do with them? Think about it. It's just coming very fast. It's just a matter of years, let me tell you.
Thank you very much. Well explained and well really been given their own experience and multiple things which we as a professional has to think about, they being into this area for many years and years and developed many in the best of the manner. one question if anyone has. Otherwise, because
Sir,
we
over
are
here.
already. Yeah.
Can we have the codeless mic over here, please? So you may come over here.
Thank you so much for the patience, everyone. Taking a cue from Nidhiji's comment on the Gen AI, obviously the disruption that happens, and thanks to Ravi sir for giving segregation of the business, commercial function, etc. The question is, looking at the history and the future of AI, what are the key bottlenecks that you have experienced or potentially you'll be experiencing? And on an operational side, tactical side, and strategic side, what would be your responses looking at GCC or maybe LCC, the local capability center? Thank you. So the key bottlenecks that you imagine or what you had previously, which will continue to be, and what will be your responses on operational side, tactical side, and strategic side?
Sure. Interesting question. Thank you. Honestly, two key challenges which normally comes is articulating the problem statement that company need to solve using AI or Gen AI. And it's very simple. There are two-prong approach which most of the companies do is whether any of the AI solutioning, is it saving the cost or increasing the revenue? That needs to be very clear. Second is that finding the right talent. And when finding the right talent, it's about past experience in the similar thing, but unfortunately, similar thing is not developed in most of the cases in AI and Gen AI, how to get the talent. Now, when you are hiring people who are experienced in AI in some other domain, it means investment. When it comes to investment, it's again going back to the same thing. There should be a executive sponsorship and alignment from the parent company. Those things are coming as a key bottleneck at the beginning. Over a period, the problem comes is over-promising and under-delivery in terms of expectation management, because it is a growing area. If you see that, like there are some of the AI tool we are using to solve the architectural part in one of my GCC that we set up. Now the question is that the entire area and the tools are so fluidic. Like gone are the days that ChatGPT 5 version was used for visualization. Cloud is another tool which is using for now, which is much better result than any other tools. I'm not sure that after 6 months some new tool will get developed. We don't know. Like DeepSeek already came and creating all the rounds, right? So those are the key challenges, I believe, which companies in India are facing, especially if they are creating any product on AI and Gen AI.
I'll just add on to this just a minute. I would say from an operational point of view, it is two areas, Keep it short, transition. How do you transition those processes? Are you doing it effectively? Second one is, do you have the right measurements in place to say are you delivering to the expectations of the headquarters and the client? That is operational. From the tactical point of view, I would say two areas. One is, do you have transformation centricity in what you're trying to do? The reason why I'm putting it as tactical, because it connects the strategic and the operational areas, and the communication between these two. These are most critical from a tactical. I've seen several times communications don't happen, and the other side thinks you have not done anything, and so on and so forth. And last but not the least, if you really take from the point of view of strategic, it is, I would say, two specific areas. How do you really look at business outcomes? Do you deliver to the business outcomes of the overall parent company? That is one. And second one is, do you deliver, and I'm using this at the highest level, to the risk management of the parent company? I think if one thing which people talk about, that is, I've led global accounting for American Express. I think enterprise risk management is the highest, reputation loss is the highest loss at the board level. So we need to be, it's not like compliance and so on only. I think the risk management will be seen at the topmost level, and GCCs have to make sure that they are done very well. So it's at 3 levels, but it's really evolving to what we talked about. Only 15-20% are actually there today. Balance 80% are walking their steps carefully.
Thank you so much, sir. Before concluding our today's session, I would like to have 2 announcements for all of us. The first is we are going to celebrate the CA Day on 1st July at 3:30 Bharat Mandapam Plenary Hall. You are requested to please get registered at our website ici.org for getting the entrance into the hall. And second, we are going to begin our session by tomorrow 9:30 over here, and we are going to end up by tomorrow's session approximately 5 o'clock in the evening. So now for concluding, I would like to invite our convener of this DITS and WT Directorate, CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir, to propose vote of thanks for this today's day and today's session. Sir, please.
Thank you. I think I was not ready for this, but it's my honor to offer a hearty vote of thanks. I think all the speakers who have come over here have only one objective. They are not here to take a session. They are not here to say, look, those are secondary objectives. But when I saw the traction, the way they were, talking loud on social media, I think it's more of the entire family coming together. It's about our accounting fraternity coming together to say, yes, we can. And I think all these dignitaries sitting over here are chartered accountants. They have huge experience in making sure that we are proud of them, we are proud of our country, and we are proud of the profession. And I think we are going to take together, work together, along with all of you, to make sure that we all work together, collaborate with each other, and prove to the entire world that, yes, we can deliver, and not just deliver, to the best of our quality, to the best of our ability, and to be the best leader who can take decisions, who can be strategic and be the front office and not the back office for the world. Thank you all so much for a wonderful gathering. Please stay tuned. Please stay with us tomorrow. We have a lot of exciting sessions coming tomorrow. Please go through the program structure, and please do join in time. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite our council member, CA Hansraj Chuk sir, and our convener, CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir, and our central council member from West, CA Jay Chahra sir, to please come on the dais to present a memento of token to an eminent speaker, CA Deepak Gupta ji, CA Ramakrishnan sir, and CA Nidhi Agarwal ma'am. You all are requested to please present the memento, a token of gratitude from the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India for your valuable time and inputs, thoughts that you have given between us. Sir, you are also, convener CA Sanjeev Sanghi sir, you are requested to please come on the dais to present the memento of token. Can we have a huge round of applause at the end of this session? And it's truly appreciated to all of this august audience to be stay over here till the session. Thank you so much for being with us. Tomorrow we are going to meet with lots of new memories, with lots of new learning. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai ICI. Thank you.